Test on this microphone. Test on this microphone. We're about the same level. Same level. Testing. Yes, we're good to go. We're live.
Good morning. We are live. Thank you for tuning in to day 2 of our webcast here from the British Cup of Surfing. The conditions are very, very good this morning compared to yesterday. We've got waves funneling across Llantwit Point, rights and lefts. The rip hasn't yet started. And in the lineup, we have a stacked heat already. The guys have paddled out in the dark. This is literally the first moment in the day that it's been possible for cameras to pick up surf. So it's still dawn really here. It's a dark day. There's a lot of rain today compared to yesterday. It's rained in overnight. Sun is forecast to come out later. But the conditions are very good. There are as yet no waves ridden, and you are looking live at the lineup. We are 2 minutes into the first heat of the day, and we can see that Barnaby Cox from England, Max Bennett, and Max Bennett has just had it in and out, and I can see there that Max Bennett is going on a left-hander, and as the sun ever so slightly starts to try and tease its way through the layers and layers of cloud, we can see further that there is plenty of swell on hand today, and it's really clean. So Barnaby Cox, Max Bennett, and Luke Dillon and Logan Nicol. So Logan Nicol is the lone local, Logan the lone local, and up and riding here now in the blue, this is Logan Nicol, and he glances off the top, looking for some movement on the inside here. He's going to get a little bit of wall, and he stabs one, and then goes on to a cutback, and then we'll be looking for a chance to go through to the inside. And so Logan Nicol there, that'll be the first blood drawn in this heat, and the other surfers are now sitting out in the lineup to see if they can back. So they'll be waiting for a score on that. So this is our first chance to see points being scored today. And there's Logan Nicol, we can see. So he does a bit of work to get through to this inside section. Goes for a speed projection turn there, then whaps it right round. And then one more and gets out. So there wasn't any lip line surfing in the first instance then. But that'll be a couple of points. Now, yesterday, I'm joined by Rob Blythe.
Borodar,
Rob. Oh, and then up and riding, we've got another surfer here now. I think that is Luke Dillon in the yellow. Luke tracks back towards the inside, throws a bit of spray. Or this could be Max Bennett from our distance. We're not completely sure what colour that is, but we'll see. So let's have a look at Max Bennett there. And he was, I think this was Max Bennett. Let's have a look. So we get one backhand turn, a little bit of work to get back down the face. This one doesn't yield as much wall as the wave that Logan had, but then he gets a good crack on the inside there. Again, though, face surfing at the moment. So both of these surfers, all of the surfers in the heat will be looking for lip, for opportunities to hit the lip. And yesterday then, I started introducing Rob Blythe. Yesterday, we saw, Rob, that the judges were quite happy for surfers to we called it backloading their points into the sort of final few sections of a wave, and Logan did that there. Logan. So that traditional idea that we're supposed to be smacking the first bit of lip that we can find, if smack is the right word. We also talked about aggression not necessarily being needed on some of these precise walls, but as so do you think the judges are going to be the same this morning? Because we're on a different peak today, and there probably is going to be more opportunities for that first manoeuvre. What do you reckon, Robbo?
Yeah, good morning, Tom.
Good morning.
We are on a different peak, and we have very different conditions first thing this morning. I'm sure the wind may well pick up later, but for now, our surfers are on the point, and as you mentioned, there is definitely opportunity to get that one big first turn in right at the start of their ride. So perhaps we will see a slightly different approach taken by the judges in their scoring. That remains to be seen. The first of blue, Logan Nickel, has dropped at a 4.33. So we saw, as you said, Logan backloading that wave, and I think that
seems about right to me.
Yeah, I think it's a cautious first score as we see up and riding. Now this appears to be
Logan again.
Blue. It's Logan Nickel up on a lovely looking right hander.
Oh, yeah.
So he's whipped back into the pocket there, Tom. That trademark wraparound kind of
and then
hook
he's going
in
to do a bit of work
from,
to get through onto the inside.
from Logan.
Yeah.
So Logan really uses his arms an awful lot, doesn't he? He's got right in the pocket, and hopefully we'll see a replay of that.
Yeah, we will. And yeah, so we get the wider angle on that, and then in we come. So a drawn out front side turn, and then that turn there really pushes a bit of spray and staying tight to the lip. Then another one of these large face hacks that he does. So yeah, it's a great start there for Logan. And
so Logan is obviously one of the local lads. Surfs here
Barnaby
all
Cox
the time.
ripped yesterday.
Yeah, we enjoyed watching that one heat with Barnaby.
Longer cutback that time for Barnaby than the ones of Logan, and then he gets a little bit stuck there. So the local advantage does seem to have come into things a little bit there in those first couple of waves, because Logan, it looks, so you look at Barnaby here, the work Barnaby does. So that first turn there, it's a check turn. Then he ends up needing to do a two-stage cutback. So this is going to score lower than Logan's waves. Then that, we've seen Logan stick that turn this morning. But that turn from Barnaby, he just ends up in the too far out onto the shoulder of the wave. And as a result, comes undone. So it's going to be first blood here to Logan Nickel out of everybody in the water, isn't it?
Certainly is, yeah. I think that familiarity with the wave, I mean, come down here on any given day in these conditions and you'll find Logan out there. So he surfed these conditions here at Llantwit thousands of times, or hundreds if not thousands of times, and like you're saying, it's showing so far, Tom, with another score about to drop for Logan, and I think it's going to be at least on par with his first wave.
I think so. I think his second wave will get a higher score, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
So 4.33 for the first. I think the next one starts with a 5. Let's see. It was Luke Dillon who rode that relatively soft left, the emphasis on relatively, because it was still good surfing, but compared to what we've seen going on the rights, it was a relatively soft left.
Something worth pointing out and is quite interesting is the speed at which Logan's managed to get back into the lineup as we see up and riding now. This is yellow again, I believe. Luke Dillon.
Yeah, Luke Dillon.
So he's getting to work on a left.
He needs to be going right, I think, from the looks of things.
Yeah, well,
he?
I think, do you know what? I've keeping an eye on it from under the dry of the gazebo. I did actually see a few lefts coming in as these boys paddled out. But
so it's a decent sized wave when Dillon picks it up. Look. So it's overhead there at the start, but that left just bowls off. Not quite as tapered as the right, is it? So it bowls off.
And you know what? It's at this stage of tide as well. You have to have a kind of a counter-intuitive approach.
Oh,
so
look at that right there.
The waves that look like they're going to stand up are often not the ones that don't.
So those lefts, it's that left there that we just see empty when the bowl section comes across at you as a wedge that you want to be catching, isn't it?
Absolutely.
You don't want to be catching lefts that look like they've got an open shoulder. You want lefts that almost look like they're bending in to close out.
And they'll provide you with that extra kind of inside section that Luke Dillon's waves have lacked thus far. The rights, of course, providing the best scoring opportunity so far, as we see a 4.67 drop for second of blue. So Logan
yeah, so the
Nicol is
judges,
now
they're holding something back, but they have made it his best wave.
He's leapfrogged Bennett to jump into first. So the situation as it stands, we're still waiting for that second wave of Luke Dillon to drop, and it does drop, and indeed it does change the situation. So at the minute we've got Barnaby Cox, surfer in red, sitting in fourth, but remember he's only had one wave, and we saw this in his heat yesterday. He held onto that one wave right until the very end of the heat and got one in the last.
I think there was something like 3 minutes remaining, wasn't there, when he rode his second score.
So yes,
it's difficult to be in a heat against someone who is going to do that so well, isn't it? Because you sort of end up with
you're on edge the whole time, aren't you?
You are on edge, yeah. And famous quote from the movies, John Cleese.
As we see surfer, I think it was red having a little look.
John Cleese, right? You remember the movie Clockwise? You ever seen that?
I love Clockwise.
Clockwise. John Cleese says in that. He says he's talking about failing to reach his destination. He says the failure, I can stand that. It's the hope that gets you.
Yes.
And this is the problem now, right? With these surfers who do, if you're brave enough and you're a good enough surfer to take, we saw Alice Barton do it yesterday as well, to take that super slow, careful strategy where you just get on 2 set waves and that's it. Your opponents end up with hope. And then when they see you catch that second ride and slam the door, it's the hope that gets you.
Isn't the hope that makes everything so sweet as well? When it's from a sporting context,
yeah.
Supporting your team that never quite managed to reach that final.
Yeah, and that would have been the experience yesterday for I think it was the young Irish girl, wasn't it? That she had a lead over Alice Barton for 30 seconds, didn't she? And then yesterday, those guys with the lead over Barnaby Cox, I think it was, if I remember right, was it Liam Murray Strout?
Yes.
And was it Craig Bright? I don't recall exactly.
I don't think Craig was in. I don't think Craig was there at any point, in fairness, but
was it
certainly Liam.
You have a total of 9.
So we've got up and riding here Luke Dillon, and he is taking 3 waves to learn that the lefts he is choosing are the wrong ones. I'm sure. Well, he's only got 7.5 minutes left
So
now.
it looks like our surfer in white here, Max Bennett, making his way across a nice looking right hand. He took that from quite a long way to
this
west
has
of the peak.
So far been the Logan Nicol show, hasn't it? And I mean, he is surfing. Probably. Do you think this is the break that? I mean, obviously he surfs Rest Bay all the time because he works there. But Rest Bay is a beach break. Out of all the point breaks in the world, this would be the one Logan Nicol knows best, wouldn't it?
Oh, certainly, yeah. You rarely have a wave at Llantwit without a Logan on it.
It's the nearest wave to his house, with the exception of one or two secret spots. Yeah, it's the nearest regularly breaking wave to his house. There is actually a secret spot very near Logan Nicol's house, which I've surfed with Logan Nicol's dad when Logan Nicol was about 3 months old, in the snow. You've just whispered the name of the spot correctly to me, Rob. I wrote about it in Grey Skies, Green Waves, and people often send me a message asking me where it is.
The first time I surfed that, it was like it just resembled a giant whirlpool.
Yeah. Oh, it's an incredible spot. So I'm going to describe this spot by Logan's house. There's a little island, or someone taking off behind the peak there.
Hang on now.
What, am I giving too much?
Yeah.
A little island. It's called Barry Island.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Barry Island.
I thought you were going to something else.
Yeah, no, but it is. Well, will I be allowed
Barry's
to say?
Island.
Am I allowed to say if it's left or right of Barry Island?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Anyway, what happens is there's a feature in the coastline, and when the tide comes in and it pours around this feature, it causes a surf spot to come to life for 30 minutes.
If you can't think of if you need to be vague, call it a factor.
It's a significant factor, and so it's almost a tidal surf spot.
Here's Luke Dillon up and riding on another left. He's sticking with his game plan. And this one actually has a bit more wall on it.
Yeah.
So he's put together 2 or 3 turns here and...
falls on the inside.
We'll look to replay that.
Yeah. Dillon had... he went on that run in the Worlds, didn't he? And Yeah, we see that. So it does a bit of work
So
to come across
the
here.
score drops on it as well. So the wave you're watching now on the
We're going
replay
to score quickly.
came in at a 6.17,
I think that was the wave before for Dylan on the replay then. So
propels him into first.
yeah, deservingly so.
I'm interested by that score. 6.17 is the biggest score of the heat so far,
Yeah.
despite coming unstuck on the end section. Now,
Big blasts.
big
Shows the judges want you to hit the
blasts.
first
I
section.
wouldn't say they're any bigger than the one turn of blue on the right. There were more
Wouldn't you?
turns, certainly.
I think the
But-
backhand, though, allows you to get
Here
so
comes
tight.
the man in blue. He's currently in second with a
And now
huge
that.
wrap into the pocket. He's in a bottom turn here and look for the lip and finds it.
That's my favourite 2 turns of the heat so far.
He comes round
Oh,
again.
this is
Big
good. That's great.
displacement,
surfing.
and it wasn't a no-claim claim. It was a full claim claim
It was a full claim.
from Logan Nicole.
Do you think he needed the claim there? Because we were already calling that.
Do you know what? Knowing Logan, I don't think that was for anyone's benefit except his own. He's purely stoked as we see Surfer in red. This is Barnaby Cox up and riding on a nice-looking right-hander.
He's fallen off Barnaby Cox. This
Again,
is the
he's-
replay of Nickel here that we've got, and it is a beautiful wave. I mean, that surely the wave of the heat. And we did see during that replay Cox with an in and out. He fell off. So it was no major drama.
What I think happened to Barnaby, he actually had a really nice turn at the beginning of that wave,
Yeah.
but he kind of overextended on the cutback, which, of course,
Yeah.
kind of a flat section of the wave, and he just ran out of speed and obviously came
Dylan's backhand, Rob, is in vogue at the moment. I
Yeah,
don't know
like
if you saw
I-
any of his heats at Huntington. He beat Shun Murakami, who, the Japanese surfer. Now, Shun Murakami, I'm going to go on a quick segue here, right? Qualified for the Olympics before COVID, then had to wait a whole year to find out that his provisional qualification was not an actual qualification when Hiroto Ohara beat him in a head-to-head in the last heat of the Worlds. So I reckon Murakami is the most nailed-on Olympian there is, because Japan have now won that extra slot. They've got a wild card. I think they'll give that wild card to Shun Murakami, because you've got to assume Igarashi qualifies through the CT, just on account. If Igarashi paddles out at Pipeline, he's qualified for the Olympics, because he's the only Japanese guy on the CT. So Shun Murakami in Huntington Beach did an enormous frontside rotation, but did not beat Luke Dillon's backhand. And here we go in the haze there. That's Luke Dillon on his backhand again, and this time he gets the feedback loop going, and this time he does manage to stick that inside
Now that
backhand
was
maneuver there.
a much better wave for my money than his first. That
Little bit blurry on the takeoff here, but we can see the damage being done. So further up the point this time, gets that first section, smooth flow here, and then that. So that's the wave of the heat
a long
now.
wave, but there's no nonsense in between the two.
Which of those two, Logan's or Luke's, is your top wave then? 6.43 for Logan for that last one.
I preferred Logan's. However, I recognise that the
Luke's backhand is in vogue.
fluidity, the fluidity of Dylan's surfing on that left as well. There was no in between. It was 3 turns with length.
They've
of flow,
gone
isn't
under.
it?
They've gone under for Dylan.
That surprises me.
I like it. I like it as a
Ish,
decision.
I mean, what do I know? But that does surprise
and
me.
in and out for Barnaby Cox.
I question what the judges are looking for. We'll have to ask at some point.
And Max Bennett, he's up and going, and he's got a nice little wave here. There's a chance to do some work on it, but it's gone a bit wrong for him. Logan looks to go left. I don't know whether that was keeping someone off one or not. I would imagine there's a minute left now, so this is actually quite exciting here. Barnaby Cox, he's going to end up against it here. He needs a 6.7 now to try and go through. And Max Bennett needs a 7.77 and will have just lost priority. Barnaby Cox is in. Now, where do we get our priorities for here? We don't yet have up to date. No, here we go. Up and
Here he is,
riding. This is
Barnaby.
him. Oh, going left for 6.77. Big closeout turn, and he doesn't make it. So that's going to be it. It's going to be Dylan and Nickel advancing from this first one. I can't see any situation now with 30 seconds remaining through which the other two are
Who are
going to get
both on
back
the
out there.
inside.
Yeah. So Luke Dillon's backhand. Shun Murakami's frontside rotation was no match for Luke Dillon's backhand, and he took Shun Murakami down, and I forget who the other in his heat was, but it was he took 2 world-class surfers down in that one heat in the Worlds, and it was a sort of the zenith of the backhand blasts in that contest. After that, the waves deteriorated, and there was never again anyone on the backhand that made Barton Lynch as excited as Luke Dillon. And that is out of everyone in the world.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. I think you started a sentence and you were going to say something along the lines of surfing on your backhand allows you to really accentuate the turns more than perhaps on your forehand and sell the idea of the turn to the judges. You can displace a lot of water on your backhand, and also you get that full effect of the pendulum arms, don't you?
Yeah, I don't think you need, as Logan coming in, I don't think you need to do as much work on the form of your turn. And so actually to that end, we've seen Logan Nicol get rewarded for putting work into the form of his turns, the style, and the way that he was pulling those turns round.
Confirmation, Tom, of our first two finalists in the men's side of the draw, Luke Dillon
and Logan Nicol. So,
now I'm interested by this heat. We've got 4 excellent surfers. Obviously, it's the semi-final of the British Cup.
Norman's got to be the favourite, hasn't he? The defending champion.
Yesterday, we were joined in the booth by Mark Vaughan, who's just arrived again today, and we saw Craig McLaughlin absolutely take apart a wave on the left-hand side. We'll see how he fares out here on the point, but I am a fan of McLaughlin. I'm a McLaughlin fan.
Same here. Yeah.
I saw him at the board. Well, we
watched him right the way through.
He
was in the final of the Boardmasters.
He was in the final of the juniors side of the draw, and
that's what I meant.
I really enjoyed chatting to him afterwards and hearing not only his insight, but how humble and gracious he was. He was happy to be there, but he put on an absolute display, as we see. Craig McLaughlin, is it not? Or is it
I think that's
yellow?
Stanley Norman.
I beg your pardon.
So he ends up in the wrong part of the lineup early on. Easily done. We just saw everybody other than Logan Nicol do that in the last heat.
We've got an incoming tide. It's about mid-tide now, just gone maybe. And the surface is still quite away from us, Tom, so we are going to make the odd wrong call for a second. Fortunately, we can see clearly on our screens as we see surfer in red. This is Tom Hook of the Channel Islands up and riding, cuts back into the white water and hops off the back of that one. That will not feature in his 2 top scoring waves coming the end of this heat. As it stands, we are blessed with rather clean conditions, not much wind. Was this forecast, Forney?
Good morning, Tom. Good morning, Rob. Hope you are fit and well this morning, and good morning to all our viewers. Forecast. Oh, wow. It's been giving me headaches and sleepless nights for a week, if not more.
Good, I'm glad.
Yeah, and I am not joking when I say I did not sleep at all on Friday night for running through all the scenarios of how we were trying to complete this event. But here we are. We've come to a morning of very, very fun-looking conditions.
We've got someone on the backhand here now. I think this is Stanley Norman, and he is getting very agitated there. A lot of movement, a lot of action. I think that'll be a score.
And we got red out the back, is that?
Yeah, it is. A drawn out couple of turns. Tom Hook was ripping yesterday for Jersey in the heat with all 3 of the Jersey surfers, and Hook lands a close-out manoeuvre of some kind there. Now that we're going to get a little look at that again. We only saw it from a distance, but I think that Tom Hook. Can we go so far as to what can we call this manoeuvre? I don't know. Am I gonna get too excited if I say tail slide or aerial here? Let's have a look.
Bit of a fin waft, I think, or just off the.
Waft, and then this wave falls up again. I like that manoeuvre. I do think it's going to come in under the wave of Norman, just on account of the speed and the aggression shown by Norman.
Don't forget, Tom, judges are looking for that big outside first whack. I didn't quite catch the start of that for Tom, but
drawn out figure of 8 cutback.
No, so
6-5 for Norman. So let's see, and Hook gets. Hey, I like it. Good for you, judges. They've rewarded him. 6.67. So I think that's fair. That's just slight edge to Hook. Big front side roundhouse figure of 8 carve as the opening manoeuvre on that. So that again, they're happy to end load the points on a wave. If you do a big manoeuvre at the end of the wave, these judges will give you a score.
Yeah, I missed the start of that wave, so spot on, judges. Well done.
Well, you can see it again here, Vonnie, if you have a look at that screen by there. Here it is, a drawn out front side carve.
I think there was more before that because he's a long way in then, but still.
And then there was a very small little bit of a whitewater climb.
Bang.
And then that. So
Yeah,
I think
that
the points
finish.
are for that finishing manoeuvre. And McLaughlin with an in-out.
I think look, we're waiting for local boy Nathan Nathan in the blue. Yep. Now here's
He's
a boy
gonna-
with
gonna be having his
plenty of
work
beef
cut
to a
out.
turn. Here we go. I think this is Nathan now.
It
He's
is.
spider left.
And these lefts were
Boosh.
his bread and butter for 2 decades, weren't they? And they still are his bread and butter. Now, Vaughan, I know you'll be ever so slightly green-eyed when you hear me say this, but I'm going to wager that man there, Nathan Phillips, on this occasion, he's only just getting started.
Out the back,
Yeah.
red and white.
Here we go.
Short one for red.
And then white. Now, this is going to be... This is yellow. This is Stanley Norman. So this is going to be a heat lead. We will know who the heat leader is after that wave, yeah.
Yeah, look, flurry of activity there, Tom.
I'm putting out there, Vaughan, that Phillips on those lefts is the best goofy foot surfer of those lefts of all time.
And who would I be to argue with that, Tom?
Yeah,
Look, Nathan Phillips.
You heard that laugh, guys? Beware the green-eyed monster that doth mock the meat it feeds on.
No, look, Nathan Phillips, undoubtedly
This is Stanley Norman.
the most decorated Welsh goofy foot surfer of all time. And there's some young
Come
up
on,
and
Vaughan,
comer.
Vaughan, back
full
yourself.
packed-
You'd like to think that when you walk out of here, we'd be putting your name in that conversation for those front side, for those lefts in free surfing.
Look, Nathan and I have similar styles, and Nathan has a very enviable record. Oh, nice tail waft reverse there from I think that was Stan.
It was on the inside, wasn't it? Just turned around.
Yeah,
and
but
I don't think they'll put that in to his top 2. Robbo thinks they might. We missed it, I think, on the camera, didn't we?
it was like, those fins were out. It was tail high.
Tail high. Yeah, they like tail high.
Inside wave though. They are looking for the out the
Inside
back.
wave. I reckon that Stanley Norman's third wave, the long right that we had the replay of, is his best wave and the best wave of the heat. It'll go in above Tom Hook. Tom Hook is now up and riding again, so he's going to be trying to stake a claim for a finals berth here. And this right just keeps on going
Out the
for
back.
Tom Hook. And out the back, getting closed out. Going left, it is McLaughlin. That's a huge first turn. And now the camera catches him, and then a close-out turn.
Out the back even more.
And McLaughlin's wave is reforming. Phillips, work cut out. Everyone else is ripping. So Phillips is, with 30 minutes remaining, Phillips is going to need to go to a 2-wave strategy for this heat, I think, and use his priority as wisely as he can. We're going to get some scores to drop. My prediction is that Stanley Norman's going to get the highest score of the heat, in my opinion there. But Hook is going to further solidify his position, and then McLaughlin's going to get his best score. So there's plenty going on here.
Lots for the judges to consider there, Tom.
The whirring beach ball is whirring away on our screens. That means that judges are having a think.
And we got
The cogs
Nathan
are
up again.
ticking. Here he goes.
Boosh.
Now that's a nice turn for Nathan, and gets on the front side, looking for the inside here. Hasn't yet found enough wall to really show us what he can do.
Yeah, look, there's a little tactic he's playing in this heat. I know what it is. And I think you'll see him maybe turn to the backhand after those two lefts.
For his wave in, yeah?
Yeah, it's a long paddle back
It's
after
a long
those
paddle
rides.
back, you're right.
But just going back to Nathan there for a second, while there's a little lull in activity, Tom, is that, I believe Nathan is probably the last British surfer to compete at a pipe event.
Wow.
The
Monster Energy.
I think it was the Hick potentially, or the.
It's
the one. It was a QS.
It's the February
Yes.
March pipeline QS.
Yeah.
When it was, and it's probably not that far off. A decade ago now, was it?
Oh, a bit longer than that, possibly
Really?
15 years.
Yeah.
Please, somebody correct me otherwise online. But that's some record. He was under the Jedi Master, which is Richie Sills, South Africa Charger. And
that was when I saw it. There was also a picture of him in one of the surf mags going in the water on Chris Ward's board, I remember.
Yeah.
Judges haven't liked those last couple of waves of Norman, or have they got
ooh, here we go.
5.83. So they think that Norman's second wave is his best so far, rather than his third. And then we've got just a 0.63 for the air. So they've decided it wasn't landed. Oh no, 5.27 for the air. So I didn't see the air. 5.27. I mean, it shows the guy's potential, though, that he can pick up 5.27, albeit a throwaway, but that he can pick that up on the inside section while paddling back out.
It was a very technical air with plenty of height, to be fair, and it was well, and what a nice score to add to your bag at this stage.
Little name drop for you here. I was having a chat with a mate of mine, Brad Gerlach, and he was telling me. I asked him about this word dangerous. I said, that commentators often talk about surfers as dangerous. And I challenged Brad by saying that I think it's a bit of an anti-Brazilian word. They talk about the Brazilians as being dangerous in that they're the danger of everyone being unhappy because the wrong guy won. Look out for Adriano. He's dangerous. He might ruin the story that us Aussies and Americans want to write. And Gerlach completely disagreed with me. And after setting me right, I agree with him. He said that he uses the word dangerous to refer to a surfer who is capable of posting a score without priority and in the wrong part of the lineup. And that's what he says, Felipe Toledo, De Souza, these people, that's why they're called dangerous. So by Brad Gerlach's definition, Stanley Norman has just shown himself to be dangerous.
That was a very long-winded explanation of dangerous, Tom, but yeah, we'll take your Brad Gerlach's viewpoint.
The invoice is in the post. That's what we're paid to do, is to be long-winded.
Goodness me.
It saves all of those guys in breakfast land from having to talk themselves.
Well, let's concentrate on what's going on here a second. We've got a real heat on our hands. Stanley and Tom have, set a real solid scores there. And Nathan is not out of this. And whilst he needs a fairly significant score of a 7.27, I know what his tactic is here, and I think we're going to see him go to the backhand. And I think with Nathan on his backhand, prepare for some water being moved. But maybe a little bit of local bias there for me. But and Craig, he's having one of those heats where things aren't falling his way. And I'd really, really, really like to see this guy final, just because I think it would be a fantastic achievement, but just on his surfing yesterday, I really, really enjoyed it. But just going back to Nathan there on the pipe thing. I mean, some 15 years ago, and I'd say don't think there's been another British surfer to have competed, and it wasn't small pipe either.
No,
I remember him telling me he was very nervous.
So Stan Norman on the backhand here,
that's an in and outer
with a quick in and out. I think that Vorney is trying to get me to invite him to talk about his own pipeline experiences.
And that's
I know when Mark Vaughan's trying to get me to invite him to tell a story.
That's not a story I need to tell right now, because we have the British Cup men's semi-final in the water, and the purpose of me joining the booth quickly while we watch. Ooh, here we are, up and riding.
Here goes McLaughlin,
Boom.
Bit of power. Gets a bit stuck on that second turn though, and Phillips behind, still on the lefts.
We got a section here.
Oh, Phillips is starting to push the fins around a bit there now, so he probably does need to change the strategy up. We'll have a little look at this wave of McLaughlin. We got Phillips in the background.
Yeah, so purpose of me joining the booth this morning, Rob and the mic off Rob, literally. Two Robs in the same sentence. Had.
Here we go. So McLaughlin gets a bit of work done on the inside on that one, doesn't he? That'll be a score. It's not going to be a 7.47.
Ooh, hammer blow from Tom Hook there. Interesting. Yeah, so purpose of me joining the booth very quickly is just to update our viewers on the running order. Ladies and gentlemen, and all our viewers, wherever you may be, we welcome you to Llantwit Major this morning. Excellent competitive conditions, clean conditions. A little bit of rain this morning. Forecast to go sunny this afternoon. We hope the swell hangs around. We are going to go straight into the women's semi-final, followed by the the men's final, followed by the women's final before we hit the junior categories. Purpose of that, Tom? Maximise the best conditions for our surfers.
Yeah, sensible.
Early start for our viewers, even earlier start for our officials and competitors, but we want to see these guys and girls in the best surf we can possibly offer, and we believe that to be this morning. So enjoy your cereal, enjoy your toast, enjoy your fruit, your coffee, your latte, your espresso, your cup of tea.
And who was it you said was long-winded?
Well, this is the big one, guys. It's the morning of the finals.
I've been practicing a line all night. I was going to ask Tom what it is the morning of, and now it's ruined, blown.
Yeah. And what are you eating? Cereal? Do you like it?
I'm very sorry. The blow-in comes into the commentary box, robs the mic from the main commentators, and takes the.
I've forgotten it.
Rob's giving me a dig in the arm here.
For the benefit of the viewer / listener, Rob is making some pointed off mic comments towards Vaughan here, which you can probably only just pick up in the background.
Well, I'm going to hand the mic back to Rob, who's been doing an excellent job, especially at this stage of the event. Only one thing, if anyone's found a Mercedes van key with a yellow tag on it last night, that's mine. Might be outside the White Hart or the White Lion. So, yeah.
See, look at this. He comes in, he's in the booth for 5 minutes. He manages to tell us he's surfed Pipeline and that he owns a Mercedes. So there we go.
It's the Works My Post van.
It's the Works fan, is it? It's the Works fan. There we go.
Cheers, Vaughan.
Well, thank you very much for your time there, Vaughnie. I would describe Mark Vaughan's visit to the booth then as an intervention, wouldn't you, Rob? Oh, and breathe.
We managed to find out that he surfed Pipeline, he owns a Mercedes, and he'd been to the 2 pubs last night after leaving the beach at about 8 o'clock.
That might describe the ever so slight fragrance
Here we go.
that he brought with him.
Action in the water, surfers in
Norman.
yellow
Oh, we're
and
going to see
red
the air
up
here.
and
Here we
riding.
go. Oh,
I
he
think
doesn't
not,
have
but
enough
on
section.
Further to the east, Tom, surfer in red. This is Tom Hook getting really busy on a nice looking right-hander. This one opened up much more than his other waves thus far, and it's allowing him to make it right through to the inside. Now, I'm not sure, because we had 2 surfs up, whether we'll have a replay of this wave, and it's a long one, so we might not even get the beginning of this wave, but I can tell you, he got to work out the back. He is sitting on a 6.67 and a 5.27.
Oh, here goes Phillips. Now there's a chance for some spray, and he throws some, but he doesn't have a section. So
I
again,
love that first turn of Nate's.
yeah, he's not getting those inside
This is gonna
sections though.
reform.
He's going to need to do something different at the moment.
Out the back is Craig McLaughlin. He's looking for a 6.71. A lovely opening manoeuvre. Lip line turn. Up again.
Nice.
This wave racing off ahead of him. He's doing really well to keep up with it, in fairness.
The Scots are
Putting
cheering.
together 3 really nice manoeuvres, and he'll find a bit of open face to cut
The
back on.
Scots
Perhaps,
are
but not.
yelling.
He kicks out.
Only needs 5.66.
Right. I think that the last of Tom
take
Hook
the
is
lead.
going to replace his 5.27 and make Craig McLaughlin's requirement even
Higher.
bigger.
Yeah.
However, I think McLaughlin is going to certainly replace his lowest scoring 4.47. I think he's going to replace his 5.23.
Well, he'll have to
well.
replace the 5.23 to stand to stand any chance of
So it looks, Tom, that the judges
shortening the requirement.
didn't like Tom Hook's wave as much, and so he has not extended his requirement.
Right.
In fact, it came in at 3.53.
Yeah,
so,
3.53.
The
Okay.
judges being very conservative with their scoring there. So we'll wait to see what McLaughlin scores, what Nathan Phillips scores. I think Stanley Norman's wave will be quite a small score compared to his others, so we can discount that one. I'm interested by McLaughlin's score.
Yeah. Well, we all are. It's not going to be 6.71,
Oh,
but if it goes
what's
in
happened here?
above.
So we're seeing a slight
No, it's just the
I see,
the
it's the
computer
computer.
adjusting it. It looked for a nanosecond like they'd given Phillips an interference, so that's just someone pressed the wrong button. We'd have known about it if there had been an interference. No interferences in this event yet, actually. So Stanley Norman doesn't change his top 2 with his last wave.
The last wave still yet to come. That was for that 4.03 was for the left a little while ago.
Oh, okay, so we're still waiting for the right of Stanley Norman to come in. Now Rob and I are seeing scores drop for surfers slightly ahead of the scoreboard being updated on your screen. My apologies for that. We did discuss yesterday that it had to do with the length of extra cable that the scores to the screen have got to run through. They got to go for a quick jaunt to Houston and back. But as we come down to 1 minute and 40, we're going to try our best to get you a situation here. McLaughlin, the surfer that needs a score, is probably not going to get 6.7 on a wave that he's ridden.
Well, you can tell the judges are having a good old think about
Well,
it.
it's because if it goes in above his 5.23, it'll shorten the requirement, won't it? I think it would be, to give it 6.7 would be, they've given it an 8.
It looked good to me.
Goodness me.
I'm very impressed. He
And
takes the lead.
Scots are yelling and cheering.
Good stuff.
I love being absolutely miles out of kilter from what the judges are thinking. It reminds me of my human fallibility, Rob.
I think, Tom, they gave him the score.
You knew
it was a slightly bigger wave. I said it was
an excellent
It was
score.
a difficult wave to keep up with, and he was right in the critical section each time.
So do you
As
know,
the lip was cascading down, he was there tapping it.
So what this is showing us is that while the judges will happily throw you 4s, 5s, 6s if you do your surfing on the inside, if you get one and you do 3 blasts in a row, and they're all in the lip and they're outside, then they put you on a different scale to everybody else, don't they? And that's what's happened to McLaughlin there. So it's a good feedback loop for us, for the judges. And Norman now looking to try. Well, who would have thought that after the way he started this heat, he'd be playing defence to finish the heat off? But he's trying to keep Hook and Phillips away.
Wow.
Phillips and Hook both need a big score now. Well, Hook actually 5.66, but we're counting out. It's not going to happen. So the finalists are Dylan, Nicol, Norman, McLaughlin.
How exciting!
3 of those 4 will be going to the ISAs if. Now there is a big if. That is if is Phillips coming in. It finally goes right. That is if the selection is solely on this contest. There is a surfer who arguably is in the conversation for the Worlds who's not here today. Patrick Langton Dark. So if you're McLaughlin, Norman, Dylan or Nicol, you need to be thinking that top 2 in that final is making your case for the Worlds, don't you? Because the likelihood remains that Langton Dark, if he holds the sort of WQS ranking that he's currently got, would be able to make a case for being in the British team as well. We await, of course, news from Portugal, from Ribeira de Ilhas, as to whether or not Langton Dark has a slot. So we're going to change categories shortly. If you hold by, we'll have an important message from an important supporter of British surfing, and then more surfing to follow. Okay, so we're going to be going into the ladies, I believe, because that was the 2 semi-finals of the men. And as we go into that, we will be seeing first of all Charlotte Mully, Kate David, Alice Barton and Joanne Dennison. So a stacked heat already as we come into the next round. Semi-finals of the ladies. In the second one then it'll be Emily Williams, Lola Mitchell, Lucy Campbell and Victoria Farmer. I don't know which of those 2 heats a surfer would. Yeah, let's have a look at both of them stacked. And here we are, we're underway then. So Charlotte Mully, she's sitting in the red. We've been really impressed by Charlotte Mully's surfing yesterday throughout the day. This is the first event where I've seen Charlotte Mully surf. Rob, we got Kate David from Wales, and then we got Alice Barton and Jo Dennison. It's an interesting one, this, because it's 2 English, 2 Welsh in terms of team allegiance. But Alice Barton is from Langland.
She is.
And so surfing for England, hailing from Wales. And I'm a big fan of Alice Barton's surfing. I think that Alice Barton is an excellent prospect for British surfing, and you know what? She's an excellent prospect. Excellent prospect for British surfing. Excellent prospect for English surfing. Excellent prospect for Welsh surfing. An example of how each of those home nations will all have a slice of the credit in raising, nurturing, and training Alice. She's sitting at 9th on the European QS at the moment, whilst still a junior, and she is the European junior champion. So a very, very decorated surfer. But to hear her talk, very humble, feet on the ground, very driven. and so far has been doing exactly what's needed to be done to carry on progressing. Joe Dennison surfed well yesterday too, and Kate David got through late in a heat, so up and riding Charlotte Mully with a start. She's going to have a tough section to get a turn into here because it's bigger, and she does manage it, and if she rides out of that one, which she does successfully do, that is a great start to the heat first. That's a great start to the heat. Now, I was watching that wave then, Charlotte Mully, and I was thinking that it was going to be hard to come off a smaller wave onto a big section. But Mully, we talked yesterday about how her power comes from this really acute knack for timing. And we saw it on that first wave. It's unlikely to be the highest scoring wave of the heat by the end of the heat because it was just one manoeuvre, but I think that's going to start off with a pretty big score.
Here we go.
And then up and riding, this is Barton, and that big first frontside hack there. A slightly more drawn out cut back. She ejects. She knows that it's a long paddle back. So Barton just looking to get a couple of points on the board to start things off. So we wait for those scores to drop. Mully, I would wager. Ooh, I'm gonna be really brave. I'm gonna put Mully in around the 4 range. And then I'm probably going to put Barton. Ooh, is it? Well, that's going to be an interesting comparison then, isn't it? So we've got Barton's score first, actually, 4.17. So that means that there's one last judge having a think about Mully. Which of those two is the highest score? Mully, I think Mully's is because it's a close-out re-entry on a hard incoming section. But Barton had open face, was travelling faster, and put a more stylish arc into that first turn. So this is going to be really interesting to watch. So the judges dropped the first of Barton. You haven't yet got it on your score sheets, but it was a 4.17. So it'll be on the... I think there's about a 45-second lag for the scoreboard on the TV. So Barton's opening score, 4.17. Mully's, we're going to learn about in the last heat. I suppose if we run that feedback loop to the judges in the last heat, they liked, or in the first heat, they really liked Logan Nichols' open face surfing on those rights, didn't they? And those really drawn out. And here it comes. Yeah. Oh, it's relieving to be right again.
You're spot on.
5.67. So they've put Mully a 1.5 over Barton.
I was hesitant to call that. But
Exactly.
That's the right call for sure.
Exactly a 1.5 over Barton. And so we spent a few heats just figuring out what the judges are looking for. And then the big thing we learned from the score given to McLaughlin in semi-final 2 is that a surfer who picks off a proper lip line out back and gets their first 2 or 3 manoeuvres in on a big piece of lip line will get the highest score of the wave. And you will be you'll have to persuade the judges not to give you an 8 after those 3 turns. Finding a wave that allows you to do that is a challenge out here, though, because a lot of them do bowl. Mully just has a quick look on the backhand. We haven't got priority on our screens at the moment. I just see now Craig McLaughlin coming in from the beach just then, just dropped his surfboard on the floor, on the concrete. And I reckon he's checking the nose. I reckon he'll be visiting his ding repairer when he gets back. But he's checking his fins and his tail. They were both okay. It was definitely the nose that ground along. So he's having a big round of applause from the Scots as he comes back in. I doubt you'll have heard that, but I'll narrate what just happened. So McLaughlin comes in from the beach, tries to put his board down, and it slips out of his fingers. Dropped it on the concrete. His board's fine. Might have a bit of a chip on the nose. And then as he walks into the car park, he was given a huge round of applause from... Are they allowed to be called the Tartan Army?
No.
What are they called? What are the Scottish surf fans called, or the Scottish surf team?
Just that.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
And then I'm seeing Tom Hook from Jersey coming back up as well. And
what's the collective noun for Channel Islands fans?
a collective noun for a Channel Islands fan? That's a good question. Do you know, my experience of the Channel Islands, it's interesting to see how their team identity has kind of changed over the years. They're a very, very serious bunch of contenders now. Beautiful place, the Channel Islands. Jersey, Guernsey. Do you know the name of the third sort of slightly inhabitable one? Producer Dodd's whispering in my ear, Alderney. But all right then. And what about the fourth one? There's a fourth one too. And now I have caught the all-knowing producer Dodd out. He doesn't know. I wonder if director Diana knows. No. Oh, there we are. If Vaughan would know if he was in here. Because Vaughan is our resident know-it-all, and unfortunately there's only room for one of us in this booth, and it's me for now. The island I'm speaking of is called Sark. So you've got Jersey, Guernsey, Alderney and Sark. And here we go up in the red. And no ride. And now the blue, Jo Dennison, she engages and a really nice frontside hack but comes off. So Charlotte Mully is going to take advantage of a chance to go right. Now she's going to have a paddle after this, and she decides to kick out, but that's going to put a second score on the board for Mully, and it's going to solidify I'm not going to call this an early heat lead anymore, because we're nearly halfway. So at the halfway point, Mully is going to be holding a lead, but Barton is going in for that strategy as described yesterday, or as we saw yesterday, of pacing the line up, taking her time, choosing her waves. Her first wave, 4.17, that is essentially on sheer ability, because that was a long way short of what Alice Barton is capable of. It was one really nice arcing frontside gouge, followed by a second glance at the lip, which didn't quite go to plan, and then Barton ejected, and here she goes. So taking to the backhand this time, Barton. First turn is a bit of a yank back. There's no lip on this one, but she's going to get some work done, and that'll be interesting to see. Now, I think judges like a length of ride here, and so I think that we'll be seeing Barton post something at least similar, if not slightly above her first wave for that. So that's going to move Mully and Barton both into the range where there is some work to do to catch them. So Mully is going to jump up into the lead with a 3.33 to go on to a 5.67. Heat total of 9. That is not to be sniffed at. And Barton then, and I was right, yeah, just over her first one. So she picks up a 5 for that work that she got done on the inside there. And that leaves Barton actually in the lead now by 0.17. So on the two waves combined, Barton is now the heat leader, and I think that is about right. If you look at the two waves of Barton and Mully, I think it's about right that Barton is just in front, because with Mully on that last right, it was quite an open wave and didn't get as much done. So Jo Dennison certainly has the ability to put a dent in this heat and to catch up, but it is now the running. You do now need 9 points as a heat total, and if you get to 9 points across two waves, that wouldn't actually do it, because if they were two 4.5s, it wouldn't do it, because you'd lose on a count back to the single highest score. So to get into the lead, Dennison or Mully would need 9 points, with one of the waves being a 5.68 or more. And so we've got a temporary visit here from Hugh John as well. And Hugh John is he gestures that he's happy for us to carry on doing the talking here.
Here we go, up and riding.
Jo Dennison stuck behind the section.
Joanne Dennison.
Oh, Hugh John is going to come and have a word.
Pumping away through to the inside. Joe's sticking with this one, Herb. Right through.
Hold the mic nice and close, Herbie.
So I'm not sure that'll stay in Joe's top two come the end of this heat, but she was scratching for any points at all on there. Morning, Herb.
Morning, lads, ladies.
How we doing?
Okay.
What's your take on conditions this morning?
Well, can't complain about the waves.
We can't, as we see surfer in red. This is Charlotte Mully up and riding. So Charlotte's looking for 3.5 to move into first. Wrapping back into the pocket here. This one's going to stand up on the inside again, allowing her at least one more turn. She's kind of pumping away from the power there, hoping to find something on the end of it. I think that could feature. What do we reckon? I think that's going to replace her 3.33. With 2 nice turns on the outside there. We'll leave it to the judges, though. I'm sorry to interrupt you there, Herb.
Oh, no problem. It's just...
Nice conditions, you're saying?
Yeah, well, surf conditions, a little bit damp, keeps the dust down. And visibility is improving. I think the weather's going to improve throughout the day. So I think we could be in for quite a nice day of surfing.
Well, we can see the coast of Somerset now, whereas yesterday, or certainly in the afternoon, we could not. So a slight improvement there. It is drizzly this morning. However, all the old heads in the game are telling me that it's going to clear up later and we're going to be blessed with some glorious South Walian sunshine as we see our surfer in blue. Again, Joanne Dennison up and riding. So Joe made it out the back really, really quickly. Tags the lip, cuts back into the pocket, and she'll look for one last section here to bounce off of, which she finds. And this wave's going to reform, allowing her one final turn that she doesn't really ride out of. So
it's a platform. It's a platform to build on for Dennison.
And I think that's going to be her top scoring wave so far.
It'll be
Joanne is looking for a 6. I don't think it's going to be that.
It's not going to be that, but it's going to leave her with a score with an attainable score to catch.
It's going to reduce her requirement. And there we have it.
I love the style, the way that she gets through these sections here. She keeps her speed, but does fall a bit unlucky with the shape of that shoulder there. And so then I think that the work is done at the end of this wave. It's going to be in the 3 range, I would guess.
3.73, Tom.
Oh, you've got 3.73. Well, that leaves her in striking distance.
5.44 is what she requires.
Yeah. So Charlotte Mully's gone into the lead, hasn't she? And deservingly so. 5.4. So they've put that left that we saw a replay of while you and Herbie were talking in just a fraction of a point behind Charlotte Mully's opening wave. And she's going to catch another one here. So Charlotte Mully is looking really good value for a progression position at the moment. And actually, as things stand, the surfer that Dennison is chasing is actually Alice Barton. And it would be a 5.44 needed for Dennison in the blue to go in front of Barton in the yellow. And Barton is going to do something about that now, or try to at least. So Barton looking to replace a 4.17 here. Really smooth frontside wraparound. And a second one, banks off the foam, lovely. And goes for an element of the layback snap to that one. And on the one behind is Kate David. And she's got a lovely open wall there. Doesn't quite stick the inside turn. So that was Kate David from Wales. And there's a great set coming through now. And on the inside, Joe Dennison. And this time her cutback does come back. And she's going to get a junction section here. And goes up and over it. Lovely. A real stomp there, and there's going to be a bit of a reform. So Dennison is getting some work done. I think 5.44 is not impossible for the last of Dennison there. But it's going to need to be a lot more than 5.44 if this from Alice Barton is more than 4.17, and I think it is. So I think Joe Dennison's going to need more, because this is going to be more than 4.17 from Alice Barton. Really smooth, stylish surfing, and a little bit of a stomp that the judges won't give her a land for there on that one. So they give White's score in first as a 3.07, so that's one they didn't need to do as much thinking about. And then we got 4 minutes remaining. We're going to be having quite a lot going on now. So Dennison is definitely going to be it's going to be her best wave so far. She's currently sitting on a pair of 3s. 3.73 being the highest of those two, so that's hopefully going to end up a backup score for her, and she's going to be going in above that with her last one, and I'm wrong. The judges have put that one as a 2.9 for that last of Dennison. I don't know whether there's another wave still to drop there for Dennison. 2.9. I'm a little bit surprised at that, because I thought that was Dennison's best wave. But the judges, they've got a better view and they know what they're on about, and I suppose they're thinking that the open face on that one, so it was more of a tapered shoulder, a fatter shoulder that Denison did her work on. Now, if Barton gets in above 4.17 when her score drops, then the requirement for Denison is going to go a lot higher than 5.44, and we're going to be seeing a pretty solid 1-2, and Barton does get a 7 for that last wave, which doesn't surprise me in the slightest. So that's amazing. Barton now with a 7 and a 5, and hasn't really done her best surfing yet in this heat, so very promising for what will happen if she does do her best surfing. There's a great set coming through, and it's coming in from the east. So this is one of those big east walls. There we go, the wide angle camera's showing us that. So the left on that, if you can get onto them, those are the highest scoring lefts that you can catch here in Llantwit coming through there. And we're going to see a surfer on one, and it's Denison. So this is a scoring chance now. And she's got to keep her speed going through the inside section here. Now, big whack from Denison. This is going to change things here. Will there be enough time to go back out? And what's she going to do? Does she elect to aim for the inside? Okay, so it doesn't matter.
Back, however, Tom,
Barton.
huge turn for Barton, followed by
Barton.
another.
And so Barton out of that one. So Barton's going to be a runaway heat leader on this one now. And a 4.5 comes in for Mully, which doesn't change things. So Mully, with a big still paddling out after a right-hander. Now Denison, she could afford to ride that wave in as far as she liked, because the rip will always take you back out. So let's look at this from Denison now. And just misses that first chance of manoeuvre, but this more than makes up for it there with the tail waft. And then doesn't matter how far you ride in here, because you're in the rip to get back out. Barton then behind her, going further out into the lead, and an 8.17 for that wave of Alice Barton, and you guys at home only saw the second turn of that. So huge score. Barton is now a runaway heat leader, and Denison was needing a 7.34 then. I'm pretty sure that requirement comes down this time. If that's not 3.73 or more, then I will need a judging course. Let's have a look. Yeah, and so she gets a 4.5. So now she is in striking distance of Charlotte Mully. A 6.57 needed, but there's only a minute. So Denison is going to need... Now, I tell you what...
Well,
I don't know
that rip is...
If she can get through in time, she might want to try and go right.
And there's a set coming.
If Denison... I don't know where she is in the lineup. If she can get through the lineup in time, she can go right. And here we go, Kate David. A lovely right-hander coming through for Kate David. 20 seconds left. And Kate David doesn't quite stick that inside turn, so she's going to get eliminated there. But great surfing for Kate to get to where she got. And here we go up and right in. And it's going to be Barton with a stamp. Well, yeah.
Beautiful turn.
And there is one behind,
Charlotte
and there's
Mully.
10 seconds left. And Charlotte Mully is ripping her way across a right-hander. And still going there. So Mully, I think she's going to improve her situation there. And Denison isn't able to pick a wave out, so it doesn't matter what happened on those other waves.
Well, I think, for what it's worth, that Mully is going to extend her lead.
I think so too. Have a look at this. We missed the first manoeuvre here, but this is really nice surfing from Charlotte Mully. And as I said before, Mully's power comes from her precision and technique, I think. We got producer Dodd visiting us here in the booth briefly. How are the sound levels doing, producer Dodd? And he's
all good, mate. All good.
Yeah.
Surf looks like he's absolutely pumping, and I'm not in there.
So you've decided second morning in a row against going for a surf.
I might go somewhere else for a surf
in
about 10 minutes time now.
There'll be places. Yeah.
But surf's been really good this morning. Surfing's been really good, and I'm really looking forward to seeing the next heat and then the finals.
Great stuff. Who's been standing out for you so far, producer Dodd?
It was nice to see Logan doing well. He did some really nice turns, so all good.
And producer Dodd, of course, no need for impartiality at all. He's worked with Logan plenty on the episodes of Crest. And so he can just be a fan of surfing, because producer Dodd is here doing the technical stuff. We've got director Diana as well. You're going to say a quick
Ooh.
buenos dias, Diana?
Buenos dias.
So have a look at that. So Luke Dillon, one of the finalists. Sorry to interrupt there, Diana. He's got his foot heavily strapped.
Yeah, has, yeah. Yeah, well, he cut it walking out yesterday, didn't he? Or was it walking in?
As we see up and riding, this is Emily Williams. She surfed exceptionally well yesterday, and she's starting off this morning where she left off with a lovely lip line through the opening section of that wave. Cutting back into the foam now. This is going to be a great opening wave for Emily. What a nerve settler, a confidence booster. However, she does now find herself quite far to the east of the lineup, which will mean she's got a very long paddle on her hands. Something that she is no stranger to, however, because Emily surfs here all of the time. So that local knowledge coming into play very early on in this heat. In fact, in the opening minute of this heat, she'll post the first meaningful score. And it comes in at a 4.67. What a way to start. Emily will be pleased with that. I can see her support crowd on the shoreline. They're looking pretty happy with it as well. We're getting a little shout, a little message in from Anne Gallagher in Porthcawl. It is cozy, Anne. Good morning. Cozy. I've just had a message from Andrew Kroll as well, also of Porthcawl, although he's living in London at the minute, and he said it looks moist. It certainly is. A bit drizzly this morning. But it's brightening up. Conditions are very, very surfable indeed. In fact, very fun. Very light winds. Swell has hung around. And that's why, as Mark Vaughan mentioned earlier, we're getting on with the men's and women's divisions this morning, looking to wrap them up in the next hour or so before moving back into the junior divisions, trying to offer everybody the best of the conditions to suit their requirements. Of course, the juniors often being a little bit lighter than our open men's and women's surfers, so they're able to take advantage and make the most of the conditions as the tide comes in. And we move towards the Ledges Peak, which we saw some beautifully groomed waves on yesterday, albeit a little bit smaller. Someone who can't be here today, who was here for much of yesterday, camera in hand, dry robe on shoulders, was the man, the legend that is Phil Williams of Christian Surfers UK. I know Phil would love to be here this morning. In fact, he's just sent me a message saying that he would love to be here and he wishes all the best for the rest of the day. So thanks, Phil. We'd love to have you with us. But he's a very busy man, Tom. A very busy man indeed. I spoke to Phil, one of the stalwarts of the British surfing scene, certainly the British competitive scene, putting on a number of events over the years and throughout this year. He said he's had to arrange, I think it was seven events rearranged this year as we see Surf It in White. This is Lola Mitchell of Scotland. I beg your pardon, this is Surfer in Yellow, Lucy Campbell. We're still quite a way away from the surface, so it's hard to get a clear visual, but this is Lucy Campbell getting very busy on this left-hander, putting together several turns before kicking out on the inside as that wave fades to nothing. She'll use the Llantwit rip to drag her back into the lineup in no time at all. So yeah, Phil has had to rearrange, I think, either 7 or 9 events this year, which, as you can imagine, is a logistical nightmare. Not only do you have to find dates that are free for the contest to be held, but you've got to try and cover all of those events with volunteers, which is no mean feat, let me tell you. In addition to that, Phil has taken on the honour and the responsibility of managing Britain's adaptive surf team. So they're off to Pismo in the central coast of California in October, I believe, which leaves, of course, Phil with not much time to get everything sorted out. Accommodation, transport, as we see up and riding. This is Surfer in Blue, Victoria Farmer, representing England by way of Australia, I should say. Putting together a really nice opening turn before this wave goes a little bit soft on the inside, but Victoria is not letting that stop her. Stringing together a series of powerful turns, again, before using that Llantwit rip to get back out. Now, Victoria was right on the edge of where that rip is an assist, not a hindrance. And we're back onto the replay here, as this is Victoria's wave. Oh, it's Lucy Campbell's wave, I beg your pardon, from just a few moments ago. And you can see Lucy putting all of her energy into that to try and find any speed and any power that she possibly can. As we mentioned, some really nice conditions on offer for our competitors this morning. I know everybody's excited to get out there. And we should see the men's final following the conclusion of this heat, followed very, very closely by the women's final. So loads of exciting action still to come for you this morning before we move back into the junior divisions. Loads of surfing to get through today and loads of surfing for you to enjoy at home. As Set approaches the lineup, we can see in the distance, you perhaps can see it just about on your screens. Maybe not, though. I'm just looking. And the outline of the Somerset coast in the background. We, of course, being quite a long way up the Bristol Channel here at Llantwit Major in South Wales this morning. Quite far up. But what you tend to find here on this heritage, the Vale Heritage Coast here in South Wales, is that although what we lack in consistency, we make up for in the quality of our breaks. Some beautiful reef and point break setups here. And that is why the British Cup is being held here. It's on it comes here on a rotational basis, visiting the home nations, England, Scotland, and going to the Channel Islands before coming back to Wales on a 4-year cycle. Our backup location this weekend was Freshwater West in Pembrokeshire, which, of course, benefits from being much more consistent in terms of swell reception. It faces directly west and is very exposed to those Atlantic swells. Whereas here in Llantwit, we're tucked away up the Bristol Channel, so we do get fairly consistent surf, but we also benefit from those beautiful reef and point break setups that I've already mentioned. A little break in the action here. So the situation as it stands is surfer in white, Lola Mitchell, is in 4th position with just a 0.83 at the minute. So that's an up and down. It won't feature in her top 2 come the end of this heat, I don't think. She's looking for a 4.85 to move into 2nd and to advance into that women's final. In 3rd, we have surfer in red, Emily Williams, sitting on a 4.67, just the one wave, and out the back now, this is Lola Mitchell of Scotland, surfer in white, carving down from the top, back into the pocket there, and out the back we can see surfer in blue, Victoria Farmer getting to work on a right that's going to soften up again and go into that deep water. In 3rd, like I say, is Emily Williams with a 4.67. It's the 3rd highest scoring wave of the heat, but she's got nothing to go with it. So, Emily Williams still very much in contention in this heat, needing just a 1.01 to move into 2nd and, of course, qualify for that all-important women's final. Currently in 2nd is surfer in blue, Victoria Farmer. She's sitting on a 5.67, and we're waiting for a score to drop. Now, she needs only a 1.01 to move into 1st, which she will no doubt have achieved and earned with that last wave. So I'm expecting a situation change. And Lucy Campbell currently in 1st, but I suspect she will soon drop into 2nd when Victoria Farmer's wave is posted by the judges. Last of white, Lola Mitchell, a 3.33. So Lola gets a meaningful score on the board. She now requires just a 2.35 to move into 2nd. But like I say, we are still waiting for that 2nd score of blue to drop. So a situation change is imminent as we see our men's finalists start to gather at the Beach Marshall to get their rash vests for the men's final. Logan Nicol down here nice and early, donning the blue rash vest ahead of doing battle with Luke Dillon, Craig McLaughlin and Stanley Norman. Now, I mentioned that Luke Dillon's foot is heavily strapped. He had a bit of a run-in with one of Llantwit's famed cobbles yesterday and took a big chunk of flesh out the bottom of his foot. We saw him bleeding on the shoreline, actually. It looked sore, and the result is that Luke's left foot, I think it is very heavily strapped. It's taped, it's bandaged, all sorts, which is actually his right foot. I've got an eyeball on it right now. It's heavily strapped. I can see lots of flexi bandage and blue electrical tape on it. That's going to, you'd think, it would certainly impact his surfing, because I can see he's got about 3 of his toes are strapped together. They can't spread apart, which you'd think would hinder him while standing on his board. But Luke is a very talented young man. Plenty of competition experience, so I'm sure he'll do just fine. Here we go. This is the situation change that we anticipated. Last of blue, Victoria Farmer comes in at a 4.70, meaning she now moves into first position. Lucy Campbell, surfing in yellow, sitting on a 6.67, looking to replace a 2.50. She requires a 3.7 to move into first. Currently in third is surfer in red, Emily Williams. Still sitting on just that opening ride, a 4.67. She got going very early in this heat, and we can see a situation happening just there. So Emily Williams had priority. I didn't see who took that wave, but Emily was eyeing it up. And Emily, of course, needs a 4.51 to move into first there. We might see a replay.
Director Diana has captured the evidence. We can have a look at what happens here now. Our information tells us Emily Williams had priority when this
I don't
happened.
think Emily was going to get into that. What do you reckon?
That I think, yeah, it's gonna have to be. It was Lola Mitchell.
I think that's unfortunate.
She was in fourth anyway. That it's absolutely cut and shut. That is, Rob. It doesn't matter.
I couldn't see Emily's paddle very
It doesn't
clearly.
matter what Emily was going to be capable of doing there. That is Emily's wave, and you can argue that she decides against hurting herself there to drop into that wave. She might, you look at it one more time on the replay.
Here we
there.
go. Meanwhile, current
we'll
action.
cut that
This is
replay
surfing
because
blue.
we've got
Victoria
a surfer.
Farmer up and riding on left.
Farmer,
It's going to go
she's
nowhere.
out.
But Emily Williams up on the right-hand side, bottom turning round, hooking in the lip down towards the white water. She's going to extend out onto the face again, looking for this wave to stand up, which it might do on the inside. There's a little wobble ahead of her, giving her an opportunity to cut back into the foam. Emily searching for a 4.51. This one is going all the way through to the inside. Another long paddle coming up for Emily shortly, and I'm not entirely sure that's going to meet the requirement, but it keeps her busy, keeps her warm, and she'll make her way back out into the lineup with a little over 7.5 minutes remaining. Plenty of time for it all to change. Here's the replay.
Good bit of inside work done there for Emily Williams. And yeah, we can see the replay there. Yeah, good surfing. So it's close here now. Emily Williams and Lucy Campbell. It'll be interesting to see, as you said, Rob. She needs a 4.51, and that's going to be close. What's your call? Do you think she gets it or not?
No.
You think no?
I'd like her to get it, but I don't think she will.
Okay.
Oh, reset.
Let's have a look. So you think and there's a long paddle with 7 minutes remaining to come back from there. So there's a lovely looking right-hander coming through here, and see now, Lucy Campbell knows that Victoria Farmer has priority and has to be given the wave. And Farmer
tap there. That's
going.
Lucy Campbell, isn't it? Yeah.
Other way round. Sorry, yeah. Victoria Farmer knew that Lucy Campbell had priority, and so had to let that wave go. And Lucy Campbell absolutely shredding that one. Let's have a look at this. See, Farmer decides to give her the wave, and Campbell, through she goes. Now, producer Dodd has found a competitor for us here, Rob, and this is quite exciting for me because this is the first time that I've met this person. I've been watching her surf all weekend, but I've never seen her at an event before. So I'm literally making. We can go to camera 3, and I'm literally gonna be making an introduction for the first time. Are we up? Yeah. It's Charlotte Mully. How you doing?
Good, thanks.
So we're really pleased to meet you. You've been surfing really well all weekend. So where are you from, Charlotte?
The Gold Coast in Australia.
Oh, okay. And whereabouts on the Gold Coast?
Burleigh.
Burleigh. Oh, right. Yeah, we know it well, don't we, Robbo? Yeah, it's the Paddock Bakery, Govinda's. What's it? The paleo food place. Oh, lovely place. How long have you been over here?
I came over at the start of the year and then back again. So I've been here for about a few days.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Okay. So you're just getting used to the cold then.
Yes.
Yeah,
we just came out of winter in Australia, so.
Yeah, but this would already be colder than the Burleigh winter, wouldn't it? Yeah. What do you get? About 20, 21 degrees?
18.
18 in the water in the winter. Yeah. Okay. Cool.
It's about 20 degrees now.
Oh, and you've made it through to the final, so you've got to be pleased with that. Some great surfing.
Yeah.
And what's your plan for the final now?
Just
Left or right?
Probably both.
But
Hopefully.
yeah, you got a big score on one of the lefts early, didn't you? And then you went to the backhand afterwards.
Yeah. It's pretty fun.
Oh, you don't want to give too much away.
Yeah.
Oh, you do a little wave for the folks back in Burley if they're watching. They probably are they
Hi,
sleeping
Mum.
now? No, they'd be awake,
It's
wouldn't they? Lunchtime.
It's like, well, I don't know, maybe 4 o'clock.
Oh, there we are. Yeah. Hey, Charlotte's mum. How you doing?
Hi, Dad, Mum.
How's it going? Well, thank you very much, Charlotte.
No
Thanks for
worries.
coming in to say hello,
Yeah.
and all the best for the next
Thank
round.
you.
Yeah, thanks. Cool. Good luck with it, Charlotte. Yeah, and Victoria's Australian, isn't she? Where's she from, Charlotte? Do you know? Noosa.
So-
Oh, another Queenslander.
You can see Charlotte's got her eye on the final. Who's getting through is the question as she leaves the booth.
See you,
Good luck.
Charlotte. Thanks for your time. And
So the score
meanwhile,
is in.
what was going on with the surfing?
The score is in for second of red, Emily Williams. As predicted, it wasn't quite enough for 4.07. Emily's still searching for that 5.70.
Right.
Last of yellow, Lucy Campbell came in at a 5.0, which propels her back into the lead.
Yeah.
Meaning the Victoria Farmer surfer in blue is now in second position. She's looking to replace a 4.70. She needs a 6.01 to move into first, but really at this stage in the event, when you're trying to make that final, she's just looking to replace the 4.7 and make
Yeah.
Emily's requirement that much bigger, isn't she?
She is. And we've got a lovely looking peak coming through in the middle here now.
We can see conditions
Oh.
have changed somewhat.
Oh, I want
in
someone
the
to
past hour,
catch
though,
this
haven't
thing.
they?
Yeah, yeah.
It's got a bit fuller. the
fattens
tide.
out. The rip gets less too, doesn't it?
Here we go. Emily Williams on a really nice looking right on the inside. This one's going to stand up in front of her, but
she thinks it's going to...
I think she might be right.
It turns out to be the right decision. Yeah, it hasn't reeled off well. But she's lost priority. So... That's interesting. That's the first. Now I know why I'd never met Charlotte Malley. It's because she's only been in the country for a couple of days. That's really interesting. And Burley heads. So she'll be no stranger to reeling right-handers. Kelly Slater has a house at Burley Heads. Did you know that?
I didn't.
Oh, look at this. Lucy Campbell. Oh.
No, this is Victoria Farmer.
Is this Victoria Farmer, is it? Sorry, it's just Lucy Campbell's been blue for the rest of the contest, hasn't she, so far? So here we go. And a big closeout re-entry.
Emily Williams up and riding in the red at the back, hooking off the lip. Again, that wave not complying.
Not gone to plan
her
there, no.
needs.
She's in increasingly Smith water here, isn't she, Rob?
Smith, indeed.
This is our Llantwit lesson from yesterday. Apparently Smith means hot or cold, doesn't it?
Depending on the intonation.
Depending on the intonation. So you have to basically say it with the intonation that you would have said hot or cold. So this is Lucy Campbell. Now, no, that's not.
This is Lola Mitchell of Scotland. Now Lola, unfortunately, was on the wrong end of an interference call.
But she'll learn.
She will.
And yesterday as well, we watched Lola in the point.
Strong support from the Scots.
some
you can hear them probably.
Some lessons still to learn in priority use yesterday as well. So Lola could have used priority for a blocking manoeuvre yesterday. But so heat strategy is a thing for Lola to think about. But she's going to be back. Look at that on rail. Very young Lola is. It's a great result for her to get to the semi-finals of the British Cup. So she gets a 2.83, but obviously with the backup score eliminated or halved. And here goes Emily Williams again, and this time she finds some rail, and now with only 40 seconds left, she's going to have to go for an inside turn. Does one. She might get the reform here, so it's not beyond the bounds of possibility. She probably needed a reform there, though, I would say, because Blue went further in front with a 6.43. Lucy Campbell, meanwhile, didn't do anything to change her situation. There's a few seconds left.
Now, I'm delighted to say, Tom, I think we have a lot of people watching and listening, a lot of interest in the competition this morning. I'm getting lots of text messages in.
Are we?
Just had a message from a lovely young man by the name of Alistair Frost, who, you might be interested in this, Tom.
Oh, yeah?
It's a delicious non-alcoholic beverage called Pentire that he has created. And I
Pentire.
highly recommend
Where
it.
do I know that name? Oh, it's the name
So
of
it's
the
the
ho-
Pentire Head in
It's
Cornwall.
the name of the
Yeah.
where we stayed, isn't it? Yeah.
Well, exactly. Well, the non-alcoholic spirit that he has created and sells is constructed, I suppose, with lots of ingredients from the coast of Cornwall.
Right.
It's very floral. Drink.
Oh, look at this after the buzzer
It's certainly
from
delicious. Here we go. Oh,
Lucy Campbell. That is, isn't it?
that is making her way in. And now I can say it's the morning of what, Tom?
It's the morning of the final.
Yes. It's also the morning of the quiz, which I'll be doing later.
Another. Oh, no, that's very clever because you even began that with a Q. Because of course Rob is quoting a canonical surf movie there, Kelly Slater in black and white. It's the morning of the final. Are you ready to rock and roll? Oh yes. Actually, it's the morning of the quarterfinal. Is that not the full quote?
It is.
Made by... Oh, was it Brian Taylor? I'm trying to think. Who made Kelly Slater in black and white? Because remember Slater had a manager and everybody thought that he was mad because he had a manager.
How wrong they were.
Should I tell you the other thing that not many people know Kelly Slater had? Well, thing is the wrong word. That Kelly Slater had in the early 90s that not many people know.
First name Robert.
First name Robert. The other thing, the other. Well, I don't know the right word. He had a daughter,
Taylor.
also called Taylor. Yeah. And
Oh, look at this set. To
we're
start
underway
the
with the men's final.
Here we got. Here we have Luke Dillon in red, Stanley Norman in white, Craig McLaughlin of Scotland in yellow, and Logan Nicol of Wales in blue. So, 2 Englishmen, a Scot, and a Welsh walk into a Llantwit lineup.
Yeah.
Who's
Who's going to be the butt of the joke?
That remains to be seen. I'll tell you in 25 minutes.
Yeah.
So we have 25-minute finals now. So 25 minutes of action ahead of us.
25 minutes. Now, what is going to be a challenge during this final is that the conditions are going to change. And they'll change during the heat. So, I think it's a good idea. And look at that wave. It is the wave of the day. And it's going to go through unridden. And all 4 finalists will be kicking themselves
we
there.
talked, Tom, about local knowledge and mentioning the change in conditions now as that tide drags across the reef. I think Logan is going to be well positioned here to take advantage of these conditions.
Rob briefly interrupted there by producer Dodd on a drinks run.
Thanks, Dodd.
What were you saying?
I asked for a coffee.
Oh. Nice. You were talking about local knowledge, yeah.
I think Logan's going to be well positioned, well situated.
It's going to take some beating.
These are the
best 4 surfers of the event in the final here.
Craig McLaughlin, I've thoroughly enjoyed watching.
You could argue that Barnaby Cox can be feeling left out.
I think the Channel Islands surfers will also,
and Tom Hook will be
disappointed not to be here because they've been so great to watch all the way through.
Yeah.
And we've mentioned it several times, but their styles have been.
Tom Hook's young. We're going to see more of him.
We've had a lot of young surfers actually featuring in both the junior and the open events, both in the men and women's side of the draw, haven't we?
Let's talk a little bit about the ISA World Games. Amazingly, it's only just happened. So we're not completely sure with regards to the British ranking. I don't think this heat is automatically ISA World Games qualification if you come in the top 2. Because if the calendar runs, this is a sort of tail end of getting the surfing's annual calendars aligned again from COVID. If next year's British runs, it'll run ahead of the ISA Worlds. And so there will be another chance for ISA Worlds qualification. But were there to be anything that meant that the ISA Worlds were running before there's another British Cup, then it would be three men, 3 women that would go. And so all surfers here are going to be thinking that first and second is going to put you very firmly in the conversation for a trip to the ISA Worlds in what would be, well, it will be under a year's time because the ISA Worlds will likely come back to their springtime slot next year. So the calendar all had a bit of adjusting to do after the Olympics were moved forward a whole year. because the ISA is run on a slightly different rhythm as we go into the Olympics. So there's basically a 4-year cycle now slowly getting into place that all leads towards Olympic qualification. So how a surfer can qualify for the Olympics from this event would be win through, i.e. in the top 2, hold your place in the British rankings to get into the next ISA Worlds team. Then you'd need to be the top European surfer in the ISA Worlds. And then you'd get a place. The more realistic qualification prospect for British surfers would be in another year's time when you go to the ISA Worlds held in the year of the Olympics 2024, springtime. And I do believe that has already been confirmed that it's going to be Surf City, El Salvador. And that then would be all remaining places to countries that haven't yet picked up slots. And so the Olympics do start here for British surfers trying to qualify, but there are further chances down the line. On the 4-year cycle that British surfing has set up, the intention is that the British then rolls around the 4 home nations during that 4-year Olympic cycle. 1 year it's in Wales, that's this year. It goes to the Channel Islands, and then it goes to Scotland, and then it goes to England. And the idea is that Scotland is the year of the Olympics. We'll talk about why in a moment. We get the opening wave of the final, and it's Stanley Norman, the reigning champion, last year's event winner. And he's just getting a bit of work done on the left. And this is going to be a decent start. Kicks out, decides to head back out. And we'll take another little look at that. Where do we think this score is going to go in? Because this is obviously going to be the wave that sets the scale. And 1, 2... So, I mean, I'm counting manoeuvres. 3. And then out. So, a 3 and out. That's an American football term, by the way, a 3 and out. In American football, a 3 and out is a bad thing, but in surfing, 3 and out can be quite a good thing. Do you know what it means in American football?
3 and out. 3 completed passes?
Yeah, well, sort of. No, what it means is, they get 4 downs to gain 10 yards.
No.
Right. You get 4 downs to gain 10 yards. It means that after your first 3 downs, you hadn't gained 10 yards, so on the 4th you punted it away. So it was a 3 and out.
Gotcha.
You got no first downs. So it's a possession. It's the shortest, most unsuccessful possession you can have in American football. A 3 and out.
Talking of
They're
American
in London today.
Sports, my friend Connor has gone this morning.
Oh, I wanted to go. I am not there because of this.
You're a fan of American
But I'm
sports
not regretting it.
with a Z, aren't you? As we see surfing
He
in
gets
white,
going
this is
again.
Stanley Norman up again.
Lovely cut back there. And
So Stanley will have a fairly substantial lead at the end of this wave.
yeah, he will. Well, he got a 4.17 for his first. Yeah, I am turning up the opportunity to be at New Orleans Saints versus Minnesota Vikings in London today. I'm a Saints fan.
Or a Viking?
I'm a Saints fan. I've seen them in London before.
Say again, Minnesota.
Minnesota Vikings. I am a Saints fan because I was in New Orleans the year after Katrina when the roof had blown off the Superdome. And I met lots of the people in New Orleans, and they were telling me all about it. Before that, you're allowed to change allegiances when it's American sports. Before that, I was a Buffalo Bills fan. I was a Buffalo Bills fan because Buffalo's nearest to where my mother lives. She lives in Toronto, and Buffalo's just over the bridge from Niagara. But when I went to New Orleans, I was sort of I formed a bond with the people in New Orleans.
New Orleans, the city of...
It was the Big Sleep, they call it.
Big Sleep, I knew it had a name.
Or no, not the Big Sleep. That's the Raymond Chandler novel. The Big Easy.
Big Easy.
It's the Big Easy. And here we go. A little look. Yeah. So what happened then, though, was that the year after I was in New Orleans, I went, I'm going to be supporting the Saints this year now, and they had to play all their games that season out of the Superdome because the roof had been blown off by Katrina, and they won the Super Bowl on their return year and it was a real romance sporting story that the New Orleans Saints won the Super Bowl on their return to the Super Bowl
to the a film featuring
Superdome.
Brad Pitt about it soon. He likes a sport
Possibly.
biopic, doesn't he?
I mean, he doesn't look unlike Drew Brees, the quarterback that took them there. So ever since then, I have been a New Orleans Saints fan. I was wearing a New Orleans Saints top yesterday, albeit underneath my T-shirt.
Oh,
because NFL gear is very warm.
Second score of white drops is a 5.17. So
go, yeah.
Stanley Norman currently sitting on a combination of 9.34 with all three other surfers in this heat.
You'd hope
Yet to
that
catch a
that's
wave.
not the winning total yet, wouldn't you?
And here we have Logan Nicol using some local knowledge to
Spray.
get into a really nice left. Starts with the
More
two
spray.
beautiful turns, and this one's going to reel off all the way through. 3 fantastic turns before he cuts back towards the whitewater, and Logan will be so pleased with that start for himself.
Wave of the heat.
I think so.
Let's have a look.
Here we go. So we see that
Nice.
first kind of check turn before really opening up.
Gets
here.
the lip on that
Bang.
one.
And this
It is
There
the
we
wave
have
of the
it.
heat.
brilliant start for Logan.
6.67.
So Logan's in second, but he needs only a 2.67 to take first.
How on earth did we get there to talk about New Orleans? Oh yeah, 3 and out. So in surfing, here
Up
we
and
go.
riding. It's Surfer in red.
Oh,
Luke Dillon
wow.
with a huge bash, and this one's going to stand
The
up again.
momentum into the second one.
Fantastic start
Oh,
for
and a
Dillon as well.
long drawn-out cutback. Dylan, absolutely shredding there, and goes to town on the inside as well,
So
and the claim.
we see a change of tactics from Luke
Muted
Dillon.
claim from Dylan, but a good claim.
During his semi-final, he chose to go purely left, solely left.
Rob, it's the momentum from the first turn to the second turn that makes this wave what it is. So if we look here now, Dylan, he takes off, and it's the speed he gets out to this turn. A huge drawn-out bottom turn, and whack! Oh, he was behind the
Oh.
telegraph pole. And long, drawn-out cut back there. Lovely surfing. That's going to be the wave of the heat.
Well, I enjoyed it, and I'll tell you someone else who's enjoying the action this morning. Minnow of BLU
Is he?
has texted in again.
Morning, Minnow.
He said he's thoroughly enjoyed 2 great ladies semi-finals.
I heard Minnow's either about to or just become a grandfather.
Just about to be. I think.
9.0 for Luke Dillon there.
Don't
Wow.
Mind that. Minnow says congratulations to all involved and good luck. He'll be watching these finals. Well, that now means that Logan Nicol still requires a 2.67 to take first.
Big love, Shakas
Dillon.
and Hiraeth
However,
from Wales, Minnow.
only requires a 0.34 to move into first. So Luke Dillon very nicely poised here.
So get this, right? You know, we were saying that in this afternoon in Tottenham Stadium, 3 and out would be the worst thing you can do. All 4 scores on the board in this heat are 3 and outs.
Logan Nicol, surfer in blue, up and riding, needs a 2.67 to move into first, and that opening turn was beautiful. The
And that one.
classic Logan Nicol trademark wrap into
Oh,
the
he's
pocket,
ripping.
and he's bashing off the lip.
And behind
McLaughlin's
him,
out on the
McLaughlin's
outside.
ripping too. Oh.
Lovely turns from both surfers here. Logan's still going, looking for something on the inside. McLaughlin taking the lip to bits out the back. Nichols found another section on the inside, so he's put together not a 3 and out, that was more like a 6 or 7 and out. So lots of turns there put together by Logan Nicol. Lots of turns there put together for Craig McLaughlin. McLaughlin looking for his first
standard
scoring
in
ride.
this heat.
Wowee. Have you been watching this, Mr. Vaughan?
It is through the
I
roof.
certainly have, Tom. Tom, Rob. Do apologise. Yeah, finally
Got
found the
Nicol
Van
working through the inside section here.
What an opener from Luke Dillon. Wow. Highest wave of the event?
No.
Certainly in the men.
Lucy Campbell in round 1
Okay.
yesterday.
Well, certainly from the men's side,
From the men's side, highest wave of the event, yeah.
exceptionally well put together wave.
Yeah.
And I may have detected a slight claim there as well.
Yeah, it was a sort of a muted claim at the end from Dylan.
It was beautifully surfed. Beautifully surfed. Yeah, okay. So, yeah, with that nursing a significant foot injury as well. So, waves at Llantwit have really given us something to enjoy this morning. I can't tell you as contest director quite how pleased I am about this. But, yeah, just snuck into the booth here to lend an ear to say, don't worry about the van keys. I've found them where I left them. And we're all good.
I'm sure that will be providing our viewing public with great relief.
Yeah.
So we have a 5.43 for Logan there. Yeah, just looking at the best waves, Fawny, we've got here that it was yesterday Lucy Campbell with a 9.17 is remains the highest score of the event so far. And then Luke Dillon, that wave is now the second highest score of the event, a 9, but he also has the third highest score of the wave, an 8.83, shared with Barnaby Cox from a heat that I believe you were calling with us yesterday. And here we go now. Stanley Norman has got something to say about this. And that second manoeuvre from Stanley Norman there was real money and doing some work coming through to the inside, and he's going to get a last chance at a close-out re-entry there. Real nice speed and power.
So beautifully for Stanley, didn't it?
And so this is going to be... And it's the inside work done there for Norman. So we have a look at... It's backloading. Look at this. So we've got those first manoeuvres out the way, and then it's the way that he comes through here. Just does not slow down. Other surfers have been doing the Huntington hop through here. Norman finds the face again. Whack! That one's real. That's a 12 o'clocker. And then off the end there, and no claim on this occasion.
Interesting. I had a conversation with Stan just before the final. He was asking, can I just confirm exactly what the judges are looking for? So I've given him, what the judges were looking for.
And what are they looking for?
Well, they want that big hit out the back first. They want nice to complete the ride, but they're looking, if you remember in the semi-final, did that
7.17 for Stan Norman there. So it's the second highest wave of the heat. I think that's fair.
I do indeed. I think that's a fair result from what I've seen. But yeah, he was querying the air that he did in the semi-final. He got somewhere around between a 5 and a 6, and he was just querying why that was the score. Single manoeuvre. So yeah, what a final we have here. We've got yellow.
This is Craig McLaughlin currently in 4th position. Craig's looking for 6.52 to move into first. Of course, we're not given the requirements for second because it is the final, the men's final here on day 2 of the British Cup 2022. Yeah, we're live from Llantwit Major in an almost sunny, I'm being promised sun later on, Mark, sunny South Wales.
If you look to your right, you can just look around the judges' cabin. There's a break in the cloud. Shame it's not for the men's final, but I think the women may have some a little bit of
few rays.
Sun rays just starting to peek through the cloud and rain here. But raining this morning, all right, from Spray, from Luke Dillon, who has put a hammer blow to this final with a 9-point plus ride.
Luke is sitting very comfortably in this heat with a 9.
Straight 9.
And a priority.
Yeah.
And he's only got one wave, so little to do for him. Just a 3.34 to move into first.
Yeah. Stanley, look at these scores. You got high... Ooh, here we go, got a paddler.
It's this. Ooh. So white had the priority over yellow there, but yellow did stop paddling early on, so I think that's going to be fairly innocuous. Not much going on there. But a wave approaching the lineup. Will anybody be in position?
This mid-tide section, Rob, and as you will be aware, being a semi-local here, these rights are certainly tend to be the more favoured direction to turn, just because they hold up more, as we've seen with Luke's wave, and indeed, and to a degree with Logan's. The left tends to get fat, but Stanley there really linked that wave he got exceptionally well and managed that 12 o'clocker on the inside. I think we'll see them probably the most of the rides that remain in this final on that right-hander. But it does slow up, and the sets become a little bit more unpredictable as it gets into that deeper water.
You can give us some insight into this, Mark. Tom and I have talked about the conditions changing throughout the course of the heat. So this being a 25-minute heat, do you think that Logan Nicol, obviously spending a lot of time here, surfing here very regularly, as we see surfer in yellow, Craig McLaughlin up and riding on a left-hander that unfortunately just fades beneath him.
Exactly what I was talking about there.
So Logan will be aware of what's going on. He'll be able to anticipate the changes as we see him looking at the left here, unfortunately coming unstuck, and I think that was Norman having a look at the right.
Yeah, the boy's getting a little frantic there. Smaller inside wave. I guess with Luke holding priority, they know they're just looking for something that might give him an opportunity. But yeah, that local advantage hopefully will help Logan. He surfs out here very, very frequently. He'll know that the right-handers are where the scores are. But equally, that, the bright lights, the contest, the win, the first place, the British title on the line.
The contest is, and contest does, strange things to people.
Ooh, it will certainly make you nervy. And returning to the comm box after a very quick break is Tom.
Oh, thank you for the welcome. I didn't miss anything. I'm told that there was a couple of rides that haven't sort of gone into people's top twos.
No, nothing of note. Craig picked one up there, but exactly what we thought with this left. It does go a bit fat and backs off, and that wave did exactly that, and that's where he will be anticipating waves like they were in his earlier heat. But Logan will know that has changed, and that will help Logan. But say Luke sitting pretty at the moment. What's his requirement at the moment? 3.34. I think he could do that with his eyes shut, and we have a really nice looking set approaching to the Llantwit Vale of Glamorgan version of Trestles.
All the surfers go underneath that one, though. They're just out of place. Now, this is it's a difficult one. There's every chance with this incoming tide that the scoring opportunity provided in the front end of the heat could turn out to be the better of the opportunities that come through. So, surfers who are chasing Stanley Norman here now are all of them with a job to do. But if you look carefully at your screens, ladies and gentlemen, and you look at that scoreboard, there are some differences when we're here in a final. Firstly, under the needs column, that score is the score that each surfer needs to go into first. So we no longer bother telling you what a surfer needs to go to second, because of course there is no advancement. Why, I hear some of you ask, is the surfer in third with a smaller need than the surfer in second? And that is because the most important figure on your screen is actually somewhere in the middle of all of those numbers, and it's that 0.00 for the surfer in red with Luke Dillon. Now, if we run along Luke Dillon's column, all of that information with 5 minutes remaining is highly interesting. He only needs a 3.34 to take the lead. He has a 0 to his name still. He hasn't caught a second wave. He has a 9 to his name, and then that P1 in red next to his name tells us that he has the pick of the lineup. So Luke Dillon, it's a difficult one because we know that it's going to get deeper. He's going to have to do something sooner or later because the waves are going to be starting to reform. But this heat, would you want, with 4 minutes left, Vaughan, would you want to be in the lead as Stan is, or would you want to be Luke needing 3.34?
Well, with priority and the relatively low requirement, I would prefer to be Luke. But, speaking to Luke, he is a man that holds his nerve. He is not afraid to only catch 2 waves in a heat, and he's a champion. He's won many events. Stanley, of course, current British Cup champion. Logan looking for a first British title, and Craig hailing from third, so no stranger to this sort of wave off the what's referred to as the sewer pipe. There's another word for it. This is very similar conditions, and he, even though he's fourth, only needs a 6.52. Very achievable.
It is very achievable, and actually there's a little bit of a grudge going on in this one as well, because last year it was Dillon who led the final right the way into the closing moments. And then it was Stan Norman.
Some lovely surfing
McLaughlin going to
out
town
front
here on a difficult wave. It was Dillon leading the final until the closing moments last year in Thurso, only for Norman to take it from him in about the last minute of the heat with a huge backside rotation going left into the reef. And so today now it'll be Dillon who'll be hoping to return that favour to Norman. But to do that, he does still need to find a wave that would yield, and the requirement, look at that now, he's in fourth. Luke Dillon is now in fourth, but only needs the smallest score out of anyone to go into the lead. So a 3.34 is the requirement, and the clock is ticking down. 2.4 minutes left, or 2 minutes, I'm used to saying scores here. 2 minutes 40 seconds remaining.
The last of blue has just come in at a 4.1.
There is
and I think Logan knew that as he kicked off the end of that wave. We saw a kind of, it may have looked like a little bit of a claim. It certainly wasn't. It was an arm gesture showing his frustration that wave didn't really allow much. And it's, as we discussed, that tide really affecting
there's not
the
a lot
conditions now. This is a set, Mark.
I was about to say the lineup looked like it didn't have any waves, but then all of a sudden there's and it's from the east, this set, isn't it?
I dare say that Luke Dillon will be on one of these.
Well, he has to be, really. He's going to have to choose to push. He's going to have to press. He's going to have to press cash in at some point here now, and
No.
I think this could be it. Here he goes. Right, so this needs to be a 3.34. So he goes on rail, and he's going to need a big maneuver here. He's going to need. I think he's going to get it, but I don't think he's going to get it by a lot at the moment. Some work to do on the inside. Now here we go, and he needs that. Looks at his clock. Minute and a half left.
He'll
He's
be
not going to
pleased.
get back outside. Is that? I think that is, but by how much? So the judges are
do you
thinking.
know what would be really cool? I think Luke should just come in there.
Well, look, guys, that if he gets a 4-point ride, that's going to put him at 13 points. Logan, Stanley both have somewhere in the region of 7s in their scoreline, so they basically need a
5.67. 5.67.
There we go. Well, that's
So there we go.
That's going to make
And it's left everyone else needing a pretty decent score with the conditions getting ever deeper. So that was probably, is revenge a dish best served, Smith?
Well, I'm not sure Smith applies there, Tom, but it's 7.51 for Stanley. Priority situation. Tom, can you see that? Who's in priority at the moment?
Priority at the moment is with Stanley.
Okay, so there we go.
We love
it. Stanley Norman with priority, requiring a 7.51. Certainly achievable.
We
for
love
youngster.
any heat that finishes with the person who needs the score having priority. Means we have an exciting end. This has to
And
be
a
it.
set on the horizon. So Stanley's going to definitely pull it to get into this way. Oh, he doesn't.
They're all, well, the
Fade
priority
to the
judge has got their work cut out there.
Wowee.
It's not going to matter. There's 10 seconds
Look at
left.
that one as well. It really held up through the inside.
Oh, we're going to see some
interesting
splashing
counting
water.
from the beach commentator.
Oh, we are.
He skipped from
Look
10
at
to
that.
7.
Oh, he's furious angry. And so Logan throws a splash in for good
Splashing
measure as
of
well there,
water.
actually.
Were they frustrated with the fact that they didn't manage to?
They're frustrated that they
succeed?
didn't win.
Or was it with the beach
And-
commentators counting?
We can see the desire here from these guys. Look at this. Bell goes. Watch Norman on this one now. No, I don't like that. I don't like coming second, says Norman. And Logan says I don't like coming second either. Or we don't know which one of them is second yet because
I
we're
think
waiting
it
for the
was,
scores to come
yeah,
in.
Logan was in third, I believe.
Logan was in third.
Well, guys, what a final. What a final. Luke Dillon, to be fair to him, held his nerve throughout. That opening 9-point ride deserved the title. Stanley, excellent surfing for that second place. And our local boy, Logan. And with respect to Craig, Scotland, Thurso, what a performance to get to the final. Very unlucky, but
he was
some
in full
superb
surfer
surfing.
yesterday, wasn't he?
He was my man of the match yesterday.
Okay, so we'll be going straight into the ladies' final. That is coming up next. And here we are then, guys. It's the start of the ladies' final.
Well, Vorney promised us some sun rays for the women's final, and we just about have them. The sun peeking out further down the channel is much brighter to the west.
Yes, and look at this set coming in, Rob. It's going to be a great opener for the ladies. That did go a little slow in that men's final, unfortunately. But let's see what the ladies can do. This is going to be a cracker.
Well, in our previous heats, we've seen Charlotte Money, this is a surfer in blue that we spoke to just before the men's final, getting an early start in all of her heats, and she had a look at that one. But it's Alice Barton, surfer in red, up and riding on that right-hander, unfortunately not managing to get round the whitewater. I think that Charlotte Mully is a fan of the early start.
Yeah, I believe, I believe most people in a competition, I love an early start. You can get one under the belt, and I think that's most people's kind of strategy. But equally, you've got to remain calm if things don't work out. Who's your money on for this one, Rob? We've got an all-England affair.
Based on the semi-finals, I'm going to back Lucy Campbell for the win. However, all four surfers can, they're capable of posting some really big scores, aren't they? It's an extremely competitive final, no doubt about that. And it's anyone's for the taking.
I just wonder, Alice, she only lives down the road here in Swansea. I'm just wondering whether she's done a few heats out here, whether she's just got a little bit of intel on surfing here at this stage of the tide. We shall see. We're waiting for our first ride of note. Alice has just got an opening 1 point ride, and we have another set coming in.
Cardiff Wales Airport, Maes Awr Caerdydd, has given clearance for takeoff. There's a drone going out for some parts of this ladies' final. Camrank has got his remote control ready. Producer Dodd has been drilling away with various tool bits and wires to get things hooked up, and there's an extra.
Oh, here we go on the back
This is Charlotte Mully getting a nice early start that we discussed, and banking off the lip there before that end section. And she'll float off the foam to end that one. I don't imagine that will stick in her top two come the end of this heat, but she's got her feet in the wax. A loosener, we'll call that one.
A loosener. There's an extra wire going into the bingo box here now. So I think we're going to be getting some drone angles of this Vale coastline. Mully comes from Burleigh Heads in Australia. We just had a little catch up with her. She's only been in the country a couple of days, just getting used to the cold water, she said.
Wow.
And she's hit the ground running, or hit the water running. Lucy Campbell in the white.
Yes.
That's not going to be a keeper for her.
This mid-tide section, it does really play some sort of mind games in terms of the waves peak up and then just back off. You're never quite sure what's going to happen. Then you get some that feather outside. It's really going to give the girls a headache in terms of which wave to take to get that decent score. As we saw towards the end of the men's final there, the guys were frantically paddling with 30 seconds, or three of them leading a score. And I think that may be why some of the frustration we saw from Norman there, just hoping for just one more opportunity. But here we go. We have more waves approaching. It does look very, very fun conditions out there this morning. Tom, would you be suiting up if this was your chance to surf this morning, free from the family?
I tell you what, there are some... there are some great waves coming through. The answer to your question is yes. I'm just thinking about where else could be good at the moment.
Oh, yes.
Although the wind is forecast to come up, isn't it?
Not too strong, local wind. We got this yellow smashes one.
Yeah, Victoria.
That's
of
wave
Noosa
of the
Heads.
event. Wow.
Noosa
okay.
Heads. So we got the two of the finest point breaks in the Antipodes, Burleigh Heads and Noosa Heads, but they right now it's all about Llantwit Heads and whether they can. Which someone was just called. Was that you called to contest control there?
Yeah, which is always a bit of a heart-sinking moment. So, yes, just finish off on the Alice Barton from Llangennith, which is probably the polar opposite.
Or Langland?
Well,
which side of the Gower is she from?
She's a bit of both. I think the family have relocated recently, but Llangennith was a home break for many a time, and that couldn't be any more polar opposite to Burleigh Heads and Noosa Point. And as a side note, Tom, a couple of years ago, our business acquired a bit of software, management information software, to power our business.
Right.
And the head office, I learnt after acquiring the software, was indeed from Burleigh Heads. Print IQ, thank you very much.
Nice.
I'm yet to get the invite to go over there. Yeah,
I mean, it's a city really, Burleigh Heads, or it's part of the sort of wider Brisbane conurbation. You know, it goes into Surfers Paradise, doesn't it, which joins into Brisbane. There's not really any any rural land between Burleigh and Brisbane city centre. As Lucy Campbell gets up and riding,
I'm going to leave this microphone and commentary over to Rob as I do my contest director.
Nice front side gouge from Lucy Campbell. Cheers, Vaughan. Thanks, buddy. We'll see you soon. And Lucy Campbell's getting some speed on the inside, so but doesn't get the inside turn.
Lucky.
So something didn't quite add up for Lucy Campbell on the angles just then. And she got some work done on that one. Coming onto the inside here, really nice rail to rail, keeps the speed going, chooses the power point in the wave, and it does wall up nicely for her, but just doesn't get the right platform for the bottom turn there, doesn't get the right springboard. And so at the moment we haven't seen any really significantly damaging blows. Now Barton has a paddle there and will probably lose priority. Best wave of this heat then at the moment is Victoria Farmers 4.83. That's not to say that there won't be other opportunities. In the remaining 18, well, there's 18 minutes left, so we're only 7 minutes into this heat, so there's plenty of opportunity for the other ladies in the water. So Charlotte Mully has a 3.33 to her name. Victoria Farmer's wave, the 4.83, remains the highest wave of the heat. There is a score to drop for Campbell, and it'll be interesting to see how that compares. I think it'll be in the same sort of region as the Victoria Farmer's wave. Difficult. I think very, very close actually between the two of them. So Victoria Farmer was given the 4.83. It'll be interesting to see what the judges think about Campbell coming off on the inside. And they're having a good think. So they've gone under for Campbell, a 3.9. So they've put just under a point separating the two waves. So it's almost the point of difference there. You can see how they've come to that decision. They like a complete ride here in these conditions. That's fair enough. And Victoria Farmer, I suppose, if you look at the ride as a package, you can see where that extra point of difference has come from. Extra point. That's another London term this afternoon, Rob, that your mate will be using.
Extra point.
Extra
NFL.
point. NFL. Yeah, it's their word for a conversion.
Oh.
And so this now means that Farmer has temporarily dropped into second. Well, I say temporarily. It's temporarily. If Farmer stands up on another wave and scores 0.9 or more, she'll go straight into first. But then we've also got all the other surfers in this heat within striking distance of the lead. Mully only needs a 2.4. And Barton, she's yet to really get going. Surfed very well in her semi-final, Barton. But at the moment needs to try and pick off the right waves. And Barton in second priority, but she's sitting quite far in. And her father, Bob, is her coach when she does WQS contests. And as you can see, that's been a very successful partnership. I think here Alice takes line-up advice from a couple of different people. Would you... I mean, you can see there that Alice is sitting in, or all four competitors are sitting in water that has had foam on it. Can you see that?
I can. I can also see a set approaching.
When you're sitting in a shifting lineup, you want to use the evidence of residue of breaking waves as an indication of where to sit. And you can see now all four surfers are sitting where, you can see those tiny patches of foam on the surface. They're all sitting where waves have already broken. So that puts all of them slightly inside of where you'd want to be for a set wave. Why do you think that is, Rob? Is it just that it's hard to keep track of where you're sitting out there? And
perhaps. I think the conditions are changing so quickly. That tide is really racing in now.
Yeah.
And I think if you sit too far out, you run the risk of missing these sets that are making their way towards the lineup now.
Right.
I think it's at this stage in the heat with plenty of time remaining as well. It's important to get a few scores on the board. Whether that means taking off in the white water, then so be it.
Sure. Yeah.
You see Alice Barton surfing red, breaking away from the pack here, opting to paddle to the east rather than towards the west where the sets are rearing up. And I think that's a very wise move. A bit of, as Vorney termed it, intel on the break.
So now look at that. Set is coming through and it's going to break pretty much outside everybody.
But Barton could be in the spot.
Well, she's in the spot for a possible reform run at the inside, isn't she? But this will then give all four surfers a chance to try and adjust a little bit, and they can use the foam residue left by that breaking wave to try and work out where to sit next, can't they? So you see here now, I'm just looking at the camera angles that we've got. See if we can get a picture of that foam residue that then sits on the surface after a wave has broken. So you can see then the surfers use that as a chance to adjust. You can see Alice Barton, she's now moving further out. And another set is coming round, it's coming through out back. Now, in the men's final, which went just before, Luke Dillon's, well, the 9 was the winning wave, wasn't it? So here we go. Both surfers almost into late takeoffs here, but Barton with a big lipper on the left. And the camera doesn't follows Barton over Mully. Mully did 2 manoeuvres, albeit not quite as critical as Barton's. And so we'll see now on the replay here. We go with Barton, and that's a big in the lip turn. The judges might think that it would have been possible to have a bit more flow on that. So I don't think it's going to be an enormous score, but it will certainly put Barton in a position to start thinking about having a tilt at going further up the scoreboard. And then Charlotte Mully. Now, Rob, you're telling me that Charlotte Mully's first manoeuvre was quite a critical first manoeuvre. So it'll be interesting to see what the judges do with those two waves. Yeah, no, I was saying that Luke Dillon's winning wave in the men's final was a foam ball takeoff because they were all sitting a little bit inside of where the waves were breaking. And now the foam residues for the previous waves are starting to fade away. It becomes really hard to know where to sit. So Charlotte Mully gets a 4.33 for that. And Alice Barton, we're still waiting for the score for that last wave. 4.33 for Charlotte Mully. Now, the scoreboard that you are seeing is saying that Alice Barton has a 1.67. I am assuming that this wave here, or are they saying that move? Are they saying that move is not landed? Are they giving this a 1.67 because they're saying that this maneuver here hasn't been landed? So here she goes. Are they claiming this isn't landed? Is that why that's 1.67? Let's have a look.
It was an emergency.
I mean, to me, that would be a ride out. So, but that's obviously there's no indication on the computer screen that another score is going in for Alice Barton there. So the judges have decided that. What's your take on this, Rob? The judges appear to have decided that this is not a landed manoeuvre. What do you think? Have a look at the replay, Rob.
Yeah, it does appear that way, doesn't it?
So surfers are told to ride out with control. Had there been a Skinner stomp, as we call it, on the end of that manoeuvre, we might have been seeing quite a good score.
Yeah, and do you know what? It almost appeared to me that Alice chose to almost leap off.
Yeah.
If we can see it one more time. But that
the body
suggests
language
to me
suggests that she thinks she's ridden out, doesn't it?
Yeah,
so if we look at this now.
If that is the case, I don't know. It might be a bit of a
There's
wobble.
a bobble, isn't there? There's a slight bobble.
Is that error? I don't know. That's hard.
There is you can see what they can. Right, so there is a slight
Joel
bobble.
talked to us that they've been practicing that.
Look at this.
Interesting to see.
Here we go
that
now.
She
Watch.
didn't do it.
A whack.
There's the sun. Vorney's pointing out.
And then here,
as predicted.
there's a slight bobble there. So where that slight bobble comes in, if that had then been a really nice, ugly squat to just definitely ride out with control, that would have made a good couple of points of difference. And now we see Lucy Campbell going left, and Charlotte Mully has given a right hand of the Watt 4 out of the screen there. So we've got Lucy Campbell, and this left-hander here is then going to go into her scorecard. She was looking to replace a 1.83. I would imagine that she will have done that. We just got the tail end of that one. And then out back, and here is Barton, and she goes on to the front side rail, and now she's got some wall, a bottom turn, and a whack off the top, and it's a fast whack, and a chance to cut back, glances off the foam, rides out of that, and so now Barton will get moving.
Should be
9 minutes.
Much more pleased with that.
That's a candidate for the wave of the heat, I would say. Nobody has yet taken this heat with a real stranglehold.
Yeah,
no one's grabbed it by the neck yet,
it's
have they?
definitely the wave of the heat for my money. Few people messaging in regarding that jump off / fall off that we're a bit sure about.
We've got comments, have we?
Yeah, we have comments. A few people saying that Alice jumped off for their money and from their perspective. I've got to say, the more I watch it, the more I feel that it was a bobble and she came a bit
6.33.
But there we go. That's the reply from Barton, a 6.33.
Now the thing is, right, those judges up in that tower, they didn't have the replay. They only got to see that once. And they got to see it from a completely different angle to you and I. So it's interesting, isn't it? It's like the way, it's like the VAR idea.
Yes.
We've got the VAR and we
It's
can dissect.
It's quite an abstract idea, isn't it? That we have this technology, but it doesn't always come into play in the decisions that are being made. Now, I think that's the beauty of sport. With regards to certainly from the VAR perspective, I don't think it should be used all of the time. There are certain circumstances when it should be used. Otherwise, it affects the flow of the game, and it would affect
in surfing. They do use replay, don't they?
They do,
because you do have sort of fallow
Downtime,
periods where you can use them. Do you know the most useful time for replay? I reckon is when you've got to make yes/no decisions, or binary decisions.
Absolutely.
And so replay comes in really well for the exact binary decision we just saw: was a maneuver landed or not? And replay also comes in for which of these two surfers has committed the interference. Those are where it's at its best. I don't know how useful replay is. Here we go. And Victoria Farmer now. And gets a little bit bogged up behind the white water here. And Victoria Farmer was needing a 4.27 to take the lead. I think she will have got it.
I agree. Victoria lighting up that sunlit right-hander here at sunny Llantwit. There's the sun, Tom.
The sun is here.
We're actually trying to block out the windows a little bit because the glare is so much from the east. Beautiful morning here now. The blue sky above us. Llantwit really putting on a show for our competitors and our spectators. And the drone is about to be launched.
So Victoria Farmer, she doesn't actually get the score she needed there. She comes in just a few decimal places short. So Victoria Farmer now goes into second, but Barton after that wave, and here we are. It's up and going, Robbo. That is our point break by drone. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen.
Ooh.
The Vale Coast, ladies and gentlemen. I give you Wales. Look at it. What a wonderful addition to this sceptred isle. The waves roll on through, and I think we'll hang with that drone for a second. We'll see if we can track a ride, because there is a little bit of a set coming through, and the drone I think has gone up and out and beyond the lineup. There's a wave on the inside,
I like the drone
and no one taking off.
I must say, look at the glassy conditions on offer here. You can
Beautiful, beautiful,
smooth, calm.
You can see right the way up there to Nash Point. You can see Atlantic College.
Ah, tell us about Atlantic
nestled
College,
in.
Tom.
It's a selective college that does the International Baccalaureate, isn't it? And it has a range of students.
Notable students over the years.
It has had Renee Godfrey, multiple Welsh ladies champion. She's an alumni of Atlantic College.
As is the Prince of Jordan.
Prince of Jordan. My sister went there.
Did
Here goes Alice Barton. Whack! And now this is her claim to take the lead, and she changes direction and thwacks it on the inside, and that one won't be landed. They won't give her that one.
Beautifully surf wave there up until that point.
Beautiful surfing from Alice Barton, and we can have a little go at the replay of that.
Oh, we've messages in as well, Tom, on the drone.
So here she goes, whack on the front side, round she comes, and look at that. The drone angle can see us, so she just misses that close-out manoeuvre.
So regarding the drone, Tom, I have a message that says drone, and then we've got a thumbs-up emoji and a Welsh flag emoji, and I can tell you that came from a viewer not in Wales.
Really? A viewer in England?
You're in England admiring the Welsh scenery.
Oh, well, there we go. They got their own scenery down there in England as well.
Do.
Of course.
And up there in England.
And up there in England too, yeah. And we haven't got any up there in England in this contest, have we? Because all the English team, to my knowledge, hail from south of here. Here goes Lucy Campbell, working onto the inside, gives that a real bash as well. And then behind her, it's up and riding Charlotte Mulley. So they're all responding to the probability that Barton's gone in the lead.
Lovely
Mulley.
left.
Now, Mulley using a bit more volume on his surfboard as well than some of the other surfers, and it gives her a real lift as she moves between sections. Barton has taken the lead. A 4.93, despite not landing that last turn on her wave. So Alice Barton is now out into the lead. Well, is out the right word? She's into the lead.
Up into the
out
lead.
into the lead, up into the lead. But how far up into the lead? Not as far up as this drone. Manned by camera anchor Craig Nicol.
Well, I'm very pleased I brought my sunglasses.
Sunlit.
I was going to leave my sunnies at
Sunlit
home,
ocean.
but
Warm sea.
all of a sudden.
That drone angle makes you want to go surfing, doesn't it? And we've got a few more sets, this time coming in from the east side of the lineup. We go to 3 minutes remaining. So Barton's now playing defence on a lead. She's got priority 2. Priority 1 is with Victoria Farmer, who needs the lowest of the other surfers to get into the lead. So, and now here goes Lucy Campbell needing a 7.36. She's nicely behind the section, but her first turn is a rail turn, and she can't get through to the inside. So Lucy Campbell is going to be up against it now. She loses priority with 2.5 minutes remaining, and was needing a 7. I think eyes here are actually, despite her being in third, eyes are on Victoria Farmer, because Farmer needs the lowest of the remaining scores of the surfers in second, third and fourth. She only needs a 6.43 compared to Mully, who needs slightly more at a 6.49. But Farmer has the priority, but Barton's going to get a chance under priority, using second priority to try and put a bit more on the board here, and this is going to need a big turn, and it is. So the judges have got a decision to make now about whether that wave of Barton's is going to go into a top 2. If that's more than a 4.93, the requirement will go up for the other two with 1 minute and 50 seconds left. The judges are having a think. 4.93 for you, Rob? That wave of Barton? And I think we got a replay of it. And here it is. So is this a 4.93? So that spray on the first one, and then this close-out maneuver, whack! And I tell you what, Director Diana is in her oils with this drone angle now. She's got extra screens to choose from.
Well,
She's
have it. The last
look at that, a
I've read is
6.17.
6.17. So she extends her lead.
Diana's jumping between pictures deftly as the angle comes in and out of being able to give us the best view of the lineup. She's done a great job, Diana. The Galician born and now citizen of Wales. So she's a Cymraes and a Galician. And we have got 1 minute left, and the job has become a bit harder. It's now upper sevens needed for Mully and Farmer. 7.73 for Mully, 7.67 for Farmer. Farmer now has priority. Oh no, in fact, she must have done a paddle, because it's shifted to Mully holding priority. So all eyes on the surface in blue and in yellow as this heat closes down. I'm not sure that a wave is going to come. So I think we are going to be seeing Alice Barton. Sometimes surfers even now start congratulating each other. At the moment, none of that. Farmer and Mully both still thinking that they've got a chance of 20 seconds left. There is going to be a wave. I don't know if it's going to break within the 20-second mark. So we've got 15 seconds. There will be enough time. And so it's Mully that's got priority and can go on this. But she needs a big score. I don't know if it's going to yield that. And up and riding, Lucy Campbell goes on the right. Mully goes behind her. Campbell ripping on that one. No, it was Victoria Farmer, actually. It was Victoria Farmer. Neither of them will have got the score. Mully chooses to go right. Now, I don't know if that was almost a sort of distracted by the fact that Campbell was going on that wave. Barton's won. Barton is the British Cup champion. It'll be interesting to see what happened, though, at the end there. Mully could have gone left on that one, but had priority over Farmer. Mully went. Now, could you argue here, Rob, that Farmer taking off made Mully decide to go right instead so as to try and catch her? And that you could then actually, by that same argument, say that the decision by Farmer to go on the wave was a distraction to Mully, and thereby that it would be a priority interference. I don't think it is, but you could see how... I don't
think that the right was really makeable for Mully.
No.
However, I think it was probably a tactical decision, knowing that Farmer was sitting behind her.
To try and get,
to make sure that she didn't overtake her.
That she didn't overtake her, yeah. And so if it's a tactical decision, you could say that Farmer's taking off on the wave caused Mully to make a different decision.
And therefore...
And ergo... But I don't think they are going to give it... I mean, it doesn't matter.
No.
Barton has won. And in she comes, and she's stoked, and
Yep.
she should be stoked because that was a pretty good performance, and she bounced back from a what could have been an interesting talking point in that heat, the landed backhand re-entry that never was. So we're going to go into the junior finals from here.
Junior round.
And so we
Scores
have...
dropped, Tom. So it's all academic in the end. No
Yeah.
interference, but Victoria Farmer not
No,
doing enough
there
to
was an
catch Mully.
interference. There was.
Oh, I beg your pardon.
There was. They did what we
So that
hypothesized.
means- that
Victoria
means-
Farmer was given an interference and went
Into
from
fourth.
third to fourth
Dear.
by taking off on that wave. So Charlotte Mully, now this is amazing. Charlotte Mully was in. Was Charlotte Mully in
No,
second
Charlotte
at the
was
time?
in second, yeah.
She was in second. Okay, so actually by taking off on that wave, Charlotte Mully kept second. Because if Farmer had got the score,
I
to
saw
go
the- I
up
saw
into
the score
second.
drop. It was a 3.5.
Oh, it wouldn't have
before
taken-
being cut.
but it was still the right thing for Mully to do. It turned out to be the
Yeah.
right move. I don't know. I think it's what we've got on the replay, isn't it, at the moment. It was our last recorded replay. I know we got a replay of the lineup there. So yeah, I think we have. By here in those closing seconds, see what Mully does there. That was the right move for Mully. So she gets Farmer on an interference there, but if Farmer had got round that section and gone on to get the score and popped Mully down into third, so she did the right thing, using the rules well.
Straight into the action here in round 3 of the under-18 boys. This is Owen Graham, surfer in red, getting a very quick start. A nice bank off the foam to end that opening ride for him. As I said, it's Owen Graham in red, Blake Jones in white, and Kieran Smith in yellow. So the score's going to drop very quickly for that first of red. Under-18 boys, round 3, heat number 1, and we've been blessed with beautiful sunshine, beautiful conditions, and the swell has stuck around as we approach the high tide mark here at Llantwit.
I love watching that drone footage
What I think you get with the drone is the real sense of how clean and glassy the conditions are.
and how fast the surfers are travelling as well. So up and riding in the yellow and the blue. Blake Jones with an in and out, and a really nice whack from Kieran Smith.
So that first
there.
of red, Owen Graham has dropped at a 4.33. A great
Good start. Good start. And Kieran Smith will be posting something similar. A big backhand blast for Kieran Smith just then. Contest controller looking for Vorney again. We're getting a good couple of messages coming in support of this drone. And Corin Daniel describing the drone footage as superb. Hi Corin, how are you? Lovely to hear from
Corin.
you.
Haven't seen Corin for a while.
Yeah, Corin's well. I bet Corin will have enjoyed Arsenal's win over Spurs yesterday. And we've got 18 minutes remaining. And the sun is now firmly out. And we are seeing the Vale Coast in all its glory. And there's a little chance on the inside here for Blake Jones from Porthcawl in Wales. And just a little in and out for Blake. The sun is coming up. And Kieran, now who's this? This is Owen Graham again. And so Graham's looking to solidify his position. Nice close out turn now. Needed to do the stomp. Rob and I were talking about getting a stomp done there, and he needed to do that to solidify that manoeuvre as a score. But he will be posting a second score to his name there, Owen Graham. And so Blake Jones gets a 2.17 for his one manoeuvre wave. Owen Graham on that left-hander. And this is him backing up. So it's that inside manoeuvre here that he would need to really make sure he sticks. A nice second turn, and then here, bang! And that's where Rob was saying that Joel Gray had been talking to us earlier this summer, in the summer just gone, about how they've been doing some work at British Surfing on teaching all the youngsters to just make sure that they do a really, to use the oxymoron, a nice ugly squat at the end of those turns to just absolutely guarantee that you're riding out. Because we saw in the ladies' final early on, it ended up immaterial, but we saw Alice Barton with a landed backhand re-entry that then had a little bobble. Blake Jones, here he goes, riding through to the inside, goes for a nose ride, a hang five, and Kieran Smith. So Blake Jones is a longboarder, and in fact Blake missed out on the British Junior title in the last British Longboard Union contest of the event, and I believe Blake missed out on it by a couple of seconds. I think he was sitting in the lead until the last moments of an event. I'm not sure who it was that got there instead of him. I'm just trying to think who were the top other junior longboarders. Arthur Randall, it could have been him. Arthur Randall, not here with the English team today, but a great shortboarder and longboarder. Blake Jones is the same. He's a great shortboarder and longboarder, a multidisciplinary longboarder. And we are joined, so I think, Diana, we're going to jump to the cam. And producer Dodd has found a very special guest for us here. Oh, we got the cameras off. The camera's off. The drone angle is not running, so we'll carry on with our view of the lineup. We've got Owen Graham up and riding here, looking to further back up, and this time he sticks that inside manoeuvre. So we don't have the studio cam, do we, Diana? Just checking. Okay, so you'll hear her voice though. We are joined by the freshly minted British Cup champion of 2022. I've got Alice Barton with me. Congratulations, Alice. Well done, Llongyfarchiadau. Excellent surfing.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Buzzing?
I'm stoked. Yeah, really stoked.
You should be stoked, and that was really quite good. We got I think we have now got the camera angle, so you can look. We can. Well, I'll look to you. So I'll explain my hat, by the way.
Yeah, I love the hat.
Yeah, this is the Spirit of 58 bucket hat. If I get my mic round here, and the rationale for it was simply the case that I tried all my hats on last night to test them against glare, and this is the one that best reduces glare. So there's no, it's just form over function here. So I know it's a bit of a strange hat. In fact, I take it off while I'm only looking this
brilliant.
way.
I think it's awesome.
Oh, there we go.
I recommend everyone gets one of those.
Yeah, you've seen them around, yeah. Because they're from the last time Wales qualified for the World Cup. Anyway, let's talk about your performance just then. So, early in the heat, all the way through each of your earlier rounds, you've been sometimes leaving it a little bit later. I had a nice chat with your dad. He was telling me in your first round heat, we had that sort of 30-second turnaround. And in this one again, your scores came in the latter end of the heat. How were you feeling at that midpoint?
I was really actually quite nervous going into the heat. This morning I had a great heat, got some really good scores, and then went into that heat and the tide came in a bit, so it was a little bit different. But no, I really enjoyed. I mean, I've got a running theme at the moment about turning heats really late, which I kind of want to
Boardmasters Junior Final in the summer as well. And
it's kind of my thing.
But you must have ice in your veins, because this was a similar situation to Boardmasters, because what you've got is this incoming tide, and you must be sitting there with minutes left thinking I don't know if the set that I need is actually going to come, because in Boardmasters it was genuinely turning into a shore break as the heat progressed, wasn't it? It was very small. So how do you keep calm and wait for the right wave?
I honestly don't know. Most of the time I'm just sitting there and I'm like, okay, stay calm. Everyone else is capable of getting the score in the heat, so I'm like, okay, it's whoever's on the best waves. And luckily in that one I stayed patient, held my nerve, and just waited for some good ones. So
we had a little bit of excitement earlier in the heat. I don't know if you know this yet. You might have heard it on the announcer. You did a really nice smack on a backhand wave, and they gave you a 1.67, so they deemed it not landed.
Yeah.
We actually looked at that a couple of times on the replay. There was a sort of a bobble. For you, did you think that
I think I rode out, but you know, it is
It was
what it is.
interesting,
If
you know.
it's like, I don't mind.
It ended up immaterial though,
Yeah.
because you really went to town then on those last two waves.
Yeah, I mean, going to the forehand, I really enjoy surfing forehand and backhand, but the forehand here is pretty fun and it kind of bowls quite nice. So, managed to get 2 good ones. So, yeah.
Oh, well. And so now we've got a European title. We've got a Boardmasters Junior title this year. We've got a British Cup title. We've got a second in a WQS contest. At what point do you now just go, right, it's time to just, big pat on the back and well done me, or are you still looking on?
I mean, definitely, like, getting the wins this year has been so amazing, and I think putting in the work over the past couple of years is definitely starting to pay off, but every time it's like a leap forward. It's like, okay, straight back to the drawing board. Like,
Really?
I've got the junior now, so I gotta take it back again, surf round 3 of the junior, and just see how that goes. But looking like forward, going on to the Azores and Lanzarote. Hopefully, I'm just trying to up the QS ranking as well.
Azores and Lanzarote, you're talking about the QS contests that are coming. You got pretty decent points in Anglet. In fact, you got 4 points less than you got for the second this year in Anglet, didn't you? Okay, well, I'm going to wish you all the best for that.
Thank you so much.
Thoughts are still, you've got an event going today, so it's very kind of you to agree to come in and talk to us. So I don't know if producer Dodd knew that you were surfing again at the point when he called you to come in here.
Don't worry.
And the QS, so all the best for that, Alice.
Thank you so much.
And just a massive congratulations on a superb result here. And it's a good reminder to our viewers at home that you've taken this down, but you are still junior.
I mean, it was a goal of mine, like, last time in Scotland. I just fell short in the final, but no, I'm super happy to win. Thank you so much.
But you've still got to take some time to sort of do the teenage things, like
definitely.
be rude to mum and dad, things like that.
That's my daily.
Did you get your way, by the way, on being able to go to the festival in the end? Because I know you tried to get the crowd to chant, to tell your mum and dad to go to the festival.
To be honest, it turned out for the best. I had a really good time in France. So,
it looks that way.
No, it was awesome.
Hey, keep going, Alice.
Thank you
well
so
done.
much. Thank you.
See you soon. All the
See
best.
you soon.
Right, I'll get my Spirit of 58 bucket hat back on now as I turn towards the window. Yeah, we always love chatting to Alice Barton. And what a result for her there. Taking it down. Meanwhile, Blake Jones is starting to make a little bit more of a claim on an advancing position in this heat here now. So Blake only needing a 5.17. I say only needing. It's a decent score, but remember, the scale now will be slightly adjusted from what it was in the Open. And so I don't think Blake definitely gets that there, but it could be close. In fact, the requirement changed. It's a 2.94 that Blake needed on that. I think he'll get that. So I think Kieran Smith will be playing a bit of rear guard shortly, but he has also just ridden a wave. Look at that drone angle there. We see the contest set up from above. And here was Kieran Smith playing defense on a 3.67. Will that be more than a 3.67? Smith has been sticking in these big first manoeuvres and then not necessarily following them on from there.
Second, yellow. You still require a 9.49 to go first.
And
third, white. You require a 2.94 to go second.
Up and riding now then is the surfer in red, the heat leader Owen Graham, and he has been ripping. Now Owen Graham, is he a Channel Island surfer, Robbo? Do we know that? Or is he an English surfer?
I think he's English.
He's English, is he? Oh, I tell you what, our heat sheets will tell us that. And Blake Jones got the 4.4, so would have jumped up. But then Kieran Smith with a... now I'm a little confused here now. So Blake Jones needed 2.94 on that. Got 4.4, but for some reason is still in second. Yeah, so yellow must have backed up. 3.67, yeah.
2.94 to go second. Priority, yellow. In first priority, second priority, red. Third priority, white.
And so
7.5 minutes.
Blake Jones asking for the time, and he's told that it's 7.5 minutes left.
White, you require a 2.94 to go second.
And Blake is going to take a paddle on the inside here. So it's interesting, Blake with priority 3. There's nothing to lose if you keep going on these insiders, but at the same time, you're not going to end up getting priority 1 if you keep using priority 3 on insiders. I can hear the drone.
Situation update. Last wave of right,
I think it's coming into land. So a 2.7 for Blake there. He needed a 2.94. So you can understand that he had a punt. Nearly getting the score on the inside there, Blake Jones. But I still think, the drone is back up. I still think that Blake Jones in this heat now should be heading out back and trying to see if he can get priority, because I think narrowly scraping 2.94 with the low score being carried by Kieran Smith is not now. Blake is going to, I mean, obviously he can't hear me, but he's going to do the opposite to what I'm suggesting here by the looks of things. Kieran Smith going on a right there. And so now had Blake waited and gone out, fortunately for Blake, Kieran Smith doesn't improve his score. So Blake's got a chance now to race Kieran Smith out into the lineup, but he doesn't take that. He turns around and catches one instead. And that may be the 2.94, but 2.94 isn't what you need to get through. 2.94 is what Blake needs to move into an advancing position for now. There is a difference. It's interesting. I do enjoy watching juniors surf because we can see them learning their strategy. We watch the seniors events often. There's a much more refined, rehearsed approach to the use of priority. I think Jones will get it, but Smith will have priority. We were talking earlier about that famous punctuation story. Rob, who's eating a bacon sandwich so can't reply. And it involved a Smith and a Jones, didn't it? And in this heat, we do have Smith-Jones. So Blake gets the score. He gets a 3.1 that jumps him up into second. But Kieran Smith, needing a 3.84, may well have done that on the very next wave. We'll watch a little replay of, I believe we've got Kieran Smith's wave. So here it is. So Kieran Smith, so is this a 3.84? He keeps the speed, and he does find a bit of spray here. It's under the lip, but then there's this third manoeuvre. I think he'll get it. So, Owen Graham, the confirmation is that he's a Channel Island surfer. So, Kieran Smith, 3.84. I think I'm going to project he probably does get it. Blake now is out the back, but he's going to go again on a right-hander. And again, I do wonder whether being a bit more sparing with his wave selection. But Blake going good on this one, a nice right-hander, but we can't see it with the camera went with Owen Graham, who had a shorter ride. A 4.57 for Kieran Smith, so he goes back up into the lead. So Jones, by turning around and getting the the upper two, the 3-point ride on the inside, ended up probably making the wrong decision, because if Blake had just carried on out into the lineup and stayed in the lineup, he would have been on the wave that Kieran Smith was on to get the 4.57. So it's a really good, these juniors, they should be watching these heats back and looking at their performance. It's a good example with 3 minutes left of why you shouldn't always just get the score you've been told to get at a midpoint in a heat, and you've got to do the maths in your head. So Blake there, he was told he needed a high 2. He turned around and got one. Really, though, he needed a mid 4 because he now needs a 3.85. So, really getting out there and getting the mid 4 is what would have done it. So Blake splashes a bit of water when he learns that he's gone back into second there.
You require 8.59 to go first. Priority situation.
I will make a little caveat here that Blake Jones lives a couple of streets away from me. So it's almost the way that, that parent or that older brother is slightly harsher on their own family. I'm watching Blake Jones here with a sort of an eye to what I know he can do versus what I know he is doing. So Jones will now be in third priority with a minute and a half, with 2 minutes left. So he'll need to wrest priority away from the other surfers. And goes for an insider. Now he needs here a 3.85. I'm not sure this wave's going to yield that. And it's also going to give him a hard paddle out back to get back into the lineup in time. So the game there needed really. Rob is now off his bacon sandwich, so I'm going to feel a bit. Are you backing me up on my analysis of the heat strategy here, Rob?
Absolutely, spot on.
Jones needed to stay in the lineup and try and see if, with the minute and a half remaining, he could do a sell on the other two for a wave and then get a set, didn't he?
Second priority, red.
Learning curve, Tom.
Learning curve. Linda Sharp used to tell me. And Tim Jones, rest in peace, Tim. They used to tell me, you're going to get through a heat if you are on 2 of the best 3 waves that break during your heat. That's not about how to win a final, that's about how to advance. You will advance if you can surf half decent compared to the other guys in your heat. So as long as you're roughly the same as the other guys in your heat in ability, you will advance if you can get on 2 of the best 3 waves to come through. The best 3 waves to come through in this heat have all gone to Owen Graham or Kieran Smith, haven't they? And here goes Kieran Smith. And doesn't need...
Right, so this actually opens the door for Blake here.
Well, Owen Graham will still have priority over him as well, though, won't he? Blake's asking for a timestamp here. And he's going to be told something he doesn't want to hear, which is that there's 5 seconds left.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Lessons learned.
Results of the last heat. In third position in white, Blake Jones. Second position.
So surfers make their way in. Blake is a superb longboarder. He's still had a very good year. He's won the Welsh Nationals this year. Longboarding. He's nearly won the British Tour. And he went to the Junior Europeans, where he also finalled. So it's been a good competitive year for Blake. But he landed there with a few lessons learnt. And now here we go, starting the next heat in the red. Tom Hook from the Channel Islands, who narrowly missed out on a place in the men's final. And he goes to town at the start of that heat there. Really stylish first. And the word for it was a hook. A hook. Tom Hook with this frontside hook. Oh, lovely style.
Also a quick up and down for surfer in white, Craig McLaughlin. I'm sure it won't feature come the end, but we see now surfer in yellow, Anders Ravenscroft, who we were very impressed with yesterday, Tom, up and riding on a nice... That was almost like a straight wave, and he weaved back and forth between the right and the left, didn't he, Anders, on that one? But finding plenty of lip and corners to bounce off of. So a nice little opening exchange there between Tom Hook and Anders Ravenscroft. Like I said, Craig McLaughlin had a quick up and down, but nothing to write home to the north coast of Scotland about.
Beautiful day now. It's the fog and the gloom from this morning is lifting. We have a small, soft marine layer still over the sea, but it's also burning off.
White, you in first priority, red, second priority.
It's a stacked heat, this one, Rob.
Stacked.
Round 3 and already absolutely chocker.
So there we see some scores beginning to drop. The first of yellow, Anders Ravenscroft, a 3.67. And a 4.5 posted by surfer in red, Tom Hook. As I mentioned, Craig McLaughlin only had a quick up and down, nothing particularly thrilling for him, and it comes in at a 0.50. So Craig has first priority, so he'll have the pick of the waves now as they come in. Priority's been established after that exchange between all 3 of the surfers. And Craig, who has been on form in this event, went on a great tear through the men's division, making a final, we'll be looking to showcase some of the surfing that we've already seen so far this morning and throughout the weekend. Lots more surfing action to come your way. We're going to work our way through the junior boys and girls divisions, under 18s, making the most of these calm conditions this morning. It's not quite as big as it was yesterday, but there's still plenty of swell around. But what we have been blessed with is, like I say, beautifully calm conditions. The sun is now shining. I've donned my sunglasses as we see Craig McLaughlin, surfer in white, up with first priority, displacing lots of water on that opening turn, finding the lip on his second, and he'll look to finish with perhaps a bounce off the foam, but instead he decides to eject out the back of that one. So 2 turns on that wave for McLaughlin. That will be his highest scoring wave so far. He now loses priority. It goes to surfer in red, Tom Hook. Second priority, surfer in yellow, Anders Ravenscroft. But McLaughlin will be happy with that ultimate loosener, as we have with so many of the waves ridden in the early stages of each heat so far this morning. A chance for our surfers to get their feet in the wax, so to speak, and feel out the conditions that are ever changing with that incoming tide. As I mentioned many times yesterday, we're quite a long way up the Bristol Channel here in the Llantwit Major, South Wales, and we experience twice daily the second biggest swing of the tide in the world. A little bit further to the east, Barry, Cardiff, Newport. It's not unheard of to have a high tide of 14 metres, which, for those of you listening around the world, particularly if you're near the equator, will seem unfathomable, with lots of places experiencing little more than a foot of tidal swing. Yes, 14 metres, you heard it right. So what that means is, with such a big tidal swing, that the tide really does race in and out here, and it's racing in at the minute. I think we've got a high tide round about 11:30. I'll double check that, but I'm pretty sure that's what it was. The time now is 10. Yeah, it'll be about then. And the speed of the tide pushing in, flowing in to the Bristol Channel, means that there's a lot of water, and it's racing in over the cobbles, making the conditions change by the second, by the minute. So local knowledge could be a factor here, if anybody is familiar with the break. And failing that, the ability to adapt quickly will certainly benefit our surfers. As we see surfer in red, this is Tom Hook. He opened up with a 4.5, and he'll be looking to back that up with a beautiful opening turn, finding the lip for a second bounce. And again, not quite managed to make it out for a third turn. So it seems to be, it was three and out earlier that Tom had coined as the phrase to describe lots of the surfing going on. And in this heat, it seems to be a 2 and out, 2 turns being the maximum available on most of these waves. We see 1 for yellow, 2 for yellow, and again, it's a case of the 2 and out. So a little situation update. That second wave of white, Craig McLaughlin, has come in at a 5.50. So that's the highest scoring wave of the heat so far. We are waiting for second of red. Surfer in yellow, Anders Ravenscroft, is currently in third position. He has a 3.67, and we're waiting for his second score to drop from the judges. In second now is Craig McLaughlin with a 5.5 and a 1.07. So a full switch around in situation, as I'm just going to wait for the last of red to drop, because it does seem to be impacting the standings in this heat. And we have it. Wowie. So, surfer in white, Craig McLaughlin is now in third with a 5.5 and a 1.07. So, Craig will be looking for a 2.17 to move into second and therefore advance into the semi-finals. Surfer in yellow, Anders Ravenscroft, briefly held pole position in this heat, having posted a 3.67 and a 4.0, But that last of red, Tom Hook of the Channel Islands, has come in at a 6.83, the highest scoring wave of the heat so far, and propels him up into first position once again. So Tom Hook sitting on a combination of 11.33. A great heat total at this point in the proceedings. And a set is looming large on the horizon. What I think has happened here, and having surfed Llantwit all of my life, I'm all too familiar with it, is it's very easy to get dragged across by the promise of these lefts that we're seeing surf it in white. Craig McLaughlin having a look at now. But at this stage in the tide, what you want to be looking for is Craig finds a nice bit of white water to bounce off with a nooner, a bit of vertical snap off the foam. At this stage of the tide, I think you want to stick it a little bit more central, perhaps even a little bit to the left, because those bigger sets, although they rear up on the west of the peak, the right-hand side, they don't offer much in the way of surfable wave or scoring potential. Instead, lots of the surfing is to be done more centrally, more to the left, more to the east of the peak, and our surfers are still continuing to paddle further and further west. And they'll find themselves in some deep water very, very shortly, and kind of in no man's land. So for anybody coming up in the next few heats, if you're listening at home and you've got any interest in what's going on, you've got any friends or family competing, I'd be giving them a quick text message and reminding them to stick a bit more central or even to the left. That's where the waves are breaking. That's where the scoring's being done. It's very easy to watch it and say all this, of course. It's a different matter whilst you're in the water. The contest is and does funny things to surfers. Again, this next set will illustrate my point perfectly. So it looks like it's going to break quite a long way to the west of the peak, to the right. It's where it feels the bottom out there, but then it'll work its way through and it'll end up breaking much more centrally, much more to the left. And it'll leave all of our surfers kind of scratching around in deep water, failing to catch anything. And that is a very good illustration of what I've just described. So Tom just stepped out of the booth and has joined us again. I was just saying to the guys at home, Tom, that at this stage of the tide, it's very tempting to get dragged too far to the west, too far to the right, because what happens from your position in the water, it looks like that's where the set's going to pitch up.
It does.
And it's because it feels the bottom much further out, but what actually happens is it breaks much more centrally, much more, even to the left, to the east of the peak. And so for anybody coming up in future heats, if you've got anybody participating, give them a text and remind them it's in that central or even to the left of the beach as we look out where those scoring waves are coming in now. There we have a 3.67 drop from McLaughlin, so he's moved back up into second. So Tom Hook and Craig McLaughlin at this point in the heat are the ones to be progressing through into the semi-finals. Anders Ravenscroft more than capable of posting the required 5.18. That's what he needs to move into second. As we see heat leader Tom Hook up and riding. He's looking left, he's looking right. Ultimately decides not to go anywhere on that one. Tom Hook is one of the surfers I've noticed with a beautiful style. Tom Hook of the Channel Islands. It seems to be a trademark of these Channel Islanders to be smooth and languid in their surfing, Tom.
It's a long tradition. You know, I think of some of the Channel Island surfers of the past. You know, the DeBarnos, the DeGruchy brothers, Sam George. There was a fella Chapman. Another. You know, there's a Chapman here. There was another Chapman. I'm trying to think what the surname was. Ben Chapman, first name. And then you've got Scott Eastwood.
Tom, just as a point of an admin point, is the link to this webcast on Crest?
Yes.
On the
Crest,
Instagram page.
Crest podcast Instagram
so
page. If you do link
I'm getting
in
a few
bio.
texts from people that can't find us, so I'm just going to
link in bio.
I'm going to direct them to Crest.
Yeah. So we're on the Welsh Surfing Federation's YouTube channel. Links in bio from both of our Instagrams and from Crest Instagram, and you can comment through any of those as well. It's we got some viewers in Australia. It's a good time of day to be watching in Australia. It's just getting dark. It's coming out of winter. It's the evening. or it's late, or it's kind of, yeah. What would it be now? Tea time.
My sister's watching in Australia.
And,
Okay.
And is your sister watching from Australia? No,
She
she's
is.
on the west coast of Australia,
She's in
isn't she?
Perth,
So it'd be
it's
slightly.
6 there.
Yeah, and does that then make it 8
On the east
on
coast.
the other
yeah.
on the other coast? Yeah, or 8 or even 9. I can't remember whether there's 3 hours that separate the two or not. But we got a. There's surfers watching from Australia as well, because there are competitors in the event from Australia in the ladies' final, and up and riding here now. Surfer in yellow Anders Ravenscroft, and he pulls out of that one with a little bit of. It looked something like frustration. Was looking for a 5.18. So Ravenscroft now doing pretty much what we saw the surfer who was eliminated in the last one doing, and that is catching waves that aren't quite going to yield the score that he needs. So here we go now. A good set is coming through, and it's Craig McLaughlin. So men's finalist, and now he finds a little bit of time looking for a section that he can really start to swing around on. McLaughlin is in an advancing position at the moment. Would be looking to replace 3.67. I think it'll be close. Whether or not 3.67 was replaced by that one then. And
Your last wave was
a 2.97 for Ravenscroft there, which means that
priority red, first priority yellow.
now we've temporarily lost a picture here, haven't we? Let's see if we can work out quite why that is. I can. So we've got director Diana is going to spend a bit of time adding an extra camera angle for us now, which puts us temporarily down just to the one camera, and it's going to be.
Here is
it's gonna
surfer
be
in white, Craig McLaughlin up and riding.
McLaughlin. Nice.
Oh, I beg your pardon. That was Anders Ravenscroft. Again, this sunlight is playing havoc with
So
our ability to distinguish
you can see
colours. Fortunately, the judges have a spotter, so they are covered in that regard. A set approaches the lineup, Tom, with 5 minutes remaining. None of our surfers fancying that wave. Conditions getting ever more tricky on that ever higher tide.
5 minutes remaining.
Great to see all the support down here again this morning, Tom. Lots of flags out on the beach, cheering our surfers on. In some cases, they're being used to direct our surfers.
They are, yeah. Now that Channel Islands flag, it's an interesting one. I don't know anything about its origins.
I fancy that it's one of this individual islands flag.
Do you think it is? Yes, because of course they've got different names, haven't they? Now Jersey is a bailiwick, isn't it? Or a bailiwick. It's the name of what Jersey is, the bailiwick of Jersey. I know this because I did a passport run once in Sri Lanka. We had to go to Colombo to renew our passports, and I went with a guy from Jersey, and he was he had a Jersey passport, and it said on it the bailiwick of Jersey. And I was blown away by that. Now, of course, I don't know whether the that event of leaving the European Union will change, whether or not people from Jersey and Britain have the same passports. I don't know what, because they're nearer to the French mainland, aren't they, than they are to the British mainland or to the British Isles. So we can see here now the surfer in red. So this is Tom Hook, and we've got the A team filming now. Director Diana has gone out to do some filming, and she's left us for a moment. Diana's a great camera person. She's very good at tracking the surfers neatly. And here we go. Look at this. Up and riding in the white. Craig McLaughlin. Lovely camera angle that we got working now there. So we've had a drone. We've had it all, really. McLaughlin. Behind him straight away, Ravenscroft. And Ravenscroft there with a couple of turns and then looking for an inside connection. Ravenscroft was looking for a 4.85 there, but McLaughlin may well, if he gets more than a 4, McLaughlin might push the requirement a bit further out. So Ravenscroft probably needs a 5 here. So that's the end of McLaughlin's wave. He probably doesn't improve his score, does he? Ravenscroft, a small insider, but he really does some work on this one. Gets going back and forth and up and down, and then gets around the section and probably won't get the make for that inside. Now it's interesting, these juniors, we talked as we said earlier with Joel Gray about this. What juniors do with end sections can sometimes just belie a concentration span in progress, can't it? And again there, that was probably a landable manoeuvre for Ravenscroft on that last one too. So if we look here, Ravenscroft, if he's going to get the score with one wave, it'll need to be a big manoeuvre, and that's probably makeable. But it would require the Skinner stomp, wouldn't it, as we call it? What do you think, Rob?
I agree, Tom. Interesting one. We've just seen some really nice waves file through the lineup.
Minute left.
Starting to feel the bottom again a little bit. And I've got some intel for you on those lions we see on that one flight.
Now Ravenscroft, he's going to push the button here. This is going to be probably his last attempt. He needs a 5.2 here with third priority. And so you can understand why he's trying that kind of manoeuvre. Doesn't stick it. It was a noble attempt. Sorry, Rob, do tell.
So they're actually the 3 leopards found on the coat of arms of Jersey. The coat of arms of Jersey is the heraldic device consisting of a shield charged with 3 gold leopards on a red field.
Wow.
Utilised unofficially before the 20th century, its status as the coat of arms of the bailiwick of Jersey.
Well, unfortunately, the bailiwick of Jersey is only going to see one of 2 surfers through here as we count this heat out.
Oh, I do hope that Tom Hook isn't from Guernsey then, because if so, you've offended them.
Well, or
let's stay safe. The Channel Islands,
or Alderney,
or
Sark, or there are a couple of other sort of rocky Channel Islands that are uninhabited as well, aren't there?
Let's call them Channel Islanders.
Channel Islanders.
First position, red, Tom Hook. Second position,
okay.
white.
That is the result. So the next heat will be coming up shortly. Yeah, so do we know if Guernsey is a bailiwick or not? Or is it bailiwick or bailiwick?
Bailiwick.
A bailiwick. Is Jersey a bailiwick?
She'll tell you now.
And is Guernsey a bailiwick, and what is a bailiwick? Guernsey, of course, is the home of the famous TV show Bergerac. And I can tell you an interesting fact about Guernsey. If Bergerac were to be believed... The next heat starting.
3, 2, 1.
If Bergerac were to be real life, then Guernsey, the bailiwick, well, we're about to find out if it's a bailiwick.
It is a bailiwick.
It's a bailiwick. The bailiwick of Guernsey, the bailiwick of Guernsey...
Or is it bailiwick?
...is one of the most dangerous places to live on Earth, along with the Oxfordshire town of Midsomer. They're the 2 most dangerous places to live in the entire world. Did you know this?
Midsomer is a county.
Oh, is it a county? Well, either way, I can tell you, I read something about this, right? That if you take Bergerac or Midsummer murders to be true, the number of people murdered, I mean, there's a murder per episode, isn't there, right? So there's a murder a week there. And yet the population of those islands, of that island and that Oxfordshire county of Midsummer is very low. If you divide the population of Guernsey by the number of people murdered in Bergerac, you get a place that is more dangerous to live than Sao Paulo, Johannesburg.
Well, beautiful turn there from Surfer in Red, Bo Bettridge. Open up his account early on in this heat. Well, Tom, I have always been led to believe that that's accurate as well. However, I was having a similar conversation in work recently, and apparently, albeit over a much bigger area, the murder rate in the fictionalized county of Midsummer is on par with Bristol and Avon.
Really?
Yeah. But obviously it's a much bigger area with a higher population density.
Bristol and Avon, right, okay. Yeah.
A bailiwick, Tom, is usually the area of the jurisdiction of a bailiff, and once also applied to territories in which a privately appointed bailiff exercised the sheriff's functions under a royal or imperial writ.
Imperial writ. So the Channel Islanders belong to the United Kingdom by imperial writ.
So it seems.
Gutted. I'd be organising an independence march if I was one of them.
I was about to comment on your hat, Tom.
Or they're probably quite into their imperial writ, though, are they?
You've got a lovely hat on. Tell us about your hat.
I did already explain my hat.
Oh, I beg you. I must have been on Bacon Sandwich Runners. We see Surfer in Red, Bo Bettridge up and riding again on a nice looking left, finding a little bit of lip to hook off twice, and his body language suggests he's not displeased with that one. A 5.33 is first score of Bettridge, meaning he's currently in first, and he's backed it up there, I dare say, with a similar scoring ride. At the back, our surfers have listened to our advice, listened to our tutorage, and are moving across to the left, rather than out into the deep water channel on the right.
4.17 situation. Red, you are first with a 9.5 total.
The hour 4.17, that second of Red.
Yeah. Deserved. Solid lead for Bettridge. So Max Bennett and Alex Townsend, are they both also from the Channel Islands? They are, aren't they? We got the flag with the 3 leopards. And so that would mean, really, then, if Bergerac is to be believed, that any of them that are from Guernsey, we should probably sort of
think how big a
watch
pool.
our backs around them, shouldn't we?
Or you could think of them as survivors. Imagine just how big the pool of talent would be had Bergerac been a more effective copper.
I should keep more of them alive. Yeah, that's true, yeah. And then all the Bergerac victims who would have gone on to have top surfers as children.
They were stylish.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
All those languid styles lost to needless Bergerac violence.
It's the trickle-down effect.
Hey, I know, as we get an in and out from Max Bennett, I know a really good joke about trickle-down economics, but unfortunately 99% of you will never get it.
I like it.
So, we got a nice set coming through here, and looks like we're going to have a paddle and a ride for Bo Bettridge again, looking to solidify what is a pretty decent heat lead.
He's very busy, isn't he?
Yeah, he is busy, and
he's got a lovely condensed
he really
bottom turn,
has a
hasn't he?
nice backhand smack there, and
his bottom turn is so condensed. Oh,
Yeah.
a lovely ride at the back from Surfer in White. This is Max Bennett, also of the Channel Islands. Somewhere we talked about at length this morning.
Yeah. So Bettridge here, he is able to draw his bottom turn out a lot without any real loss of precision on the lip. Look at that. Whack! Nice surfing. So Bettridge was an English team member, and he and his sister Belle, he's Beau, isn't he? Belle is the sister. They went to Portugal, and I think El Salvador too, to the Worlds. I think they went to both, and I do believe that the family travelled.
That's lovely, isn't it?
I know the family definitely travelled to Portugal. I think the family also travelled to El Salvador. So great family trips for the Bettridges as Beau and Belle build their budding surfing careers, Alex Townsend. And he gets a one lipper. A bit of pumping going on here. Judges sometimes prefer the surfers to keep a little bit
I've
more.
only just made the connection, Beau and Belle being, of course, the masculine and feminine of beautiful en français. Are they not?
Yeah, Beau. It would be beautiful, yeah. I don't know that there's a...
Beautiful
Is there an
Betteridge
exact translation for the word beautiful in French? Probably not, because I suppose in some contexts we'd use jolie, and in some contexts we'd use beau or belle. But we also would use beau or belle to describe something as being nice or being fine. You know, the weather is nice.
My
Il
point
fait
is
beau.
it's the masculine and feminine side of the same.
Yeah. So they're a positive, warm French adjective of some kind. I don't know, if you pick up a dictionary, would you get an exact translation?
Let's try it.
I don't know. Rob, yeah, interesting to know. When I'm trying to translate French, I sort of try and think, what word would I be using if I was saying something in a particular
Beau is beautiful,
sentence?
I thought.
Yeah, but what if you go the other way? Try translating the other way.
Okay.
Second priority. Awaiting scores.
And now we've got a good little bit of surfing going on here for Max Bennett of the Channel Islands. And this is requiring a score, Max Bennett. So this wave of Max Bennett on the replay, we have to decide whether we think that is... Well, he only needs a 3-something. So that needed to be a no, in fact, that only needed a 1.3 there. So I think Max Bennett will be going into second when we get the score for that one. Needs a 1.3. So Bennett will get that. So Bennett is going to find himself going up into second off that ride.
And for those
did you try taking the translation the other way? So what happens if you try to translate the word beau back into English?
Well, I'll tell you what happens. Beautiful. Well, that's how I did the first time. So I did beau and belle back into English.
Right, so now translate beautiful.
And I have. And belle, feminine, beau, masculine. So
it's that is the word, right. So that's interesting. So when we say il fait beau, to say the weather is good, we're actually saying it's beautiful. But the French would use the word beau to describe weather earlier than the English speakers would use the word beautiful to describe weather. The weather can just be a bit nice for you to say that it's beau in French. Beau's surfing in this heat has been beau.
It sure has.
And it has been puissant as well. Puissant. Powerful. And il a un peu de style aussi quand même. He has a bit of style too, we'd say. And Beau now is going to take off on another one. So there's that bottom turn of his, there's that backhand. He's got a rhythm going in this heat, and he's really doing very well. And we can have another little look at the drawn-out bottom turns of Beau Betteridge. Here. In he goes. Oh, it's a lovely bottom turn. Both times. Off the bottom, off the top. Classic top-to-bottom surfing. Yeah, a 6.33 there for 2 turns. Thoroughly deserved, in my opinion. So a pretty solid lead for Beau Betteridge here. So he'll be making his way towards a semi-final berth. Alex Townsend does have one score that is in keeping with the others, but he's carrying that one low score of the 3.1, which he'd be looking to try and replace. He needs to replace it with a 4.18. And a 4.18 would put Townsend into second with 2 scores that are middling. Bennett would have a score above and a score below the 2 of Townsend, were that to be the case. And there's going to be a paddle here, and it's going to be, but it's not going to be a wave ridden.
Yesterday, Tom, you gave Vorney and I and our listeners a lovely example of Was it had being said 13 times?
Oh, are you going to... let me guess. I bet you found out how to say buffalo 7 times.
No.
Oh, well, I can do that one.
So our little conversation about the French language reminded me of a very funny video
8 times, actually, sorry.
I'd seen where... Well, listen to it and see if you can understand what I'm saying. I know you parle français very well. My pronunciation may let me down a little bit here, but I'll do my best for you.
Okay.
So...
Oh, un moment, le surfeur en jaune.
Okay, here we go.
Mais il sort le vague. He gets out that wave early.
Ton, ton.
Yeah.
Did you get it? Ton,
Your
tonton.
Your tonton is your something.
Your uncle mows your tuna.
Ah, right.
A surfer in white.
Yeah. Right.
Max Bennett there.
Tonde, tontin is what you need to say. So you got it. But it's
Ton, tonton.
Yeah, but the ton, that is tend.
Tond.
It's the word tend.
Tond.
So ton, your tonton, uncle.
Okay, so the only
tond, tend. Ton, your.
Ton.
Yeah. Slang word at the end, yeah.
Yes.
I can see how it makes that. It's a French tongue twister, that is. Last of white there. A pretty solid score. A 4.13. And so Alex Townsend still looking for the score. That's I'm guessing that's a tongue twister then. I'll tell you another French tongue twister. Une saucisse sachant sécher doit sécher sans s'assécher.
It's the classic.
It means a sausage in need of drying must dry, but without drying within. But I think we've probably inflicted webcast viewers. We've probably inflicted that on webcast viewers in the past. I seem to remember. Now, do you want to know how to use the word buffalo 8 times in a row?
I've just come across it. I've got it.
8.
2,
You
3,
can say
4,
the word
5, 6, 7, 8. Yes.
You can use the word buffalo 8 times in a row, but it does actually require a bit of explanation. I don't think Wikipedia will leave you understanding the sentence.
I'm actually on Rosetta Stone blog reading about all of these. Buffalo.
Buffalo. Yeah, it's a sentence. So it requires a setting of the North American town of Buffalo with a capital B.
So it's the buffalo, the verb buffalo.
No. So buffalo's an animal.
Yes. So that's the noun. Then surely there's a verb.
There's a verb which buffalo means to aggress or to bully someone. Yeah. So buffalo them, yeah?
Noun, verb, noun.
So it's known as an elliptical sentence, right? Which is a sentence where there are missing articles that the reader or listener's mind can presume the presence of. I'll give you an example of an elliptical sentence.
Let's watch this wave of white first of all. It's Max Bennett with a beautiful opening manoeuvre. These lefts standing up really nicely at this stage. He is solidifying his
position here, isn't he?
And he bounces off that lip line, and he'll be pleased with that.
These
waves are really looking nice at this stage of tide. Very, very contestable.
He is.
So, Max is actually sitting in third, Tom. So he's looking for 4.77.
This is the one.
I think he
does
might
he get it?
I
think
he'll be very close either way.
He was looking for 4.2 before Townsend slightly better. Oh, it's going to be close. That's going to be really close.
He gets it.
Is it
4.93.
Oh, so we have a change. So with 5 minutes left, Alex Townsend now needs, but it's the battle of the fours here. So Alex Townsend is now left with a score that is entirely doable as we come down to the 5-minute 20 mark here. So Betteridge is really nicely out in front and is gonna... Oh, this is a lovely shaped wave coming through for Betteridge. And drawn out bottom turn and a big smack. It's just the one manoeuvre on that one for Betteridge. But it's a big manoeuvre. And we've got then on the inside here both the Channel Island surfers, Bennett and Townsend. But Townsend's the one who needs a score. He's a little bit stuck behind this, but he does now get a bit of momentum going. He's got an inside section coming his way, and he glances off that. He needs a stomp, and he does. The Skinner stomp is the key to that. So assuming that Bennett didn't better the 4.57 on his wave, then do we think that this score from Townsend here is going to be It's got to be roughly a 5. Let's have a look. There's a first tap, then a bit of spray, and then this is a nice manoeuvre now. He gets around the section. I think he gets it, and he stomps that. I'd give it him if it were it me. What do you reckon, Rob? Oh, they're in. Red still leading. And Townsend.
So that last...
Did he fall just short?
No, that last of white...
increase the requirement.
4.87, yeah.
Oh, right. Well, the two Channel Islanders are pushing each other. So White bettered. So now a 4.87 required for... So look at this now. Townsend would only need to draw. So he needs a 4.87 to get a 9.8 tie. And then in the event of a tie, on a count back to a third wave, what would then happen would be that 4.6 for Townsend would become the third wave count back. So that's why Townsend doesn't need 4.88. That's why Townsend only needs the 4.87 to tie. Because on a three-wave count back, the 4.6 would count for Townsend as the highest third wave between the two surfers. 3 minutes remaining, and the ocean's gone into a bit of a lull again, but it's really all to play for between the Channel Islanders. Now, rather interestingly, Townsend in third priority is going to go again here. I don't know how good a decision with 3 minutes left that is, because surely he needs to now try and see if he can make a sell on Bennett to try and wrest priority for himself, because you would imagine that with 2 minutes and 40 seconds remaining that there's going to be another set. 8 uses of the word buffalo will still come your way for those of you who are not wanting to finish your cornflakes and go about your Sunday until you've found out the answer to that little conundrum. But we are locked in a rather exciting finish to this heat right now, and I think it wouldn't quite be in the tone of things for us to continue with our grammaturgical expurgation of weird sayings from the world of Rosetta Stone, with 2 minutes remaining and surfers looking nervously at the lineup, where hopes and dreams are going to be made and shattered in this 2 minutes, and there is a set.
2 minutes remaining, 2 minutes remaining.
As Chandler would say, Rick, turn around. And Townsend is on the east end of the beach and is going to catch a closeout, or it looks like a closeout here. I think that's another slightly questionable decision for Townsend here. Now, Bettridge really going to town on one, and Bettridge is going for the reverse, which he nearly sticks. And so it's probably all turned out rosy for Max Bennett from that. No change. Townsend won't have scored anything like what he needed there. And now that's interesting. Had Townsend, Gromit's watching, think about priority here now. Had Townsend from third priority gone and placed himself near to Bennett during that set then, he may well have been able to have sent Bennett on one of those slight duffer waves and then been sitting out the back with priority. Bettridge, just have a quick look at his bit of surfing that he did. There is a set coming through, but once we've seen this turn of Bettridge, we'll cut back to that set where things are. Here we go, and he goes for the little reverse, and here we see a set coming through. There may be an opportunity with 25 seconds left for a surfer, but it's going to end up being Bennett because he's got the priority. So had Townsend got out there instead of turned round halfway, he may have been able to send Bennett on one, and then it could have been Townsend on that wave that solidified the situation, but instead it was Bennett who sealed the deal. Townsend slaps the water in frustration. He should have a little think about how he uses priority in future heats. He's very unhappy with that. It's good to see the passion. It's good to see these surfers care. Victory lap for Bo Bettridge riding in, and that result will stand. So we're going to go into the juniors heat 4 momentarily. And so we're back, and we're going to be going straight into the 4th heat of the juniors. I think the judges are just seconds out from being ready to start things. Who we got coming up in this next heat, Robbo?
Well, no, they brought. I was a bit confused there. They brought the names of the last heat back up on my screen. So coming up in the next heat, it looks like it's Lucas Skinner in red, Eli Perrins-Davies in white, and Ewan Buick in yellow.
Oh, it's a stacked one.
So 2 Welshmen and an Englishman.
And that Englishman is the reigning European under-16s champion.
Just having there seems that something's happening with the scores in the last heat. Judges.
Yeah, I think they're changing the panel over, and they're also changing the beach announcer. So. And here we go. So that was what that little delay was over. We are underway, and it looks like there's waves coming through nearly straight away. So Lucas Skinner, European under-16s champion, and he is a hot prospect at the moment in British surfing. Eli Perrins-Davies, the Welshman, starts off in a lovely fins up close out lipper on that one.
Eli, of course, no stranger to the Llantwit.
No, knows the wave. Yeah, he's from the Vale Coast, isn't he?
Just had confirmation, Tom, also
so here
on
he
the
is picking up first blood.
The time difference in Australia.
Yeah.
The East Coast is 3 hours, so it's 8:20. It was 8:20 in Sydney at the time of posting, so 8:42 now.
I see. And here we go. Up and riding is Ewan Buick. Lovely bottom turn, great top turn. Gets a little bit hung up though.
Fortunately, I don't think the judges will be recording that as a completed manoeuvre.
So yeah, we got Lucas Skinner in this heat in the red, and he's European under-16s champion. Right then, how do we use the word buffalo 8 times in a row? Well, we've got to use it for 3 different ways.
Noun, verb, noun.
And as I said, it's an elliptical sentence, right? So an elliptical sentence is a sentence where there are article words missing, but that the listener or reader of the sentence presumes their existence. I'll give you an example. Teenagers, when they talk to each other nowadays, they're going to go down to the shop and they say, "Yo, you come in shop?" And the listener assumes to and the to have been present in that. So it's an elliptical sentence because the missing words the listener can presume.
Can you give me the example of the sentence?
So, hey, you...
Oh, you changed it now.
Okay, I'll go, "Hey, Rob, come in cafe?"
Nah, you changed it.
You come in cafe?
Oh, I understand what you mean. I just wanted to question
your
choice
missing
of yo.
from it... Well, they might say yo, yeah. So missing from it are to and the. So it's an elliptical sentence because the listener presumes the existence of those words.
I'll tell you where there's lots of elliptical sentences. In Nessa's...
absolutely glaringly
Nessa
brilliant example. And here we go. We got up and riding in the red. This is Lucas Skinner. First wave from the European under-16s champion. And he's been sitting in the car park frothing to get busy all day. And
here's Eli up and riding at the back, surfer in white,
behind
bouncing off the lip, racing this one. He's got a corner, that one
nice.
Bowling right
Doesn't
round.
Quite stick it.
What a great way for Lucas.
Great way for Lucas. And Eli coming off on the inside there.
Surfer in yellow, Ewan up and riding on the left-hand side. I didn't quite catch that one.
Sometimes
the
surfers end up a little bit undone by, look at these surfers now, they're kicking and paddling out as fast as they can. Eli came off on his last turn, and sometimes when you're up against someone like Lucas Skinner, you can panic and think that you need to do more than you do need to do. And so Lucas Skinner there, Perrins-Davies will have seen Skinner blow up on that one. Now, there is a chance that somebody is going to go out and catch this one, and I think it's going to be Buick. And
yellow, you're in first priority.
He
first priority, white, you're in second priority.
Is so we're going to see a little replay of this opening wave of Skinner, and this is going to be the highest score of the junior round so far, is it not, Robbo? Big first turn.
I'd be shocked if it wasn't.
Big second turn.
Just the number of maneuvers.
Huge third turn.
All really
cracking close-out re-entry. Speed, power flow throughout. Yeah, it's going to be a big score. I think that's going to be at least a 7 for my money. At least a 7.
Oh, definitely.
So, Buffalo...
And there we have it. It's an 8.
It's an 8. Buffalo used 8 times in a row then, right? As we'll play that 8 one more time in celebration of the wonderful bit of surfing that it was. Buffalo used 8 times in a row is an elliptical sentence, right? So if you assume that Buffalo is the town of Buffalo,
Yes.
and you assume that buffalo is a verb for to harass or to aggress, and you assume that buffalo is also the collective noun for a load of animals that are buffaloes. I will say the sentence as if it's not an elliptical sentence. I'll use the missing words, okay? So it would go like this. The buffalo from Buffalo, that buffalo from Buffalo, Buffalo, also buffalo, buffaloes from Buffalo.
One more time. The buffalo.
Skinner up and riding again here. Oh, comes off. So, the buffaloes from Buffalo, that buffaloes from Buffalo, Buffalo, also buffalo, buffaloes from Buffalo. But if you take all the words out, it works. Buffalo, 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 buffalo. Here we go, up and riding. Ewan Buick, and that's a really nice first turn for Ewan, and a nice second turn too. So Ewan's going to be staking a nice claim on the judges' scorecards there. And behind him we have Eli Perrins-Davies. Eli was a little bit unwell yesterday and didn't take his berth in the men's because he did final at the Welsh Nationals Open. And here we go. So Ewan Buick gets a 3.8 for this. Good surfing. I suppose the speed of Lucas Skinner is the explains the 5 or the 4 points of difference there. But Ewan Buick putting himself in a good position. So Perrins-Davies has got 2 scores on the board. Buick with 1 realistically. And Skinner again with only really 1 big score on the board, but it was an 8. And then it won't be long before Skinner, I would imagine, ends up with something similar in the bank. Yeah, so there you have it, Buffalo.
I'm still trying to get my head around this.
Oh, you're now reading it on the internet.
I'm looking at a Reed Kellogg diagram of the sentence.
Yeah, if you let me say it, follow it like this. The buffalo from Buffalo, that buffalo from Buffalo, Buffalo.
I'm going to go more slowly. The buffalo from Buffalo.
That buffalo from Buffalo, Buffalo.
That buffalo from Buffalo, Buffalo, yeah.
Also, buffalo from Buffalo.
God, yeah.
But you take, you make
all
it
of a sudden
elliptical.
you said it so many times. Buffalo doesn't seem like a real word.
Yeah. So
is it a word or we just
buffalo
made it up?
from Buffalo?
It doesn't sound
That buffalo from Buffalo, Buffalo as in that they pick on. So buffalo from Buffalo that other buffaloes from Buffalo pick on. Also pick on other buffaloes from Buffalo.
Buffalonian bison intimidate Buffalonian bison.
I suppose, even though that got said in 4 words. No, 5 words. Lucas Skinner wants to know some stats here. The beach announcers, they've had a little. They've sorted it. The beach announcers had a little bit of a debate, I think, over whose shift it was next. And I think it had resulted in a very small black hole of beach announcing, into which the timer and the last scores of this heat did go. But the surfers know what they need to do. And Ewan Buick, he needs a 4.3 to move into an advancing position, and Perrins-Davies would be looking to play defence on a 3.27. Lucas Skinner out in front with a pretty commanding lead. Even though that lead is only 3 points at the moment in the heat totals, it's going to be a bigger lead as and when Lucas Skinner backs up his 8-point ride. And when we say backs up, he would be backing his 8-point ride up with a score that would be almost commensurate with a keeper for some of the other 2. So there's a real sense that Lucas Skinner is a surfer at this age with large promise, really. I would imagine that Popper Ben Skinner won't be watching because he would have arrived in the USA. As we go with...
Lovely surfing there.
So our camera goes on the right.
See Lucas up again at the back. Beautiful
Lucas
opening manoeuvre,
Skinner.
displacing plenty of water,
really
going vertical on that one. And he'll find his way through to the inside. But you know what? He kicks out early because he senses that priority being decided by the judges now. Lucas using the rip at Llantwit to get straight back out. Talking about someone with lots of promise, Tom, I've just had a little look on the WSL website to see if Patrick Langdon Dark managed to get into one of those spots at the Challenger Series event in Ericeira. It doesn't look good for our boy Pat, I'm afraid.
Have they started round one today?
They've started, and it looks like everybody's shown up.
Okay.
So, it is what it is.
He had to try.
Is it? It is.
Now we got some excitement over priority. We got no priority. Lucas Skinner with a clever move there. There's a paddle race going on, and Lucas Skinner stops and sits up as if to announce that he believes he's got into the lineup, and it works because they give him first priority and they give yellow the second priority there. So that's a really canny move by Skinner. You're in a paddle battle from two opposite sides of the lineup, so you're not side by side. So Skinner stops and sits up, and that effectively indicates your own confidence that you have arrived in the bit of the water that you want to have defined as the lineup. So I love it when surfers so young have got such competitive nous about them as well. So Buick needing a 5.49 now after that last one from Perrins Davis. And Skinner is up and riding here. Oh, and smashing it down through the inside, really lashing the lip with those backhand snaps. And he will be able to celebrate a wonderful piece of surfing there. Really fast, snappy and powerful. So again, power created by precision.
Last wave from red, a 9.17.
This is a 9. They've given this a 9, and I think he deserves every point of it.
Wowie.
Fantastic. A 9-point
what a
ride.
Heat total.
This is
That's going to be the biggest heat total of the event so far,
This is what a 9-point ride looks like. Look at that. Fins up. Oh, huge spray. Speed. Lovely finish. 4 back-to-back maneuvers.
Second priority. Red, you have third priority.
And we see there Perrins Davis and Buick. They're both digesting the news that they're effectively in a 2-man heat now, aren't they? With a third surfer in the lineup who is sort of out in front really, but this is going to be a straight duke out between the two Welsh surfers for a place in the next round. And we have here Buick with a paddle. And Perrins Davis did just have a little look at the shoulder of that one, didn't he? You just see here Perrins Davis has a little think about it from out wide and pulls back. Makes no difference really to the lip. So the judges won't take umbrage with Eli's Perrins Davis's paddle there. These juniors now in this heat, they're all pretty versed in how to use priority. And these are good conditions to practice priority because it is really important part of getting on the right waves. And now Lucas Skinner, the lead. Both other surfers in a massive combination now. Both other surfers are in a 17-point plus combo.
Situation update. Red.
But
First, you have a 17.17.
yellow, you and Buick needing a 5.49. So basically a 5.5, a 5.5. And here we go. Eli Perrins Davis looking to try and push that requirement further. And then immediately behind him, Lucas Skinner goes to the air. Absolutely shredding. So Eli Perrins Davis was looking to improve on a 4.53 there, and I do wonder whether he may well have done that. So we see Perrins Davis here. Fins up. And then an inside snap. And then look out behind. Lucas Skinner with a seamless backside air. Just the one maneuver. And then a huge snap. And they've given him an 8.83 for that one.
Well, Ewan's on a left going towards the foam on that one. Unfortunately, that wave kind of racing off ahead of him. It did for a split second. Certainly when he would have taken off, it looked so promising. Standing up.
Yeah.
But unfortunately for you, and that one not really paying off.
You need a 5.49 to move to second.
Have we got the score for White in then? Did Perrins Davis further the requirement? Did he get more than a 4.53?
No, we're waiting for it to drop still.
Because if he does, we'll watch it one more time. And so this,
a little think about it.
So this was, what was it? Was it an 8 point? So
8.3.
on the inside now, is this 4.53 or more from Perrins Davis? A nice little foam climb. And then that behind. And then it's this second manoeuvre here that puts the score right through the roof for Lucas Skinner. Perrins Davis 4.53 or more. I mean, there's a tail waft in the first part of that wave from Perrins Davis, so the judges are having a good think about it. You know, Lucas Skinner, he's just thinking about practicing his airs now, isn't he? So we come to the 5-minute mark.
The waves are actually standing up so nicely on these.
So Perrins Davis now, is this more than 4.53? Because this affects third place. And this first manoeuvre here, that is a nice little fin lift on that. I think that's why the judges are having a think.
No, Tom.
Yes.
No, comes in at a 4.13, last of White.
No, yeah, you're right. It came in just under, because I just thought for a second then that yellow's requirement had changed, but it was the glare on the screen. My Spirit of 58 bucket hat doesn't shield me from all glare. Tried on all my hats last night, and the Spirit of 58 bucket hat I concluded was the one most likely to protect me from the glare. The glare got pretty hard work in here yesterday. I think the event's going to be wrapped up before the very, very heavy glare phase of the day today. And so
in white for Scotland is Olivia McKay.
We have,
and in yellow for Wales is Josie Hope.
A little quiet spell. Buffalo and bison then, they're the same thing, see?
That's why I described them as Buffalonian bison.
Yeah, Buffalonian bison. Both, and both words act both as a singular and a plural. So you can be a bison or you can be bison.
I'm a big fan. I take pride in knowing a few good collective nouns.
Yeah. Do tell. What's the collective noun for a bunch of Llantwit surfers?
A mast.
A mast. Avast, it's the mast.
I found out recently. I've been watching.
It has to have a the in front of it, doesn't it? The mast.
No, it can be a mast. You could have a mast of Llantwit surfers.
Oh, okay.
The mast would be if they were all assembled together.
Right.
A congregation of them.
Please paddle out wide so you're out of the surfer's way. Thank you.
Bergerac would like the collective noun for a bunch of crows.
A murder.
Yeah. And Taggart would like that as well.
There's a Counting Crows song called A Murder of One, describing his Adam Duritz's loneliness.
Just one counting crow on their own. That makes me think as well, Rob, down the line, speaking of the corvinus species, I might invite you, if we get another flat spell, another lull a little later, to you can have a look at some. I'll see if I can pull it up. I know some wonderful verse about a raven.
Ooh.
Do you know it?
I'm not sure.
Edgar Allan Poe.
Well, whilst you're
now I know it by rote, but I'll find it on the screen so that you can have a read of it.
Okay. Here we go. Surfer in yellow. This is Ewan Buick. Been riding on a little inside left. So Ewan's looking for a 5.49. I don't think that wave's going to offer that to him. It's one of the smaller waves, but as you can maybe hear in the ambient noise, the beach announcer is telling us that white has first priority, red has second priority. Tom, talking of collective nouns, an ambush of tigers is one of my favourites.
Oh, that's a good one.
So descriptive, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
An argument of architects.
Do you know, there would almost never be an ambush of tigers because they're a solitary animal, aren't they? But we know Lucas Skinner on the front side, just having a bit of a free surf now, with a minute remaining. So this is now quite useful, though, from the point of view of what's going to happen with Buick. He is in the wrong side of the lineup, really, though, Ewan Buick here. That's Ewan Buick on the inside, and that's Eli Perrins-Davies on the outside. So Perrins-Davies is going to actually paddle for a wave here. So rather than block Buick, which is a good decision, well, in fact, he is going to block Buick there. And so that will be an interference for Buick, and that will be the end of the heat right there and then, because Perrins-Davies had priority. So the two surfers ride in. And coming in, there we see Buick go one way, Perrins-Davies the other. But we can guarantee you the heat results, because by here, when this happened, Perrins-Davies had priority. So having said we had no interferences in this event so far, we've had two today. And both of them have been buzzer blocks. So that was a good move by Perrins-Davies there, sealing the heat out. And he will advance to the next round. We shall be moving into the ladies imminently. Yeah, tigers are solitary creatures, Rob, but leopards, they move in threes on the Channel Islands flag, as we discovered earlier. It's 3 leopards, not 3 lions, isn't it?
3 leopards.
3 leopards. The surfers are going to be presented with some pretty exciting trophies today, and they have been made by a gentleman called Nick Robato. And Nick Robato, he's a craftsperson, a craftsman. And he is here today. Let's learn a little bit about what he does. Okay, so I'm joined by the creator of those wonderful trophies, Nick Robato. He's with us in the booth.
Good morning.
He's just quickly adjusting
It's quite
because
hot
he he's dressed for the outdoors and it's pretty warm here in the booth.
It's a very musty booth.
How are you doing, Nick? It's good to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
So, have you been in the water so far today?
I haven't. No, I was on my way and I was thinking maybe I could go and check out somewhere, but I thought I'd come down and drop off the trophies and say hi and see what's going on. Glorious day.
Yeah, get that mic as close to your mouth as you can there, Nick.
Got it.
Yeah. So, whereabouts are you based, Nick?
I'm currently living in Barry,
Right.
just down the road, 10-20 minutes away. I've been living there since 2008, really. Surf all
Right.
over the Vale and go up to...
And how long have you been, working in the arts world? You're a ceramicist primarily?
I'm a bit of a, do a bit of everything, really. I've always been a maker since leaving college.
Right.
Architecture models, product design stuff, shop fitting. My main job title, I suppose, is a prop maker. So I make props for TV and film.
Oh, okay. So do you know Kieran Thompson then?
Yeah, I worked with Kieran, on Doctor Who years ago. He's a good
lovely.
guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's still kicking around, isn't he?
Yeah, he was here yesterday. Kieran Thompson, for the benefit of the listeners, is a Llantwit legend.
I haven't seen him for a few years, but
he was here yesterday.
Yeah, he's a good lad.
He could be.
Yeah.
He might be watching now, for all you know.
Hey, Kieran. How's it going?
Hey, Kieran. How's it going? Hey, Tracy.
Oh, yeah, I remember meeting Tracy as well. Yeah, I met her a few times.
Yeah.
We were talking a few years back now.
So go on. You were telling us, you're.
Yeah, I just like making stuff, mate. I'm lucky enough to make stuff for my job. I took up ceramics a few years ago, and on a chance encounter with Craig Burrows in Lohies in the Maldives, we just got chatting.
Oh,
Had a
nice.
great holiday.
You've answered my next question. We see up and riding here now Charlotte Mully on the front side, and she gives that a nice little smack, and she's out. Yeah, so we just saw Charlotte Mully pick one up. Yeah, we're here with Nick Robato, who's the maker of the trophies. Yeah, so you were just in the process then as the ad break came in of answering my question, which was, how did it come about that you designed these trophies?
It's just one of those chance encounters. I had a week in this winter in the Maldives, and I bumped into Craig Burrows there. I'd just been out. I just had a shower, and I saw him coming out to sea, and I saw he had a Guts logo.
So this was on you were staying on land, or were you on a boat?
We were on at Lohies. We were.
Right. On the surf camp there, yeah?
Yeah, so I saw him coming out, and I walked over and was like, hey, mate, Welsh boy. And then we sort of that was it really, just surfed and drunk beer all week.
So Charlotte Mully gets a 4 for that one, so it's a decent start to the heat, yeah. Go on.
Yeah, we had a great week, and he tells us about his background, helping organise the competitions, and something I've always liked making. I've made trophies before, but it could be for anything.
Yeah.
And to have the opportunity to make some for a surfing contest, I sort of said to him, if you were ever interested in any trophies, let me know, because I'm never going to receive one, so it's always better to give.
Yeah, well, you never know.
Yeah, they keep trying to persuade me to enter the Welsh longboard next year, but
you're a longboarder, are you?
Yeah, a bit of everything really.
Right, yeah.
My shortest board is 6'10", and then up to 9'6", but I primarily stay on the bigger boards. Yeah, at the moment I'm having a lot of fun on an 8-foot single fin, the CJ Nelson shape.
And are you CJ Nelson? Yeah. Are you do you work with resins then, primarily?
Yeah, I have worked with
ceramics.
Resins. I work with everything. That's the nature of being a prop maker. You can sort of do a bit of everything.
Yeah.
I picked up the ceramics a few years back.
We're going to see a possible ride here for Josie Hawke from Wales. No, we don't. She'll go into third priority there. That'll count as a paddle. Okay, so the trophies that we've got here at this event then.
Yeah.
What's the making process for those?
So we've got there's a bit of wood turning on it, and then there's some laser cutting, engraving, and then there's ceramics. and a bit of artwork. So I've mixed up quite a few different materials, made it look, nice shape, simple shape but nice bit of colour on there.
Yeah.
I think they look alright.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah,
well, we just those at home, as we were on the transition between these two categories, then we saw a little movie about how those trophies have been made. How long does it take to make one of those?
With ceramics, it's a lot. Like you make it, then you leave it for a few days to dry. Then you put it in a kiln, fire it, leave it a few more days. The wood turn is quite quick. So overall, I probably spent about 4 or 5 hours on the trophies, but spread out over a month or so.
Yeah. Oh, nice. And we're getting some priority announcements coming through there. It's a little bit of a set. And your studio at home, or do you travel to somewhere else?
I have my own workshops in Barry. I've got the one workshop where I make all the props, and then my other one I've turned into a ceramic studio, but it's also got my woodworking machine, laser cutters and 3D printers.
Yeah.
So
because you need somewhere that you can kind of make a bit of a mess in as well, I'm assuming.
Well, workshops aren't tidy. No, it's good. I got my own workshops and my own boss. I can. Being a Welsh surfer, you've got to be able to go when it gets good. You guys.
It's very tidal around here, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
I hadn't thought about that. So a workshop, part of a good workshop is one where you don't mind dropping a bit of paint on the floor or dropping a bit of resin on the floor.
That's right. Yeah.
You don't tend to clean a workshop, do you? As much as tidy it or reorganize.
You have a little tidy area for that final assembly, but generally, like you say, there is a lot of resin on the floor. There's a lot of everything on the floor, to be honest.
Yeah.
It's, it is a nice. Yeah, I'm lucky to hang out in my own little workshop, away from the nonsense.
So what's Craig Burrows like in Lowy Fushi then? Does he behave in the water?
He was a bad influence out of the water, I could tell you that.
Oh, was he?
Yeah, we had a scream. Had a couple of nights. When you just.
Oh dear. Oh yeah. I always I'm a well-known teetotaler myself.
Right.
But I do enjoy as a teetotaler watching on a surf trip when colleagues of mine on surf trips suddenly lose an entire day of a premium surf trip that they've saved up for all year.
This is what happens
because they go and do what they could do at home.
Yeah.
Lovely Charlotte Mully on the front side there, but possibly has missed the junction opportunity as a result of that one. That's interesting. We look at this first turn for Charlotte Mully. And it's a real on-rail, powerful turn. Charlotte Mully, very precise. Look at that. But it leaves her just a tiny bit behind the section. And so that wave of Mully, her first was a 4. I think that one's going to be roughly the same place there. You were saying, we were talking about how going on surf trips, saving up all year.
Yeah, it was.
And then getting dragged out on the beers by Craig Burrows.
It was one of those trips that we'd had planned for 2 years, but got cancelled 2 years on the trot because of COVID.
Ah, right.
And it finally came around.
What was the Maldives like after COVID? Was it busy again?
I've been there to Lowies twice, and I'd say it's exactly the same, to be honest. Each time. But no, we kind of got there, and I knew the swell forecast was getting better throughout the week. So it was one of those ones where I try not to burn out too much, too quick. And when I got there, it was about 2 foot and clean, and every day it got about half a foot bigger. And then midweek, that was it. I'd been out on the beers every night, and I'd been surfing in the sun sort of 6 hours a day. And then when it picked up, I was just in a mess.
Yeah.
I did get some good surfs there.
Josie Hawke for Wales, getting a bit of experience there. I think she's currently sitting in an advancing position over Olivia Mackay. I think Olivia Mackay is from Scotland. Interesting. So have you seen any of the other action of this event yet, Nick?
I was watching yesterday.
From the beach or on the webcast?
On the stream. Totally different today. The weather and
isn't
everything.
It just Jekyll and Hyde surf spot? Yeah.
Yeah, and then I was woken up by a message by Craig Nicol this morning on the chat saying Logan's in the water in the final. So I was watching that in bed, and then I thought I'd sort the kids out. Left my wife in bed with a horrendous hangover.
Oh, both of you or just her?
Just her.
Oh, so you were babysitting last
I was
night, were you?
babysitting, yeah.
How old are they?
I got 4 kids, twin daughters.
4?
18. Yeah, it's full on. And,
So 18-year-old twins.
Another daughter who's 12, and my little boy is 8.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a full house.
Oh, goodness me. So if you imagine that it's about 2 years or so after having a kid before you can sort of come up for air.
Yeah.
That means then that you have spent 10 years with because if they're 18,
I don't know.
You've spent the best part of 10 years with an under 2 in the house in some way, shape or form.
But like I was saying, though, because I'm my own boss, I was able to, disappear down to the beach.
Yellow, you need a 5.3 to move to first. White, you are third. White, you need a 1.1.
So we're just getting slightly interrupted by the beach announcer there.
Red, you now have first priority.
So the 18-year-olds, are they're off to college or anything like that at the moment then?
They are. They've just started in the Arts Foundation course in Cardiff.
Both of them?
Yeah, exactly.
Wow, so the twins are doing the same course?
Yeah, I did exactly the same course, like
wow.
30-odd years ago, like 20-odd years ago.
So they went to one of the Barry schools, did they?
Yeah, they went to a school, Bro Morganog.
Nice. So mine who and Shara Cymraeg, they're Welsh speakers?
They are, yeah. Since they left, they haven't spoken a word.
Good for them. Well, no, good for them being the Welsh speakers.
Yeah.
They'll pick it up again.
All the kids are in Welsh-speaking schools, yeah, which is great.
It's good for the arts scene as well, being able to speak Welsh.
It is, yeah. No, they all like jumping in the sea. They've all got their own boards and everything.
Yeah.
So sometimes you might see like the 5 of us walking down Rest Bay or something to jump in some little waves.
Oh, okay. So she's at home, kids are at home, and then you just come for a cruise down to drop the trophies off.
Yeah, I was. The tide's about now, isn't it? So I was thinking of maybe checking out Ogmore High Tide, but I think I might have missed that boat. But then looking at those flags by there, maybe not.
The wind is ever so slightly trying to rise, isn't it?
I think it's cleaner tomorrow, so and it'll be quieter. So I might save it for tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've got now. What's going on here with a rip? The rip gets a little bit less as the tide comes in. But it is still there, and you want really as a surfer in a heat here now to be as east as you can possibly get. You want to be going up the channel. And we can see there that it's Charlotte Mully is leading the way. I don't know whether the English coaching setup will have allowed her to know that. Up and riding there is Olivia Mackay, and she would be needing a score of 1.97, and she may well have got that there. So the elimination position in this heat is still quite close. Mully with a fairly decent lead. So Mully, the surfer from Burley Heads. You been to Burley Heads, Nick?
I have not. No, I've not been down that far south yet.
Yeah, vibrant art scene in Burley Heads, actually.
Yeah.
Charlotte Mully is from Burley Heads. She's only been in the country a couple of days. Surfing for England, and she's been a form surfer all the way through the event, and actually building house as well, getting higher scores with each round that we go through. Josie Hawke from Wales is looking to defend a low score of 1.83 to remain in the advancing position. The 5-minute flag is now raised. And Mackay, having just ridden a wave, and I'm not sure if we've got the score through for Mackay yet on that wave. Yeah, and we have, and it was a 1.83. Yeah, so that's second score of Mackay. And then here we go, Josie Hawke up and riding. So she's looking to defend a 1.83. So both surfers carrying lows of 1.83. In fact, no, that was Olivia Mackay again. I don't think she'll have bettered the 1.83 on that occasion. It doesn't need to improve it by much. There's a 0.13 difference between the two surfers right now, separating the elimination position. So with 4 minutes left, there's quite a bit to play for in this heat, because a semi-final berth awaits whichever surfer out of Mackay and Hawke is sitting in second place when the music stops. 3 minutes 55. And so Mackay looking to get a 1.97 to move into that advancing position. So it's effectively a 2. And it's gone. It's dropped off a little bit. We got the some surfers paddling out on the inside. You can see on your screen a patch of white water. That's the back side of the reef as waves pour around, and then behind that is where the surfers are paddling out. They're paddling out somewhere behind Nick's avatar there on the screen. I'm joined in the studio by Nick Robato, who is the maker of the trophies that we are going to be awarding competitors a little bit later today. Some of those first place trophies have already been decided. If you're tuning in, Alice Barton and Luke Dillon are the Open champions of the British Cup 2023. Both of them were delighted to do it. Both of them chose their waves very carefully in finals that were held in the best conditions of the day. So we're watching the juniors take part later in the day. The decision was made by the contest organisers, and quite rightly, I think, to hold the culmination of the open categories in the best waves that we knew we were going to have. We've got a surfline forecaster, Jamie Bateman, among the competition team. So Josie Hawke, who's looking to play defence here, has got the priority as this set comes through. No surfers take off, but there are still a couple of waves coming through behind. Olivia Mackay is in third priority and needs the score. So you'd normally say that that puts her a bit up against it, but the score that she needs is completely attainable. And we have got a surfer up and riding, and this is... Oh, I think this is Josie Hawke, and I think she could well be putting a little rubber stamp on that there. Charlotte Mully with an in and out behind. Now that was Josie Hawke. She was using her priority. So Nick, I'm going to stick a little replay of this up on the screen. She is looking to improve a 1.83 to move further into second. And Olivia Mackay with an up and down. Nick,
hey. You
can play judge for a second here now, right?
Okay.
Is this wave that we see on the screen here now from Josie Hawke worth more than 1.83? There's a little lipper there. 1.83 and a redirect.
1.3?
1.83 or more.
I'd say so.
Nick's giving it the nod, so that would mean...
I'm going off Luke Dillon's 9 earlier as the...
yeah, fair enough. I mean, the comparison exists. Josie Hawke, she'll be very flattered to be compared to Luke Dillon's 9. So we've got a minute left, and we'll wait for that score for Josie Hawke, and she got a 2.3, so you were right, Nick. So this has pushed the requirement for Olivia Mackay north of 3, so 3.06 needed for Olivia Mackay with 45 seconds remaining. And she's not, it looks as though with 30 seconds left, the only surfer in position to get one is Charlotte Mully.
30 seconds remaining.
And so this is going to count out, and I think it looks as though the Welsh junior Josie Hawke is going to get up and into the semi-finals and is going to move through alongside the Queenslander Charlotte Mully. So we count this out with 5 seconds remaining. And we've got Nick Robato in the booth. We're going to say a big thanks to Nick for joining us. And we're going to have a little reminder of what it is that Nick did to make these trophies. So thanks for talking to us, Nick. So we've got pottery or ceramics, we'd call it ceramics.
Yeah, ceramics.
And then a sort of, so Nick is a set designer, and those trophies you can see through this little video. Thank you for your time, Nick.
No problem. Thanks for having me.
Hello, Mark Vaughan. Tired Mark Vaughan.
Jaded Mark Vaughan. 11:30, feeling like that. Feeling like a PM, not an AM, Rob. I must confess. It's been a long old, well, not just a weekend, but weeks preparation for this one. But no time for my woes of being jaded. So, yep, and just going to say cheerio to Tom while he takes a little break.
Do you want to change cameras? Do you want me to show you how to do it, or are you going to do replays, or do you want to just sort of see if you can?
I'll keep the techno to look and using my eyes, and feel free to come back and do the replays, Tom. Don't want to mess it up. So, Rob, finally, a break for our viewers from Tom's tones.
The poor dears.
I can almost hear the satisfactory cheers going out around Wales, Great Britain, Europe and the world, as our viewers' ears are spared Anderson's tones for 20 minutes.
There's just a surge in the national grid as everybody put their kettle on. So just to update our viewers and listeners at home on what's going on, we are into under 18 girls round 3, heat number 2, in the water in red, and in first position at the minute we have Tegan Blackford representing England in yellow, and in second position representing Wales, Katie David, and in third position currently surfing in white representing Scotland, it's Callie Cruikshank. Now that is a name that I struggle to say without putting a Scottish accent on, as Tom said yesterday as well. Callie Cruikshank.
Yes, that's look at that for it's like a rugby international World Rugby League group there.
That could be a World Cup group, couldn't it?
England, Wales, Scotland.
Six Nations pool. As we see surfer in red representing England, Tegan Blackford up and riding on a right-hander. She's trying her best to get around the whitewater on that one. She won't find the open face, but as we cast our eyes at the back, we can see Callie Cruikshank of Scotland surfing in white on a nice looking left. This one's going to bowl round to meet her, and she might get a glancing turn off the foam, which she does. Unfortunately, she kind of drifts over the back, and I'm not entirely sure that the judges will deem that to be a completed manoeuvre.
No, I don't think so, Tom. It's to be fair, it looked like that opportunity may have been lost for a moment, but she managed to get the board up there, came round, and it just sort of, with the outgoing rip, it kind of dragged her off the back of the wave, and just needed to put a bit more downward pressure on that board to ride out cleanly. But kind of a turn and a half there. Conditions, as I say, swell holding out for now. Organisers, myself and Mr. Jamie Bateman, in terms of local intel, have a little bit of concern now that we have the outgoing tide. Concerned that this swell will ebb away and we might need to go and hold for a couple of hours. Obviously, we're really hoping that's not the case, but we want to maximise good conditions.
Of course, yes.
No lottery results, please.
No, well, fingers crossed we can continue as we are. I've got to say, Tom and I have been pleasantly surprised by how, as the tides pushed in, the waves still managed to hold up. Yesterday we saw moments where the deep water really did affect wave quality for a little period, which is why we went on hold at certain points in the day yesterday. But maybe it's a change in the swell direction or just less impact from the wind. But we've seen some really steep faces right the way through the tide, which has been a pleasant surprise.
Yeah, it's let's say in terms of surfing here, the high tide is generally on the point here, whether the action is taking place, it's not considered the greatest of the times to surf. We tend to surf it in storm conditions more, just purely because that brutal rip is it's weakest. But as we saw yesterday towards the left-hand side on the ledges, we have a rider up and riding in red.
Tegan Blackford.
Oh, smashed a couple there. That's a great wave.
Here comes that parallel wave running up the beach.
Yes, the conditions, as you saw yesterday, as I was saying there, Rob, that we've moved over to the ledges. There's some great under-18 boys action. Unfortunately, we don't quite have enough swell to utilise that today, which is a shame because it's a really fun, very easy surfable wave. But our ladies in the water now. Still plenty of waves coming through. And what scores are we looking at there, Rob?
So I think we may be waiting for a score of Callie Cruikshank. No, that last of Callie Cruikshank, that turn and a half, as you deemed it. Came in at a 2.50. So Callie's sitting in third, but with only one wave ridden, which means she needs just a 0.50 to move up into second position, that qualifying place to get into the semi-finals. In second, surfer in yellow, Katie David sitting on 2.33 and a 0.67. So she'll really be looking to replace that 0.67. And out in front by some way at the minute, quite a clear margin, is surfer in red, Tegan Blackford, sitting on a 4.17, and the last of her scoring waves actually being her best, a 4.43 for that wave that kind of went parallel to the beach at the end. So Tegan sitting rather comfortably at this point in the heat. How long have we got on the clock, Mark?
It's quite difficult to see here, which our viewers won't appreciate because the sun is reflecting off the screen. 11 minutes 30 seconds there, Rob.
So plenty of time remaining, but Tegan, surfer in red, in a very comfortable position at the moment. This is our surfer in yellow.
I believe that was Katie.
Katie representing Wales. So
quick in and out.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to go into the top two. It certainly won't be there by the end of that, I'm sure.
And you know, Rob, as we have a little bit of downtime here, as we wait for another set to come in, and I say we keep going on about the conditions and the rips and all the various intricacies of this spot. You know, if any of our kind of overseas viewers that are tuning in today and not familiar with this part of the world, we have a huge tidal reach, one of the biggest in the world.
Second biggest to only the Bay of Fundy.
There we go. And we are a long way up the Bristol Channel here. You know, in terms of the sort of geography and our location, that thinks this is the most southerly spot.
That's it. And if you travel just a few miles to the east, it's not unheard of to have a 14-meter high tide, is it?
Yeah, exactly that. And this kind of location just clips the last of the swell before it then really, as the coastline starts to bend round and face more southeast, that still gets some swell occasionally, but this is kind of the last magnet along the Welsh, South Wales coastline anyway. And what we're seeing now is this rip starting to run back out to sea from left to right, back down to West Wales, and on the really, really big tides, this outgoing rip is another level. You cannot paddle against it. It is too strong. There is no Olympic athlete I am yet to find that can cope with this rip, no matter what the craft.
My dad's dad, my granddad, attempted to swim the channel from Penarth, from Lavernock Point to, I want to say, Weston. And he went out with the tide. He came back in with the tide.
Yep.
And he went out with the tide and came back in with the tide.
Here we go.
He did the double.
Oh,
up and down there. In white, I believe. Callie Cruikshank having a look at that one. But here goes your heat leader, surfer in red, Tegan Blackford, on a nice looking left.
Ooh,
a good bash there. It was a good choice of manoeuvre for that section of the wave, wasn't it? The lip coming down.
It offered a little bit of spark. You know, there was a little bit
resistance
of razzmatazz on that
to
one.
bash off, wasn't there?
Yeah, give the judges a little bit of wow and excitement. Speed, power, flow, one turn only, but the judges aren't looking for.
Well, Tegan's lowest score is a 4.17, so we'll see what the judges make of that. I think that was for two, perhaps not lesser turns, but there were two of them, so
might just push ahead of that, maybe for a single turn. We'll wait and see. But yeah, so your grandfather swam with the tide out and
in and out and in.
in out, and is that a had conversation? Or not sure.
Yeah, old Fred.
Do you know, I took a dip the other day because we've had an incredible summer, as everyone will know, and the water temperature here was kind of like a balmy 22, 23.
Oh yeah, 5.27 last I've read. You called it.
I thought they might like that, the judges.
Yeah, record sea temperatures in South Wales.
Yeah, and it was, everyone was swimming in the sea because there was no surf. But I took a down the coast walk, scaled the cliff, and decided to swim the one and a bit kilometres back to Llantwit with the outgoing rip.
Nice.
And discovered some new little local, again, rip intricacies that had me swimming for my life at high tide. And I bet my partner Beth that I could swim back to Llantwit quicker than she could walk back to the car and drive back to the car park. And she could pick me up, but waiting for her,
and
obviously.
She ended up having to drive to Weston to pick you up.
She was... when I finally arrived on the beach, gasping for air and looking very red-faced, probably about 40 minutes later than first anticipated. There was high concern on the beach for my safety, but yeah, very dangerous area to swim, surf without good knowledge of the area. And even with my 30-odd years, I managed to get caught out on that occasion. But enough of that. Where are we? 7 minutes gone. Red is absolutely in a commanding position here, putting on a stellar
lovely
performance.
looking set approaching the lineup, Mark.
Yeah, who have we got? Red again.
It could be Red in position. She's not going to go on this.
Priority situation, yes, she remains in priority.
I'm surprised.
Yellow
She didn't
second
take a look
priority.
at that. Obviously, she likes to look at the wave that's out the back. It might be a slightly bigger wave, actually. She's going to have a paddle for it. No.
It's that outgoing rip, and what we see here, we've got some lefts and rights. Is that
if you can get into these waves, there is still plenty of scoring opportunities, isn't there? Especially on those rights.
We I think I may have said yesterday, but there's just directly in front of us is what we refer to as car park. It's back in the day before the breakwall was built, there was a really, really nice peak that ran right the way through to high tide. Wedgy, short, punchy right. And one of our local legends, Steve Sawyer, who was probably was I was a Grom, used to surf over the little wall that directs the river here, and he was famous for ollieing over the wall at high tide. We all as Groms used to watch, and Steve, a massive part of the local surf club, Channel Coast Surf Club, to which we are exceptionally grateful to this local surf club and community for keeping the water free, fully supporting the event. So any of the Channel Coast surfers, aka the Chargers, as they are referred to, massive shout out to you lads. Thank you very much for your support of this Olympic pathway event. Although this is now the juniors, so this is the next tier of British surfing that's we will see in future years to come, battling out for team positions to go to those ISA World Championships and potentially qualify for an Olympic Games. Exciting stuff.
I suppose that explains lots of the passionate responses we've seen from some of the surfers that have been unfortunate enough to fall short of the finals. Lots of slapping of water and so on.
Hey, look, yeah.
Desire, I heard you.
Desire, passion, want.
Desire.
This means something, you know. There's money now in British surfing. Our athletes know that. You know, making the British squad can be potentially changing in terms of their funding, their training, their coaching, and their future in the sport in this country. It means a lot more than just a contest win. So I see our surfer in white has had a couple of attempts to get up, and you can see that rip on was pulling it back. But Rob, I spy with my little eye a little bit of a set coming.
Something beginning with S.
Indeed.
So earlier on, probably about an hour ago, when the tide was a little bit further out, Mark, we saw lots of our surfers gravitating towards the right-hand side.
Yep.
Even though the waves were much better in the middle. And it's because the sets were rearing up on the right-hand side as they felt the bottom further out.
Yes.
And that lack of local knowledge and experience is dragging our surfers across, even if they'd watched the heat before and seen everybody else do exactly the same thing. So we've seen a few people that have surfed Llantwit often or more regularly know exactly where to sit today.
Yeah.
And I think it probably pays dividends, as we see Tegan Blackford surfing red up and riding on a little right-hander. Probably pays dividends to sit and watch the conditions before you go in.
Oh yes, absolutely. And you know, this place changes per heat. It's kind of like the old French beach break scenario, where you want to be there 1 minute and over there the next.
You want to be in there before it's good.
Yes, you want to be in there before good. I can't remember who coined that expression or that quote. It's one of the CT.
It's one of the CT from the 80s or 90s, isn't it?
Yeah, I thought was it Potts? Or am I imagining it?
It sounds familiar.
But either way, that's exactly what you have to deal with here. And we've probably got another... What heat are we on here now, Rob? I've had a very busy...
So I think we're into the semi-finals next.
Yeah, we've got a situation, and this is where when Tom returns, I'll have to go back to my contest director role and just determine whether we carry on. Another 25 minutes of surfing action to complete for the round 3 here. Probably be one more heat of junior girls and then potentially on hold. So we shall see. But we are counting down 2.5 minutes remaining. Say Tegan in a very commanding position here. And we hope that our competitors from Wales and Scotland get one more opportunity in these closing moments to have a final dig at making that second place secure and into the semi-finals. But at the moment, it's our Welsh lady, Katie David, who is holding that second place over the Scottish surfer, and she also has the benefit of she is second priority.
No, Callie Cruikshank, who requires only a 0.5.
Wow.
As priority, so all to play for as we approach the final few moments, the curtain call.
Yeah, apologies to our viewers that my view of the screen currently is difficult, so I can't quite see the scores and priority, but look at this set, Tom. Rob. God, I'm
Second
tired.
time today, that's funny.
I know.
Second time today, that is Guff.
Yeah, they're both 3 letters, and there's an O in it. So it's 30,
look at this one.
33%
If
right.
someone was on this left,
Oh, no.
they would be reaping the rewards, I'm sure.
Wow.
Really great wave coming through the lineup then.
That was an opportunity. Still, she paddles. And I believe that will knock her down the priority list. Yes, it has. And we are starting to get down to...
If Katie David is very savvy now, not that I think it will make much difference with this so few seconds remaining in this heat, but Katie David could be paddling towards Callie Cruikshank and making sure she doesn't get on anything.
Well, based on the requirement, Rob, that's exactly what I would be doing. But she does have priority. Ooh, was that deemed a paddle for the wave? Probably not. And here we are, closing moments, 30 seconds. So it's looking like that 0.5.
Callie Cruikshanks needs only to stand up and to wiggle, basically.
It's so agonising at times, isn't it? Competitive surfing, it's awful. It's such a cruel mistress.
I don't think there's going to be another opportunity. There is a little bit of movement in the lineup, but I think Callie is too far in, and those waves are too far out.
Yep. That's
to be caught.
It's a heartbreaker for her. Or maybe, here we go. Literally, this is going to be on the countdown.
5 seconds remaining.
Is it a buzzer beater, Mark?
Oh my God.
Yes, I think it's going to be a buzzer beater.
Wow.
The Scots are going wild.
Goodness gracious me. Well,
that's not meeting the requirement. I don't know what it is.
Well, Rob, I thought that was done and dusted. We did not see a wave. We're sat directly 30 yards from the action, looking directly in front.
Where did it come from?
That just popped out of nowhere.
I think it may have been the wake of that ship we see out to sea.
That was destiny. Commentator's curse, perhaps?
Or, well, it depends which side of the...
that was a Slater.
Depends which team you're on.
Yeah, that was a Slater.
As you sit there in your Team Wales hat, you have cursed perhaps the Welsh girl there, Katie David. Callie Cruikshank.
Put your hands together.
Clutch moment in the heat. Callie Cruikshank posting not just the 0.5 required, but her second best, a 2.37. It was more than enough. It was 5 times enough.
Wow. I'm just left a little dumbfounded after that. That was a Slater-esque kind of like, you never write anyone off, isn't it? There we go. That was...
So early on, I'm not sure if you were in the booth for this, Mark, but we talked about how Brad Gerlach didn't like the word dangerous being used. Tom didn't like the word dangerous being used because he thought it was a kind of a slight on your Brazilian surfers, saying, they're dangerous because they could beat an Australian or an American and spoil that kind of dream scenario that lots of the surf media promote. And Brad Gerlach said, no. Dangerous means somebody can come from behind at any point in the heat without priority and do what is required. And we've just seen Callie Cruikshank do that. So by that definition,
example.
She might be dangerous.
Hey, look, winning becomes a habit. And that was a second place, but that will feel like an absolute victory. The howls of delight and screams of delight from Team Scotland to our left here, flag waving boldly and proudly in the wind.
The saltire waving.
Yes, indeed. Well, flower of Scotland.
Fun fact, Flower of Scotland is my 3rd favourite anthem.
Wow. What
Welsh.
Welsh first, number one.
French.
I was going to say,
Yeah.
I'd have to go along with
Marseilles, it's an absolute belter, isn't it?
It's a belter. It's one of those you can't help but sing along to.
I do enjoy Flower of Scotland at the beginning of the rugby internationals, though, when they're at Murrayfield and they stop, the music stops and the crowd carry on singing.
Yes.
It's a goosebump moment, isn't it?
It is very much so. And, of course, the national anthem for Great Britain, United Kingdom, England.
Recent change, yes.
Yes, now has the God Save Our King, and as we all sadly bid farewell to Her Majesty the Queen. No matter of your views, I think it was a massive, massive occasion, not only for this country but the world.
Huge, yeah.
And watched by the funerals, watched by something like 4.2 billion people.
Huge.
Wow, that's some Instagram following, eh?
It was quite the spectacle, wasn't it?
She had an Instagram following.
I'm pretty sure. I think the royal family have an Instagram.
But anyway,
I'm checking out how many have they got compared to you.
I think my following is probably reduced after my time in the commentary booth. But look, let's concentrate on the action for a second here, because we've got a heat on our hands. We've seen Alice Barton in red. One of the, if not the standout performers of this weekend. Fantastic surfer. And she is looking to do a double act here.
Yes.
In terms of open women's
She's had a good
crown,
morning thus far, hasn't she?
and she will now look to double that up for under 18 girls victory, which I would have to check the stats, but possibly can't think of too many women that would have done a double in terms of under 18 and open women's champion.
No.
So that would be some achievement, and on the basis of this morning's performance and throughout this weekend, you'd have to say she is pretty much the favourite in this under 18s category.
So in red we've got Alice Barton, as we've just mentioned. We've got Natalie Kubedza surfing in white for Scotland, and Indy Lynch surfing in yellow for Wales. So another England-Wales-Scotland matchup in this one.
Yes, and no doubt the Welsh ladies will be looking for a little bit of revenge over us friends from Scotland after they just literally broke Welsh hearts in the last 3 seconds of that last heat. And Rob, once again, Llantwit Major has a little pulse of extra swell from somewhere. The forecast was not quite anywhere near as good as what we've ended up with today. A surprise.
It looks almost like it's building for this heat. Heed, we're still here.
Do you ever find that when you're watching surfing events that you get this situation where the favourite paddles out and the waves turn on? It's almost like
happens.
Yeah,
we've seen. I mean, it's always happened.
Yeah, is that by magic, or is it just is it something that the ocean knows?
In order to get this contest finished, perhaps we could station Alice Barton just in the lineup but not surfing, and hope that the waves continue to pulse, because it does seem to have turned on every time she's got into the water.
I tell you what, Tom.
Look at this. This is so
Tom
well
again,
surfable.
Rob.
All right, third time. You can stop now.
It's a red card offence. Oh God, I'm so sorry, Rob. I don't know why I'm calling you Tom every 30 seconds, but
I'd rather you didn't.
Yeah, we'll have to come up with a new name for you by the end of this heat. But two absolute, perfect little rights ran through there that would have allowed.
Again, our surfers were too far to the right to catch them.
Yeah, they're just in that outgoing rip now, which they have to be careful they don't get pulled too far out and away from the peak. And look, they're going to have a second bite here because there's another set by the looks coming in. But those two that ran through there, use the term heat winners, and they were heat winners.
This set's going to be even bigger.
Yeah, here we go.
Here goes Barton in red.
Wow.
And she bottom turns, smashes off that first section. It's quite foamy, but she gets back onto the open face, cutting back to the whitewater, finding lots of power for another turn, displacing plenty of water. And this wave standing up all the way through to the inside.
Ooh.
Unfortunately, it looked almost like she was caught in two minds, whether to go off the whitewater or try and get back out onto the open face, and ended up pivoting off that back foot a little too sharply.
She did indeed, but I think it's fair to say, Rob, the damage was already done.
I think so.
And
Look at this wave at the back, though, Mark.
Wow.
Who's going to be in position? There's no priority as of yet. I think there might be after this.
Do you know what, Rob? Yet another set, probably about 30 seconds away, 45 seconds from rolling through. We've got a little pulse here. And yes, young Alice there, absolutely flying down the line. And have we had any scores yet?
Yes,
what
we
have
got the first of Surfer in Red, Alice Barton, a 1.43. But that second scoring wave is waiting to drop. I think that's going to be the bigger of the two scores.
Yeah.
And there it is. You may have heard it on the beach commentary, a 7.33. So the judges up in their scale to match and reflect the conditions, I think, Vaughnie, in this.
Yeah, and here comes that set that I was on about. Just drifted into the lineup. And this is a priority nightmare for the girls because they're trying to kick in off, with a little bit of incoming swell to get out of that
so
rip.
we see White having a look at this one. She uses the white water to propel her into this wave. Ooh. Oh, unfortunately for Natalie Cabedza of Scotland, not quite managing to get to her feet. But Alice Barton, your heat leaders, up and looking at this one again, drifts off the back. So Alice will now have third priority, but she will be, actually no, she'll have second priority because she's drifted out into the lineup already.
Already in a commanding position in this heat, Rob, and she just needs to get one more score now, and she's locked in. Nice start to the heat, 7-point plus ride.
So we're gonna got a little break in the action, a short break, and I'm gonna take this opportunity. I'm going to take this opportunity just to show you a little something. On camera.
There we are. We're up. We're on. So the camera that would have shown our delighted faces, I think, is currently being disconnected to show the drone.
Understood.
But I think the drone is having its batteries changed. I don't know if it'll go up again or not.
No, the wind's picked up a little bit now.
We're at the midway point in this heat then, and there's another Cabedza in this one. Now, do you think it's safe to say that that might be a sibling of Ben Cabedza?
I think that's fair.
From Scotland. Scottish word for Scotland, I think it's the same as the Welsh word for Scotland, isn't it? Alba. Welsh word for Scotland, Alban, and etymologically linked to the old word for this island we live on, Albion. So the
Romans named it that.
Do
you know why they named it that?
I don't know why they named it that.
In response to seeing the white cliffs of the south coast.
Oh,
Alba,
right.
meaning white.
Albion. I did not know that.
So we're getting deep on the etymology.
Gareth Bale, Welsh icon, the sort of second best Welsh sporting export after Patrick Langdon Dark. I'd probably throw Alice in there actually, so I'd make it the third. I know she's surfing surfing for England, but Wales has been involved in making the genius surfer that is Alice Barton.
Langland surfing.
Langland. So I'm going to relegate Gareth Bale to the third
Langland
greatest Welsh
surfing Madrid in that order.
Yeah, Langland surfing Madrid. And Gareth Bale has a daughter called Alba. And I saw her score a goal actually when I was in the Parc des Princes.
I think there's about to be an
Paris.
update on what's going to be happening next.
Yeah, I think we're running straight through is the update. I was in the Parc des Princes in Paris when we'd just beaten Northern Ireland in the Euros 2016, and Bale brought his daughter out to kick a ball into the goal in front of the fans, and she must have been about 4 or 5. And 30,000 Welsh people cheered when the ball went in. They were, apparently, the FAW were later censured by UEFA for Bale having allowed his daughter to go onto the pitch and kick a ball.
Right.
Interesting.
And there's some bizarre bylaw of football, was it?
A bylaw of football, yeah. So Barton, she's got she's doing her normal thing today. Then she's got one big score. And is just waiting and biding her time to back it up.
Talking, Tom, of obscure bylaws in sport, have you seen the BBC piece this morning detailing Lewis Hamilton's £22,000 fine?
No, do tell.
For wearing a nose stud whilst driving.
What?
So the FAW have sanctioned him.
FIA,
sorry. What did I say? FAW. Not the Football Association of Wales. That would be even more bizarre.
Well, I'd like it if Lewis Hamilton would give the Football Association of Wales 22 grand, but there we go.
No, the FIA.
Right.
Yeah.
So is wearing a stud underneath her...
apparently, all jewellery whilst driving has been banned for 20 years. As we see, this is our surfer in yellow, Indy Lynch of Wales. Having a look at that inside right. That'll be Indy's first scoring wave, so that's going to stand her in good stead. Score on the board.
Means that the other surfer has got to catch a wave, and here we go, Barton up and riding. Now she chooses to go left on this one. Huge backside re-entry.
That's a great turn.
Arguably the biggest manoeuvre I've seen all day there from Alice Barton, or am I getting a little bit too excited too early?
Carried away. There's no doubting it was a fantastic.
We'll review it. We'll review it now, and we'll see. So let's have a look.
A fantastic turn.
Alice Barton, here we go. So we see... In response to Lynch's score, Cabedza heads in. Now look at this thing. In we go. She chooses to go left. Whack! Absolutely 12 o'clock. And doesn't get back onto the right-hander after it. Fabulous surfing from Alice Barton.
I think that's going to be a very big score.
I think it's going to be massive. I think that's an 8. I think it's a one manoeuvre 8. I'm going to... Should we take a gentleman's bet? 5p. I found 5p on the floor. I've cleaned it. It's in my back pocket. Here we go. That's Indy Lynch. This 5p coin.
I reckon it's going to come in under 8, but still going to be high.
I'm going 8.
Let's bet.
All right, we bet 5p. Here we
Maybe
go.
793.
Are we allowed to do gambling online in the? Oh!
So pay up.
7.93. I was 0.07 out. I'm going to go and find out which judge it was that gave that a 7.9 instead of...
It was a 7.8 given by middle judge.
The middle... Who are you, middle judge? What a spoil sport. Middle judge. Let's look at this again. What a spoil sport. The middle judge gave this a 7.8 and the other two gave it an 8. Let's have a look. Let's see. What is it that the spoil sport middle judge could have possibly... Here we go. They've cost me 5p. Oh, great turn.
Well,
there we
don't
go.
bet what you can't afford, Tom.
Yeah.
As far as I'm concerned, Tom, that absolutely cements and confirms what Rob and I were saying about you while you weren't in the commentary box. And if you want to know what that was, you'll have to watch the replay. So,
well, I do often watch. I watch a bit of what we do back, so we can enhance the viewer experience. And here we go, and that is Indy Lynch, and she gets onto the rail. She'll be sticking that turn in the not too distant, and then watch out every other surfer in the British lineups.
Yeah, guys, I just thought I'd
Have
give
you
you
got
that
news?
Fresh update. Sorry, I had to do the contest director role there. We just had a quick team managers meeting. Look, you guys know, and probably our viewers will know now, that when this tide gets lower, we're going to have improved conditions. Equally, we've got waves.
And
the
sun.
swell could drop. We've got the glare issue this afternoon. Whole load of potential problems. So while there's waves, keep surfing.
Cabeza.
So we go into the under-18 boys semi-finals next, but we are going to take it on a heat-by-heat basis. So if
Exciting
conditions
times.
do really deteriorate, we will have to go on hold. But the action will remain for now. So enjoy commentating. I'm going to leave you boys to it.
Thank you very much for the update, Jessie Miley Dyer.
Thank you very much.
Hey, Jessie Miley Dyer's in London. She's at Twickenham.
Is that right?
Yeah. There's lots of big sports in London today. The NFL London. We're gonna and if we do end up still running at that time of day, we'll bring you updates as we did with Arsenal and Spurs yesterday.
I believe I was at a World Champs Ecuador 2004 ISA Worlds. I think Jessie was surfing for Australia back then.
She?
Yeah, it was won the event by Sofia Milanovic.
Oh, wow. Great surfer.
2004.
One of my all-time favourites, Sofia Milanovic.
Yeah, and the men's open that year, Hira Tiruvanatufa.
Hira?
Yeah, Hira.
I remember him.
I was very fortunate to be on the Tahitian team bus on the way back from the beach.
Oh, yeah, there was this with Mark Splinter Griffiths.
Yes, what an occasion that was. As you can imagine, the Polynesians celebrating a world title, second world title for Hira.
Here we go. We got a... Is this Cabeza or is this Lynch? That's Lynch. That was Cabeza. So there is a bit of a ding-dong going on for second here. And with 1:40 remaining, it's kind of up for grabs a little bit.
Oh, Miss Barton is swinging.
And she goes front side this time.
I'm calling tail slide, yep.
Yeah.
That's
language style.
Yeah. You know what? If she's getting those beach scores, if I was here, I might be thinking of maybe a quick early finish, rest up. She's done a lot of heats already this weekend, 2 categories. Eyeing up the double titles of women
it's hers
and
to lose,
under-18
isn't
girls. Yeah, title. But as I say, I'll leave you guys to it. Back to Rob, who's done a sterling job, and Tom.
Not sterling. Now we want euros and pound. We want euros and dollars, don't we? After Honey, I Shrunk the Quids. Oh, here we go, Barton again. Are you? With one last question. Did you manage to stay awake to match of the day after all your paddling last night, Vonnie?
Well, I actually went. Well, no, I went to the pub because I hadn't been drinking, obviously, because I'm representing Wales. So I've had a good month of training. And that's genuine. I try and ensure, even at my ripe old age, to ensure I represent my country with honour.
And you did.
Thank you.
You acquitted yourself very well. Oh, hang on. We got 20 seconds. We'll finish the answer to this question. We're just going to see now because Cabeza needs a score. She reduced the requirement a bit with that last one. She now needs a 2.57 to advance. There's 10 seconds left, and there is going to be a paddle here. Although I think it's just going to bottom out on her. So it looks as though it is going to be the English and the Welsh surfers advancing. So well done, Indy Lynch, and very well done to Alice Barton. Go on.
That's great. The Welsh girl through, and Alice, kind of our local Welsh girl, although under the English flag. But we always wish Alice all the very best here in Wales, due to her geographical location. But yes, I ventured up the pub about 10:30 last night as fellow contest organiser and head judge role Tim Aylett was walking back, and I met up with some of the Channel Islands team and the Scottish team, and had shared a few beers, and got home about 1, watched all the replays till 3:30 this morning, and had the alarm go off at 6. So the rest for the wicked, Tom.
So you caught match of the day. Oh, there we go. So you yeah, the big North London derby win yesterday, and then yesterday the other
match of the day.
The other big sporting result yesterday, the Battle of the Marks. So we had the Battle of North London, we had the Battle of the Marks, and Mark Vaughan did come out over Mark Void. And then this morning, big battle between Stanley Norman and Luke Dillon. We haven't caught up with either of those yet. We had a chat with Alice Barton, the event winner. I'm sure we will have a chance to have a few words with Luke Dillon. if I think Vaughan's actually going to go and see if he can find him now, actually. And we've gone through that heat then, so we're going to take a little break and we'll move then into heat 4 of the under 18 girls. And we're back. We're underway. Belle Betteridge, Rob, is in the event.
Yes.
She's in the water now.
Yes.
I think I said this morning that I'd only seen Bo here.
Oh, no, that's why I mentioned both of them.
Belle is here.
Luke Dillon, would you mind coming to the commentary box, please?
So we had a little chat with this morning about the names Bo and Belle. Both of them are of natural footers, powerful surfers. I think Bo is the elder of the two, or are they twins?
I'm not sure.
I should have asked them that when I was. I interviewed them at Fistral a couple of weeks ago. We had great fun. Oh, ripping here in the white. And this is
Lola Mitchell of Scotland.
Yeah, and she is absolutely shredding this one. What a start. Lola Mitchell.
And up and riding out the back, this is your surfer in yellow, Poppy Owen.
Now, I tell you what, and she's from Wales, yeah?
That's right.
I tell you what, right, the surfer, the Scottish, when I went out there to go and have a little snack just then, the Scottish surfers, largely led by Mark Boyd, they are cheering everything that their fellow competitors do. Every single time somebody rides a wave there, they're cheering it. And we'll have a little look at that again. A 5.17 for this. And look at that on the rail to rail there. Really impressive. So that is the future of Scottish surfing on your screen right there now. So she comes in at a decent start to that heat. And with a little close up of the lineup there, we've got another paddle going on, and that is the surfer in red, Belle Betteridge. And so she's starting her account.
Yep.
And just gets a little bit.
I've got some good news for you, Tom.
Good news.
We're joined.
Oh wow! We're joined by surfing greatness, newly minted surfing greatness.
How we doing,
Luke? Congratulations! We've got Luke Dillon in the booth, the champion of the British Cup, and Luke and Belle Betteridge. Look at her going again on that one there, and this time Belle just getting started. Luke will show you a little replay of that wave of Belle Betteridge now. And yeah, talk us through this one, Luke. I'm assuming you know Belle.
Not too much actually. She's got a really nice bottom turn. Oh, nice into the lip, wraps it back with lots of speed. That's a good little wave.
Yeah,
for a couple
wasn't it
turns.
just?
It's getting hard out there now.
Wave of the heat. Luke, let's start by talking. Right, Rob and I, we build narratives in here. Let's start by talking about a cold afternoon in Scotland about a year and a half ago, and a British Cup final, which you were leading, before a gentleman called Stanley Norman took off, headed to the left. We fast forward to the next British Cup, and in a warm South Wales peak, Stanley Norman is leading a heat with minutes to spare before a gentleman called Luke Dillon takes off and goes right. What were you thinking in those closing moments of the heat?
Not that, to be honest, but yeah, it was definitely a good heat.
Get that mic as close to your chin as you
There
can.
you go, up here. Yeah, it was looking fun, but I just needing a score that small. You can't surf for the three. You have to just go as if it was a normal wave and just do what you would normally do.
Did you think the work was done before you came through to the inside, or were you sort of, in your mind, do you have a point in the wave where you think, yeah, I've got here?
Probably, but I didn't then. I didn't really have much out the back. It was nice and it was smooth, but there wasn't any real work. And then sort of got a couple of little turns in on the inside and then finished it quite well. So yeah, it was good.
Yeah, and it was that closeout maneuver. You knew then.
Yeah. Landing that last turn. 3.4. I knew, but then you turn around and I just watched my heat back and I heard you say it'd be cool if I got out, but 70 seconds or so left and I had to paddle back out because you never know if there's a little wide set or stand's going to get one or logs or
do you know, that's a really interesting point you make there, right? Now, people who've been watching the webcast all day will have heard the NFL are in London today, right? And we've talked about this a bit. You ever watch NFL?
No.
Right. I'll tell you something interesting from the NFL, and this is kind of similar, right? When I only noticed this when I went to watch them in a stadium. They kick the ball off, right, to the other team, and if the kick goes all the way through for what they call a touchback, and it goes right through the end zone, there's no need for the kick return to catch the ball and run back, right? That's it. It's done. And the entire 11 players who've kicked the ball all run all the way to the end zone and out and through, even though the ball's gone dead. And I didn't know why. And I said to my mate who I was watching it with, I said, who's like a lifelong American guy, I said, why do they do that? And he said, well, the thing is, he said, when the ball is kicked, they know it's almost certainly going into touch. But you just don't know if someone's going to catch it. Oh, here we go, going down on the inside. Look at this.
Lovely wave.
Scottish surfer. Going now we've got Bell. Who have we got here going on? This is that Poppy Owen that we've got going on there? This is Lola. We had Lola Mitchell going on the right. Ripping on that one there. We'll get that back, and then I think so. Does that mean we had Poppy Owen going on the left? So we had them
Split
going
peak.
2 ways. Yeah, split peak. So this was Lola Mitchell. Wow. Yeah, because she was on the backhand at the beginning. She is a prospect, isn't she? Look at that.
Lots of speed.
Ripping. Absolutely ripping there. We'll get a couple of scores in as well here now. And here we go, and that is Poppy Owen then going on the left, surfing for Wales. She needs a 6.4 at the moment. Lola Mitchell got a 4. One of those was a 5+, and she's popped up into above Bell Betteridge there. Wow. Yeah, so he was telling me they run all the way through because they say that there's like 1 in every 100 times they take that kick, it's going to fall one yard short of the line. Someone's going to catch it. Yeah. At which point you want to still be sprinting to like chase them down. And then when the ball does go into touch, they've been told that they've got to carry on running all the way through. As we see Lola Mitchell go again here. Yeah, as they run through the end zone also so they can decelerate sensibly.
Yeah.
And I've always thought, like, in heats, there's 30 seconds left, there's 40 seconds left. You turn around and you paddle out till the bell.
Yeah.
It's almost like a discipline thing.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. My first heat, I had a really good heat, actually. I think I had about a 16 combo, but...
You did. You had the first, and at the time, it was the highest and the second highest score of the day until Lucy Campbell got the 9.17 later.
Lucy nudged me.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was a bit different because I had a couple of good scores and I had that one was sort of 3 minutes ago and I cut my foot.
Was that walking down or walking back?
No, so after the very first wave of the comp for me, I just jumped off sensibly, feet first, and hit a boulder. Got a nice little slash in the foot, but not enough to really get it stitched or glued. It's just this open wound, so just... been cleaning it and padded it up and wearing a wetty boot. It's been a bit minging, really, but
but you've still won the
it's on it. I guess it's that saying, innit? Beware the wounded soldier. Or
And can I ask as well then about your trip to California, because you're on a real tear now. Then so this result today is a big one, but taking down Shun Murakami, and I reckon that I never saw Barton Lynch more excited about somebody's backhand attack than I saw him about yours during that contest. I'm assuming you have watched Barton Lynch's narration of your backhand back?
I have during the heats, yeah, and I actually met him afterwards. And yeah, he was stoked. So
did he praise your backhand?
Yeah, he did. It's just it's good praise coming from him. Obviously, world champ. Awesome. And yeah, Cali was amazing. It was the first time I'd ever been, and it was my best ever finish. Got a 19th in the world, but felt like I had loads more to go. But when you get there and you're at that wave, it's just the tiny little differences. And I just caught a rail on one turn at the end, and that was it.
Making that inside connection.
Yeah, lost by 0.4. Just so subtle, but such a stinging loss.
Yeah.
But yeah, overall it was good. Team Britain, Great Britain finished 13th, which is a place better than last year. And Logs and Pat were obviously representing Wales, and it was a cracking little trip and got everyone excited for the future, really.
Yeah, because of course last year's Worlds, you in El Salvador, you went on a bit of a tear there as well, didn't you? But most of it was on the non-televised peak, Zunzal.
Yeah, I lost to Italo by 0.1. That was another highlight.
Yeah, that was the early stages, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like round 3, 4. It was actually, if I'd have made that heat, I'd have been primed for the Olympics. So
really,
yeah, tiny differences. But we'll go again. We'll go next year in 2024. Just
it's
got to keep the young
there.
Ones behind me for a minute, you know.
Yeah,
27 now, so I'm edging towards 30. And
but you've got the power surfing, you know, like and look at that title's been won today in small waves, all on the rail.
Yeah.
So you've got to be pleased with that.
Yeah, for sure. And I know Stan particularly is very good when he goes for the airs and the technical tricks. So he's always a danger, you know. Doesn't matter what the conditions are like.
So let's come back to my first question then, right? You said here we go, Belle Bettridge, and she's going to get on rail here. And I think if she gets an inside connection of any kind, nice snap there. I think that Belle Bettridge is going to probably put herself into a pretty good situation in this heat now. If we look at that one, we'll just have a little replay back. We can get to enjoy that second snap that she did. So this one's more of a two-stage carve, and then here we go on the inside, and a real stomp with that one. So that pops Belle Bettridge into a decent position there, and it leaves Lola Mitchell needing a 5.5. The Tartan Army will believe she can do that, won't they?
Oh yeah, for sure. The ladies have been ripping this whole event, so it's been really good to come and watch. Particularly, you know, the under 18 girls. I haven't done many contests at home.
Yeah.
And there's not many contests where the juniors and the seniors get to compete. It's been a couple of the Scottish girls absolutely rip, and a lot of them are sort of low teens or same with the Welsh and British. I don't really know much of the Brits, so it's a kind of a bit of a gap at the moment. But British surfing looks like it's in good hands, so I'm quite looking forward to maybe getting to meet them and have a little surf and give them a couple tips if I can. So
it's very kind of you to be willing to give back like that, Luke. Now I know it's very hot in here, and you are wearing a dark Surf in England hoodie, so I won't detain you too much longer. But can we just come back to that initial question then, right? I was asking you, you know, did you have like last year's event and last year's, you know, close finish, Poppy Owen on the front side there, or just comes unstuck. Did you have that in mind, you know, when you were at the very end of that heat? And you said not, okay, you know, I said what were you thinking, and you said not that, but does it make, rivalries are a good thing, right? And you talk about keeping the youngsters behind you, and you're praising Stan and the fins free, tail high airs and things like that. Are you, does it make it a bit sweeter because it was Stan and it was a buzzer beater? Does it feel like it put the ghost of last year to bed?
It does now, because it was a bit of a sour taste last year for me, because I was... Well, it was a bit of both, because not many people know that I tore my knee ligament like 5 days before the comp. So I drove up to Scotland, had 28 painkillers on the weekend of the British, surfed with a torn MCL.
So I've done the MCL before, medial collateral ligament.
Yeah, it's just an annoying one.
But because you can still walk and ride a bike and things like that.
But it's just the little sideways movement and obviously
Logan's
compressing.
done it too.
Yeah, I've had a few knee injuries, so it's ones that I'm accustomed to. But I needed to finish top 3 up in Scotland to qualify for the Worlds in El Salvador. So that was my goal. And then when I got there and I was in the final, and he obviously nabbed me with about a minute to go. So it's kind of like bittersweet. I was happy that I made it, and but I didn't get the win. And as we were actually walking out here, we were in about knee-high water, and Stan turned around to me and said, "Do you remember when I smoked you in Scotland last year?"
He said that today?
Yeah, as we were walking into the final here in Wales. So he turned around and said that to me, and I'm not going to tell you what I said back, but He put a bit of extra fire in the belly.
He likes a bit of the sledging.
Oh yeah. It's all good crack.
Yeah.
Between the lads, and you know you got Stan who's 18, 19. Lucas is like 14 or so.
Yeah.
And then you got Logan and Pat, who has obviously joined me on the QS for the last couple of years. So it's good. It's good banter, but I wasn't thinking about it before that. And then when he said that when we were walking out, I was like, right, it's all well and good saying you're gonna have it, but then obviously we're in the sea, so anything can happen. But I think it was a little bit of karma, I reckon, when that right came in, and I made him eat it with that last like minute and a half to go. So.
I love it. 4 minutes remaining here, and we've still got Poppy Owen needing. So Lola Mitchell's in a good position here. Poppy Owen needing a 7.67 to go into the advancing position, and Lola Mitchell, she could take the lead in this one with a 5.5. And the Scots will believe she can do it. Was that your first time in El Salvador?
Yes. Yeah, and
figures. Like
I do. I really fancy both the waves. I think they're quite suited to the way I surf.
Yeah.
But I was actually just going to touch on the two girls. It's got to be getting quite tight with the Welsh and the Scottish. I'm not sure where England are too, but for that for that British Cup, yeah. So it's sort of getting down to that stage where every position matters now, doesn't it? Every round you can make.
Yeah. Absolutely.
So the Scots will be. I know. I was sat on the rocks then with my girlfriend, and I can't remember her name, but she needed like a 0.8.
What, your girlfriend's name?
No. Yeah, she's not watching the stream.
Oh, you're doing well.
But she needed a 0.8 or a 0.9 with about 5-6 minutes to go, and she got it with maybe 30 seconds to go.
And it's the basics, isn't it? Surfing heats are the basics.
Especially at this spot as well, the tide makes a massive difference. So 1 minute you think it's going to be pumping and you're going to get one of the best heats with lots of waves, and the next minute it's literally like a lake.
Yeah.
But what does she need? She needs quite a big score.
She needs a pretty decent score here, Poppy Owen. I think a 7+. Realistically, it's a 2-wave score at this stage in her career. But still, she's here and she's got to this stage of the event, and these girls, they're at everything. We did the little Grom contest down in Rest Bay, and there they were, and they're entering everything that they can possibly do. And that is one of the great success stories, I think, of British surfing of late, has been that the rise of the girls, and led arguably by Lucy and Alice right now. Both of them absolutely ripping in this event. And Lucy Campbell actually did very well in the Worlds as well, didn't she? I think it was yourself and her that were the two sort of last Brits standing. Did you manage to get to see any of Lucy's heats?
Yeah, I was on the rocks watching when she got that 9.
Yeah.
And she had a pretty good heat today. I think her and Victoria backed themselves a couple of
California.
Sorry,
Luke was just being handed some paraphernalia while I was saying that. Then, so.
Yeah. We were all down at the beach watching each other's heats, and she was surfing really well, as was Alice, and it was good. Ellie Turner rips as well, so it was good to just watch all of them, and it all starts here. It all starts at the English and the Welsh and the Scottish.
So Ellie Turner not in the English team at this event then?
I don't know whether she couldn't come or if she didn't qualify, but
of course, because it's through qualification through the nationals, isn't it?
Yeah, so they're trying to develop more of a squad role for choosing the teams, I believe. I'm not sure.
Yeah, interesting.
But which is, I think, is a better way to go rather than basing it off a one tournament results. You get, imagine we can put sort of 12 girls and 12 boys together in a squad, take them out to Portugal or so.
Yeah.
Let them all meet each other and surf together, raise the level, and then let the coaches and the managers pick the team from there.
That is how a trial would work.
Yeah.
In any of the sports that we that have very good systems in place and have had the good systems for a long time,
Yeah, for sure.
And that's effectively what we're down to 30 seconds here now, and Poppy Owen is going to be needing a 7. I'm not sure that that's what's going to happen, but it's been a great performance for Poppy Owen. We're going to move straight into the junior. I think is that the junior boys in the lineup? It's the under 18 boys semi-final. So we're going to count this one out. We're going to say a massive thank you to Luke Dillon for coming and giving us some of your time there, Luke. We really, really appreciate that. You haven't died of heat exhaustion yet.
I was just going to say, it's quite nice to come up here and just be bathed in a blaze of sunshine and blue sky. Last time I was up here in February, it was 50-mile-an-hour winds and sideways rain. So
yeah,
but yeah, it's been a beautiful day. It's just
and any plans to come further up again? You've talked about coming up and doing an edit and hanging out with Logan and Pat for a bit. And
yeah. So last winter, I was helping my sister move apartments in London and thought, I'll just nip over to Wales and go and see the boys.
Yeah.
Not knowing that they were actually in Pembroke, and it turned into a 5.5 hour drive. So.
But some waves?
We did actually. We went over there. Not going to say the names because I don't know if over there secret spots or not. But yeah, we got some good waves, and they come down to Cornwall quite a bit. So in the winter, northerlies are sort of the devil wind for Cornwall where I live. So yeah, for sure. I like coming up here. My granddad's Welsh, so the boys kind of say hello every now and again.
Oh, nice.
The older lads.
Where's he from in Wales? Do you know?
No, I don't. Mid Wales, I think.
What's his name?
I can't remember.
Ah.
I only met him a couple of times, bless.
Yeah. Oh, bless him. Well, Grandad Dylan, Paul Blook.
He sent in that wave for sure.
Yeah. Amazing. Yeah, thanks for your time, Luke. It's been a pleasure to have you. And we're going to jump to an advert before we carry on with the next heat. And we've had a pretty good start just as that ad was run into this one. I think it was Craig McLaughlin.
Distinctive style, Tom.
He opened with a couple of lip hits.
You can't miss Craig McLaughlin. He's either on a red surfboard, but he's also got that very, very distinctive style on his backhand.
You're exactly
really
right.
Powerful, very energetic style, I would describe it as, on his backhand. And we're going to see a score drop, and I think it's going to be a rather good one. Certainly a rather good one to start off this semi-final heat.
It's a pleasure having Luke Dillon in the booth then, wasn't it? He's
lovely insight from Luke.
Do you know, I was observing this the other day. I was saying that in the 90s, and I think it was kind of, it was a worldwide thing, wasn't it? You look at
we've got Craig McLaughlin up and riding again.
You look at the famous Santa Cruz gang. You look at the Brazilian surfers of the 90s. You look at some of the brash Aussies. I think there was a sort of sense that it was a counterculture sport, and there was a sort of a. I remember in the 90s, I used to go down to Cornwall, and I'd be sort of almost kind of a little bit scared of all the famous surfers, because they would all be so sort of tough, I suppose, and often quite extreme individuals in the way that they lived, and I think it's interesting now that you meet the top guys in British surfing, and they're all really, really approachable, really kind people who just want to give back to British surfing, and they just want to grow British surfing. And I think Luke Dillon, we've spoken to him, we spoke to Alice earlier as well, they're very much in that mould, and it's a pleasure to see, really. I think there's a real sense that these people are, they're sports people and ambassadors. Here we go in the blue, and that's a huge front side snap from Eli there. Perrins Davis.
Okay, gentlemen in the water, scores are now in.
So we're going to get the first wave of Craig McLaughlin, a 6.33 there, and that was pretty much straight off the buzzer. And then here goes Perrins Davis. Let's have a look at this. That's a big single smash, followed up. Now I don't know if the judges will give a land on that one. Interesting to see.
Priority first is to red, second priority white, third priority yellow. 16 minutes, 15 seconds remaining.
Up and riding on this wave, it's Owen Graham of the Channel Islands, taking a little look at the left, glancing right before pulling off the back of that wave. So, some tricky conditions, I think that's fair to say, for this semi-final number one of the under-18 boys division. but very contestable nonetheless. Still very surfable, and that's been evidenced by surfer in white Craig McLaughlin with his opening ride. He posted a 6.33. So a great opening ride there for Craig. That'll stand him in good stead for the rest of the heat. A few scores starting to drop now. First of red, a 1.17. First of yellow, Bo Betteridge, a 4.50. And first of blue for Eli Perrins-Davis, a 3.83. And Tom's been out looking for people to interview, and you've got some.
We found a couple of the girls from that round just then.
Heat.
The two Welsh girls, it's Poppy and Katie.
Hello.
So that's Katie.
Hello.
Poppy, you were in there then, right up until the end. How do you find it?
A bit small, but there was the odd wave, so not too bad.
And where are you guys from?
Pembrokeshire.
Both of you?
Yeah.
Oh, lovely. There we go. And Katie, you've been on a run as well.
Yeah, I was just out at the last 5 seconds.
Oh,
so
exciting.
Yeah, but it was tricky conditions. So.
Do you think Wales can get themselves in front of Scotland and the Channel Islands now this afternoon?
Hopefully. Yeah. I'm not sure. We've got a few left.
Some of the boys, maybe.
Yeah.
You girls are doing your bit. You've got through your heats.
Yeah, we've got 2 girls left. I think they'll do
2
well.
boys? I'm not sure.
Yeah.
And girls, what are you thinking about conditions out there? It seems to have dropped off a little bit, but still well contestable, yes?
Yeah, I think so. It's quite hard with the rep, and it's just really small, but I think there are a few waves to be caught.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much, Poppy and Katie. Thanks for popping by. We're going to see if we can catch a few more now as we run through the last hour or two. We love having some words from some Groms in the booth, yeah? So, thanks,
Thank
girls.
you, girls.
All the best.
Take it easy, bye. So, having spoken to 2 of our Welsh competitors in the under-18 girls division, we've learnt that the conditions are tricky. They are quite small, however, still well contestable. The situation in this heat as it stands, we have Owen Graham, surfer in red from the Channel Islands, in 4th position. He's looking for a 3.68 to move up into 2nd. We've got Eli Perrins-Davis, the surfer in blue from Wales, looking for a 1.15 to move up into 2nd. Bo Betteridge, the surfer in yellow, sitting in 2nd. He's looking to replace a 0.47, well achievable for him. And Craig McLaughlin, the surfer in white from Scotland, out in front, sitting on a 6.33 and a 0.93. So he'll look to replace that lower score, which again is well achievable for him. And Tom has once again dragged some poor competitor into the booth, the greenhouse as we've termed it, due to the plentitude of glass and heat. And I think Tom's going to conduct a little interview.
I've got Lola Mitchell from Scotland, and you were ripping in that last heat. Lola, well done.
Thank you.
So how long ago did you come down here?
A couple of days ago.
Right. And you been surf anywhere else before here in the event?
We went to Bristol for a quick couple sessions, heading up here.
Right, okay. And how old are you, Lola?
I'm 13.
13. You were absolutely ripping in that one. So you were you were chasing down the lead throughout that heat as well. You had a shot at catching Bell Betteridge at the end.
Yeah.
Pleased with your performance?
What?
You pleased with your performance?
Yeah.
And where are you from in Scotland?
Fraserburgh.
Oh, okay. So that's it's a few hours south of Thurso, isn't it? Yeah. Okay, right. And you got any other plans this coming year or so then with your competitions?
I've got the Scottish Nationals next week.
Right.
And I think that's it.
Oh, okay. Well, you're ripping out there, Lola. It's a real pleasure to see. And I'm told there are lots of really good girls up and coming from Scotland as well. So congratulations, you're through to the semi-finals. We'll let you go and concentrate on the next one, and good luck.
Thank you.
Pleasure.
Red. You need a 3.68 to go second.
Okay, here we have Surfer in red. Owen Graham is currently in 4th position. He's looking to replace a 1.17, which he will almost certainly do with a fantastic opening manoeuvre on that wave. Perhaps we can get a replay of that one. Have a little look at that first turn. So it's Owen Graham. So, interesting. So this is a slightly different angle than I just watched this wave in, so we can really get a good look at that turn, a nice close-up there. And he put together a second turn with it and a third, which will, I think the judges will say that was 3 completed manoeuvres. That first one being the real high-scoring turn of the lot, and it does come in at a 4.93, which means Owen Graham shoots up into 2nd position. Now looking to replace a 1.30, he needs simply a 2.34 to take that first position. Very, very doable. Certainly with the amount of time remaining in this heat, plenty of surfing to be had, and all to play for. We see the sun just get shrouded by a bit of cloud cover, taking the glare off the sea surface, allowing our judges clear visibility to assess not just what the surfers are up to, but to also keep an eye on conditions, assess conditions, and make sure that it is contestable, and we can continue with semi-final number 2, which will be coming up immediately following the conclusion of this under-18 boys semi-final number 1. We're live from Llantwit Major, South Wales, on day 2 of the British Cup 2022. It's Wales' turn to host the prestigious British Cup. It's on a 4-year cycle. It visits England, the Channel Islands, Scotland, and Wales. A beautiful opening manoeuvre there on the right from Surfer in Blue, Eli Perrin-Davis, from just down the road. He's a Vale boy. You can often find Eli out at Ogmore or Llantwit or Rest Bay in Porthcawl. Eli, no stranger to the Llantwit lineup, certainly not in conditions like this. So I'm sure at some point in this heat, Eli will be looking to employ that local knowledge to make sure that he progresses through to the under-18 boys final. Eli currently sitting in 4th position. He has a 3.83, and we're waiting for one score to drop. So Eli put together a nice opening turn on that wave before finding a little bit of face to kind of change direction. But it'll be that first turn that really scores the points for him. And he will certainly improve his situation, I would think. He's looking for a 2.41 to move into first, and I'd be surprised if he did not get it with that last wave. Into second, sorry. So, yeah, I would imagine Eli will be hopping up into 2nd position when the score drops. Here we have Surfer in yellow. This is Bo Betteridge, currently in 3rd position, looking to replace a 0.47, which, again, he will almost certainly have done with that well-ridden wave, putting together a few nice turns. We might have a little look at the replay of that. Again, it's from a slightly different angle than the perspective I'm watching it from. Oh, so we only had the end of that. Oh, we got a slightly longer version. Here we go. So this is Bo. A nice first turn there, bouncing off the foam. That's the turn that scores the points for me, that second one, before changing direction and hopping off the back. We'll wait for scores to come in. I'm going to put that somewhere in the upper 3 range. Oh, and just above that, it comes in at a 4.13, which means now Bo Betteridge, surfer in yellow, representing England, moves up into 2nd. He displaces Eli Perrin-Davis, who moves down into 3rd, and Owen Graham, who slips down into 4th. Owen sitting on one of the highest scoring waves of the heat, a 4.93, so he's looking for a backup. He needs to improve upon a 1.30. I'm sure he will do that before the end of the heat. And we have Surf in white here. This is... it's hard to tell from where we are. It might have been Bo Betteridge, actually. I think it was Bo Betteridge, based on the priority system we can see. This is your Surfer in blue, Eli Perrin-Davis, taking a look at this, and he had a lovely opening manoeuvre. Manages somehow to find a bit of power at the end of that wave and hooks back into the pocket, and he's sticking with it. He completes a 3rd turn. Eli currently sitting on a 4.63 and a 3.83. I would hazard that he is going to remove that lower score of 3.83. He is looking for a 4-point ride to get up into 2nd. I would think he would do it with that turn, that series of turns, that wave, but we'll leave it to the judges. That's what they're paid to do. And we have a flurry of action because up and riding now is surfer in yellow, I believe, on the inside. It is surfer in yellow on the inside, Bo Betteridge, and out the back we've got a lovely looking right-hander being ridden by surfer in red, Owen Graham, and on the opposite side of that, on the left-hander, was your heat leader in white representing Scotland, Craig McLaughlin. The left didn't offer quite as much scoring potential as the right, but the judges have their work cut out because they've got a lot of scores to post. We see the whirring beach ball, as Tom has termed it, throughout the day, spinning to indicate that the judges are contemplating and are about to input their scores. So, last of yellow comes in at a 0.67. Last of white comes in at a 3.33, so no situation change there. Last of red, however, comes in at a 4.37, which means Owen Graham now jumps from 4th up into 2nd position. We're waiting for one more score to drop. It's the last of blue, which I think will probably change the situation. Blue currently sitting in 4th as a result of that last exchange. But as soon as his score drops, I'm thinking it's going to replace his lowest score of a 3.83, and it may see him jump up into 3rd, even up into 2nd. I don't think it's enough to get him into 1st position, but I have been wrong before, and I'm happy to be wrong on this occasion. Let's see how the Welsh lad does, according to our team of talented judges. With... is that just over 4 minutes remaining in this heat? It is. It's all to play for. So this semi-final is passed in the blink of an eye. And we see yet another set approaching the lineup. So last of blue came in at a... I beg your pardon, we have another update. Last of blue, the score we were waiting for, came in at a 5.40 as expected, which means he now hops up into 2nd. He's also posted another wave after that at 3.0, which will not change his situation. So as it stands, the situation is this. With just under 4 minutes remaining, surfer in yellow, representing England, Bo Betteridge, is in 4th position. He's looking for a 5.53 to move into 2nd and qualify for one of those places in the final. Surfer in red, Owen Graham of the Channel Islands, is in 3rd. He's looking for a 5.11 to move up into 2nd and qualify for one of those final placings. In 2nd, surfer in blue from just down the road, Eli Perrins-Davis. He is in 2nd position. He's sitting on a 5.4 and a 4.63. He's looking to replace that 4.63, and he's scratching into this. This isn't him. This is surfer in white, Craig McLaughlin, your heat leader. Currently sitting on a 6.33 and a 4.03. He's looking to improve upon that 4.03. Somehow, I've no idea how, but he managed to propel through that fat section and with little to no speed and find enough momentum somehow to glance off the whitewater and carry down. So Craig McLaughlin will be hoping to improve upon that 4.03. Eli Perrins-Davis, who is in blue and in 2nd position, is needing a 4.97 to move up into 1st and really secure his position. At this point, all that matters to these guys is getting one of those final placings. So rather than trying to win this heat, Eli Perrins-Davis will be focusing on bettering that 4.63. Just put a little bit more room, a bit of breathing room, a bit of space between him and the lads chasing him. Owen Graham in red from the Channel Islands and Bo Betteridge in yellow representing England. So all to play for. Not long left in this one, however. And coming up at the conclusion of this heat will be semi-final number 2 in the under-18 boys division, featuring Tom Hook in red, Kieran Smith in white, Lucas Skinner in yellow, one to watch. We saw him post a 9-point ride earlier, and Max Bennett in blue. A stacked heat, whichever way you spin it. And so much exciting surfing yet to come today. We've been fortunate enough to carry on running. The conditions have changed somewhat. They are tricky, they are challenging, however, still very contestable. We've seen some fantastic scores being posted in this heat. A 6.33 from white with the opening wave of the heat, and an array of 5s and 4s behind that. So lots of scoring potential in these waves still, lots of exciting surfing to be done still, and lots more action to come still.
Rob, I'm just bringing you a little bit of a reportage from the field.
Okay.
I think that the English team They think Bo Betteridge had one more wave, so there might be a score.
Interesting.
Still to drop for Bo Betteridge. It's possible that there's a wave still to go in.
Okay.
So 30 seconds remaining. This will be a provisional result.
So this is Craig McLaughlin, surfer in white, your heat leader. A beautiful roundhouse cut back there, bouncing off the foam, finding speed seemingly from nowhere, and managing to make it through to the inside. Craig looking to replace a 4.03. I don't know if he'll do it with that one. It'll be very, very tight. It was a nice, stylish roundhouse cutback with plenty of speed, power, and flow. It seems, however, that the judges are really rewarding that up into the lip fin waft this morning, Tom. So the roundhouse cutbacks, as beautiful as they are, and as functional as they are, and as much as I love them, don't seem to be that much in vogue or in favour with the judges at the moment. Certainly not in these conditions. So we'll have to see what the judges make of it. As Tom's just said, we think, or certainly the English camp think, that Bo Betteridge has had another wave that the judges have somehow missed. It is tricky with the sunlight and the glare.
Yeah, we don't know for sure though. So I think
they're going to check back. Fortunately, we have everything on film. So
we've got it all on film. Yeah. It hasn't reached the stage of anything further than a very warm discussion, I think, between the camps. But you see the score for McLaughlin's going to drop. So we might just be a little bit. There might be a slight delay here for what's coming, and we'll just go to one of these messages while we change the heats over.
Earlier on, Tom, you asked whether I knew the origins of Alba. And I did, as it turns out. As you well know, Tom, today's quiz day. It's quiz night for me.
Yeah.
I'll be popping down the club later and quizzing. And
do you want to ask me one of the quiz questions you've got saved up for later?
I'm going to give you a quiz question that I answered correctly.
Go on then.
A few weeks ago. Oh, I got two actually. I thought of you when I actually answered this question.
Okay.
I can't remember the actual phrasing of the question, so I'll answer that second.
Yeah.
First of all, which Antipodean city, is named after the Scottish capital?
Dundee. Oh no, hang on. Right, there is an Antipodean city called Dundee. Right, so Antipodes, this is Australia, New Zealand,
it is.
Caledonia, etc. Right, and it's named after the Scottish capital, and the Scottish capital is Edinburgh.
It is.
So let's just try and say it in an Aussie accent, like Edinburgh. Oh, I'm not getting anywhere, mate. I don't know. Edinburgh.
It's the
Adelaide.
It's the old way of saying Edinburgh.
Edinburgh.
Imagine. Okay, this might give you a clue. Imagine, because obviously the southern hemisphere, everything's upside down. Everyone knows that. Imagine Edinburgh upside down.
Edin.
You can not. Do you want me to tell you?
Brisbane?
No. Dunedin.
Dunedin in New Zealand. Wow. I love that. That's a fantastic fact.
Big Scottish community there.
That's
apparently.
a fantastic fact. So we got a little bit of a delay, and I really enjoyed watching those little messages about this beautiful Vale coast that we're on. So I'm just thinking maybe we'll have another look at some of those, because there's some drone footage in these Visit the Vale videos that we've been sent, and they're quite enjoyable to watch. There's a little bit of a delay while we work out for sure what the results of that are.
let me wake the morning ever after day reborn in. Oh, we're taking the high road. I'm setting the sun, I'm ready to run, I'm walking a tightrope. I give you the fall, spring singing a song, we're taking the high road. We're taking the high road. We're finally awakened, we're taking the high road.
So we've been on hold for a few minutes because the judges were just double checking that they hadn't missed a wave in the previous heat, and I think we can safely now give official confirmation that the winner of the last heat was the surfer representing Scotland, Craig McLaughlin. Also progressing through to the finals, surfing for Wales, Eli Perrins-Davies. We had, I think, Owen Graham was in third, representing Channel Islands, and Bo Bettridge, representing England, came fourth in the end of that. So it'll be Eli and Craig McLaughlin that progressed through into the under-18 boys final. I'm once again delighted to say that I'm joined by your 2022 British Cup men's champion, Luke Dillon. Hello, Luke.
Hello again. It's a very short break that I had.
Yeah, thank you for coming back in so swiftly. We're into under-18 boys semi-final number 2. Surfing in red, Tom Hook of the Channel Islands, Kieran Smith in white, representing England, Lucas Skinner in yellow, also representing England, and Max Bennett in blue, representing the Channel Islands. So it's an England versus Channel Islands affair.
Big matchup.
Big matchup. Well, we saw in the third round, Lucas Skinner post a 9.13, I think it was, and an 8.87. So a heat total of 18 points. The highest combination of the day, I believe, and the highest single wave score of the day. Something we know he's capable of, but nonetheless, always a pleasure to see.
Yeah, he's been ripping. Everyone knows about Lucas's talent, so it's just about him putting it all together in heats and making his way up through the age categories at the moment.
It's been quite the upward trajectory for Lucas as well, isn't it? He's one of those people that seems to have been around forever, probably in large part because we've been so familiar with Ben's surfing over the years, and Lucas is like his little sidekick that's always been there. But it's been in the past 18 months that Lucas's surfing has really matured, hasn't it?
For sure. Like you said, Skin Dog's been around for 25 years, and then Lucas is obviously in the last 18 months. He's a big kid now. He's 14. He's the same height as me. I'm not very tall myself, but he's growing into his body and he's getting some power, and he's obviously still got the airs, and it's all working really well for him. So everyone's excited to see where he goes. He's just won the European Championship, so onward and upwards. I don't like to put too much pressure on him when they're young, but he's on a very good path, and it's just about just keeping him there and improving and staying with the best in Europe and making his way onto the world stage.
That's it. Well, under 16 European champion is no mean feat. He's been up against, he competed against some exceptional talent in that event, and he did it the hard way. He won. I think it was from round 2. He was in the repechage, wasn't he?
Yeah.
So you basically surf almost double the amount of heats of everybody else.
Yeah. I spoke to him about it when he came back, and he said it probably actually helped him, shook off the nerves from you know, I know what it's like when you're in those European Championships, and he's friends with a lot of his European friends, so it's not too bad. But once he was in the reps, he got to surf more. It's a bit like how he does at home. He surfs a lot more. He surfs a few times a day, so it was comfortable for him, and it said it really freed him up and got in a good rhythm. And then obviously
that's it. When you're that age as well, you're so full of energy. I don't think the 7 or 8 heats in a row matter so much, do they? It's
exactly.
the same amount of time you'd be surfing anyway.
Yeah, exactly. And once you get in that rhythm and you get in good waves and posting good scores, it's like a snowball down a mountain. So I was really happy for him, and he's a real good kid, and he's open to, you know, taking knowledge from the older boys, and just excited to see where he goes. So I mean, it's different now. He's in Wales in the waist tide dropping out, but I'm sure he'll be absolutely fine.
I'm sure he will. So you mentioned a moment ago that Lucas is very friendly with lots of his European peers in the surfing community, and I know he spends quite a lot of time traveling around Europe, and I'm pretty sure that in the past few weeks, or certainly in the coming few weeks, he's been down in France, or will be down in France with the Phippses, so surfing with Jay, who is representing France, of course. Welsh mother, I should
oh,
say.
really?
Yes, Welsh mother, Australian dad, representing France, and it's a great system to be part of. I think the French Surfing Federation, there's a lot of coaching and opportunity on offer there. So it's kind of the model that I think a lot of the federations and associations try and replicate, isn't it? Because it's been so successful for them over the years. They've done so well in the ISA games year on year on year, and produced some household name surfers. Your Jeremy Flores's, and I know representing French Polynesia, but your Michel Berez's, Joanne Defay's. As we see now, our drone take to the skies. I'm sure we might get some drone footage in a moment, and we are seeing that for your viewing pleasure, ladies and gents. So, Luke, we talked briefly earlier about your visits to Wales, your foray into the land of my fathers. How is it to be back on this sunny Sunday? You know, it's very warm in here. I'm not sure if it's as warm outside, but we're blessed for the 1st of October. The 2nd of October.
For sure. Yesterday was a cold day. And today, from about 9 o'clock, really, 10 o'clock, the clouds parted, the sun came out.
This is what it's normally like.
Is it? Yeah. It's warm. I'm in a black t-shirt in the commentary booth, and I'm actually hot. I've just come back from California, so...
we've had, as you well know, it's been the same down with you in Cornwall, I'm sure, but we've had one of the best summers weather-wise that any of us can remember. It's been absolutely baking for much of the summer. And we see a set approaching the lineup. I've got a bit of a paddle. I don't think we've had any waves ridden yet. No, we have not.
Couple looking at this.
There's no priority as yet, but it'll be surfing yellow. Lucas Skinner up and riding on this one, bouncing off the foam, looking to get out onto the open face again. He's light enough, and I think he might have enough momentum to do just that. Unfortunately, that wave kind of bending out to sea as it passes over the reef.
It's looking very bleak for them. Wave-wise at the moment, isn't it? It's just you know more about this spot than me.
Yeah, so I surf Llantwit very regularly. The contest control and the contest directors have a tough decision to make here, because the surf traditionally gets better as the tide drops at Llantwit, just as it feels the back end of that reef.
Yeah.
On the lower tide, that's where all the best setups are. However, as I'm sure you're well aware, we have the second biggest tidal swing in the world here in South Wales, or in the Bristol Channel. And so with that volume of water pushing out to sea, it's going to suck the swell away.
Yeah.
And with a dying swell anyway, we're a little bit concerned that it won't be hanging around for that low tide. So do we wait and chance having no swell but better shape if there were any, or do we try and run with what we've got now? I think they're hoping to get it done.
Yeah, it's a tough one, isn't it? You don't... I mean, it is bleak now, but you don't want to stop, hope for something later, and it doesn't. When there's waves, you got to surf them.
I think so. I agree.
I've had plenty of heats where the conditions have been terrible, but they've just these boys are all light enough, and I've seen Red. I think it is Tom Hook in the Open. I think he was in the Open.
Yeah, he was. He had stylish.
Very, very nice waves. Really good style. I liked watching him. Up on the inside now.
Surfing blue. That's Max Bennett of the Channel Islands. So a nice little fade kind of redirect there. And out the back, I think this is surfing in white, Kieran Smith. Putting together a few nice manoeuvres there. First of yellows dropped, so Lucas Skinner posts a 3.17 for his opening ride. That means he's in first, but we're waiting for scores from surfers in blue and surfers in white. And there's the first of blue, a 2.33. So that was for that little change of direction on the inside and a smaller inside wave.
Yeah.
And I think the first of white will probably be the biggest score, the highest scoring wave of the heat thus far. So I'm expecting Kieran Smith to go into first.
Yeah.
But we'll leave that to the judges.
It's I commonly call this the grind.
Yeah.
When it gets to this sort of conditions wise. So these boys have just got to know that it's terrible out there. They know what they're into.
You're in this heat, Luke. How are you approaching it? What's your game plan before you go in, having seen and watched the conditions now for the last 10 minutes?
I actually spoke to Lucas on the rocks, and I said if it was me, I would try and hang wide left as much as I could, pick up a couple of those lefts, try and get like 1 or 2 turns, and then just sort of stay away from the pack, really.
Yeah.
There's next to no waves there, so you've got to make priority count once you've got it. Have a little paddle. Lucas, here he is on the left. Nice.
Lots of spray off that, Tim.
And that's all you can do out there. You know, you can see surfing on knee-high waves, and he's got to know that he's in these conditions, and he's got to do what he can. But it's the same for everyone else. So
absolutely. So as expected, that first of white came in at a 4.67, the highest scoring wave of the heat so far, which propels him up into first, but only to be knocked back down into second by that second of yellow. Lucas Skinner, a 3.30. So the situation as it stands, Tom Hook yet to ride a wave or to post a scoring wave, is in red in 4th position. In 3rd position, surfer in blue, Max Bennett, sitting on a 2.33 and a 1. So he'll look to replace that 1 and probably the 2.33 by the end of this heat. In 2nd, Kieran Smith with just a single wave ridden, but it's a 4.67, the highest scoring wave of the heat so far. And Lucas Skinner, surfer in yellow, is out in front with a combination of 3.17 and a 3.3 with a score still to drop. That one turn wonder, wasn't it?
Lovely little right going through there and missing the boys. It's just so hard when this...
Well, what will happen now, Luke, as this tide drops more and more, further and further out, is that right will become much more prominent. And if I were in the next heat, if I were any of the girls in the semi-finals coming up, I'd be eyeing that.
Yeah.
Or in the final coming up, rather, not the semis. It'll be the final.
It's like I said, it's tough, and I'm more prone to sitting there with priority and trying to get that best wave that comes in.
We noticed.
Yeah.
We noticed.
Yeah, there's an ongoing joke that I just like 2 waves in a heat. Was it just
the 2 waves in the final?
Yeah.
What a way to win.
And here's a set. Oh, nice little wrap by Tom. And another one. That's
the way to do it, Luke. 2 waves.
If you see my... it's 2 waves that get you through, and there's certain conditions where it's better to get busy and take a lot of waves, get yourself in a better rhythm, but other times you're better off to sit there and wait for the 2 best.
If, say, for instance, you posted your 2 scoring waves in the final that you had today, and you had 5 minutes remaining, would you be going back out there and looking to then do something completely different to try and push what you'd be doing on that wave, or would you stick to your game plan and just hope that a certain wave allowed you an extra turn? Is that how you try and better that score?
Yeah, I was actually, funny enough, again on the rocks. It's like where I've been having my chats to everyone, just speaking to Barnaby Cox, and he sort of spoke to me about our heat, and it didn't really go his way this morning. And I was giving him some examples of what I try and do, and I've lost so many heats in my career by trying to do something extra, try and do something that I wouldn't normally do if I was out surfing. So I just focus on what I'm good at and put them together on a good wave. If you take the best waves in your heat, you're going to give yourself the best opportunity to get the best scores and go through.
Well, Tom reeled off an old adage of Linda Sharp earlier, and it was, in any given heat, apart from the final when you're looking to come first, obviously, if you want to just focus on getting through, if you do what you do on that way, on the 2 of the best 3 waves in the heat, so you're waiting for the bigger waves, say, and you catch 2 of them and just do what you do, you will always get through a heat.
And that's what I mean. We can complicate it as much as you want, but like you just said, the top 2 go through up into the final. So, you know, finish in that top 50%, and if you're taking the 2 best waves, not only are you giving yourself the 2 best chances to get through, you're also taking 2 of the best waves away from your competitors. So, in one sense, you're backing your ability that you aren't going to fall off and you're going to make a score out of those waves. And secondly, you're taking that opportunity away from your rivals. So, you know, it really does work in your favour, but you've got to back yourself. In conditions like this, I guess they're trying to, you know, build the house, as it were, and take off on waves and just see what they can get rewarded with.
So talking of being rewarded, Lucas Skinner on his last wave posted a 5.67, which means he's now in first position. And with the sunshine, it is hard to see who's who. I think this is surfer in red, Tom Hook, up and riding on the inside. The glare coming into play for us now. I don't think it's quite so bad for the judges. They're in a slightly elevated position, and I think it's probably a bit better from up there, but hard for us to see. It was blue. No, it was red on the inside. I was correct. It was Tom Hook, so we're waiting for a score from him. We're also waiting for a score from Max Bennett, his Channel Island counterpart. But as it stands, Lucas Skinner's out in front with a low score of a 3.30. He'll look to replace that.
A little left
with
and
perhaps
inside.
this
Is
next
he gonna go?
set.
Oh, he's looking at the right.
So this is surfer in white, I believe. Kieran Smith of England. That right hatch actually held up. It was a smaller wave, but quite steep all the way, wasn't it?
You can tell that I'm looking at the backhand quite a lot, because he proved me wrong there, and the right was much better, and he got a couple of good little clicks on the outside. So
what seems to be happening? So as the tide drops out, there's this kind of like finger of rock that goes out by there, and that's what the lefts have been breaking on all morning. And beyond it, there's a bit of a hole until it gets a little bit lower. So the lefts will come back into play maybe in half an hour or so. But for now, I think it's going to be about the rights.
Yeah, and local knowledge will pay many dividends if they could hear you out in the water now. But it's just so difficult to contend with that rip, the wind. I don't know if they can hear the scores. So, you know, you're just trying to build that house. There seems to be catching a lot of waves.
How is it in the water? Can you hear when you were surfing? Could you hear and see everything quite clearly?
I could, yeah, and the wind wasn't as strong.
And you got that big LED board as well. Is that quite visible?
Yeah. So the beach commentators have been really good as well with reading out priority and scores, and the PA system. The Welsh Surfing Fed have done really well with the setup, so it's been as good as it can be, and it's always good when you got lots of information out there. So these boys will know what they need and where they're sat. It's just about, you know, it's easy to sit here and say get yourself a couple of fives and you're through.
It is, yes.
But you can see how tight it is. There's half a point between third and first.
So that last of white that we saw on that smaller but nice and steep inside right-hander for Kieran Smith came in at a 4.83. So Kieran Smith in white has now jumped up into first. Tom Hook surfer in red with his last posting a 4.6, moves up into second. Lucas Skinner on the highest scoring wave of the heat so far, the 5.67, has slipped into third. But that being said, there's still time aplenty in this heat, and he's only looking for a 3.53 for that second position. So if I were Lucas, I'd probably be feeling still pretty confident sitting on the highest scoring wave of the heat so far. Max Bennett, surfer in blue, we've seen kind of looking at the inside waves, the smaller ones that haven't offered as much scoring potential so far, is in fourth. He's also in fourth priority. Perhaps that's why he's sitting on the inside trying to get those smaller waves. Max is looking for a 6.53 to move up into second, or what I imagine he'll actually be looking for is 2 scores around about a 3 something.
Yeah, it's always difficult when you're in fourth priority, 5 minutes to go. Do you sit there underneath them, carry on with your same strategy? Is that maybe him going again?
So I think that is blue again. He's picking off those inside ones. Nice little tail drift on that, plenty of spray, but it just kind of goes a bit gutless.
He's surfing really well, but what we're going back to, what I said earlier, is if you don't get yourself on some of the best waves in the heat possible, then you're not going to get the scores. And that was probably one of the nicest turns of the heat. I really like that little slash there, but on that ankle high, knee high wave, the judges can't really go that high with it, even though it's a nice turn. Is this Lucas?
So this is Lucas, I believe. Surfer in yellow. Lucas Skinner. Again, it's hard to see with that glare, but it looks like his style, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's So again, like he didn't have a very good first turn there, but a nice little carve and another little wrap around. Good surfing, much better wave. Just allowed him to.
That's it. Well, I think that exactly as you're saying, if Max Bennett, who we've seen put together what you said it was one of your favourite turns of the heat, if he did that on a bigger wave that allowed him one or two other turns, then we'd start to see the scores come in for him.
Yeah.
So I think it's time for Max. Again, it's easy to say whilst you're sitting up here in the greenhouse, but Max would do well now to go out the back and wait for that first priority.
Yeah, and a few minutes to go. There hasn't been that many good waves. He's in a sticky situation. Is this Lucas?
Yeah, Lucas has just betted his lower score of a 3.3. It's now a 4.17, which means he now moves into first, which ups the requirements for the other surfers in the heat. Max Bennett requires a 6.3. So surfer in blue needs a 6.3 to move into second, and therefore one of those qualifying positions for the finals. Tom Hook, surfer in red, is in third. He looks for a 4.9 for that other position in the final. Kieran Smith, surfer in white's in second, looking to replace a 4.67. And Lucas Skinner's out in front with a set approaching. Luke.
Oh, massive set. So
surfer in red, Tom Hook, he's in third, he's got first priority.
So this is where he just needs to pick the best wave that comes through. Is he going to be picky? He's going to go on the first wave.
That seems an odd choice.
Look at this one here, out the back. So it's easy to sit here and say, do this, do that, but nice little turn, little hung up. Doesn't like it.
So that was Kieran Smith, surfer in white, that took that. So he'll drop down to fourth priority.
Difficult. You have to say with a couple minutes on the clock, they'll be very lucky to get any more waves of that kind of quality. Might come back to haunt them.
I think a quick start in these heats is the order of the day, isn't it? Just settle those nerves, put something on the board to force the other people to have to ride a wave.
Yeah. Like I said, there's not many good waves out there. So if you put yourself in an ideal situation, you get a couple of fours, and you sit there with priority. And if a wave comes in, anything substantially higher than that, gives yourself a 5 or a 6, then you're in priority with it. So I think the boys have all surfed really well on the waves they've had. I think just Lucas and Kieran have had the bigger waves with more opportunity and allowed them to get those bigger scores, because red and blue, Tom and Max have surfed really well on the waves they've had. Just their waves have only allowed them, potential to get those scores. Oh, there is another little set coming in, or a couple of waves. They're actually paddling up the point. I thought they'd be hanging a bit wider. 0.6 separating the top three. Is this Lucas? No, white.
It's Kieran Smith up and riding.
Nice turn.
Jamming up into the lip there. Unfortunately, that wave kind of got, again, bending out to sea. A convex wave bowls out to sea. This, however, is Lucas, I think. Sprightly start to that wave up into the foam, trying to get onto the open face. I think he might manage it, and this one could stand up. No.
It's very hard out there now, isn't it?
I can't see anybody getting ready. Oh, I can't. The girls' final do have their ash vests on. I was concerned for a second that we were going on pause, but no, they're down at the water's edge.
I think it's just managing your expectations out there. Everybody knows when you're looking at that, it's going to be grindy. There's going to be low heat totals, so it's just about trying to get yourself those waves. Picking the best of the worst, really. Yeah, he goes again.
A real mature approach to the heats and heat strategy will be so vital in these finals.
100%. And Lucas is European under-16s champ, and that doesn't come without immense ocean knowledge already. So he takes out the win with Kieran second.
So I think all scores are in. So unofficially, the results of that, or we might have it officially. It looks like Max Bennett, surfer in blue, representing the Channel Islands, came fourth. Surfer in red, also representing the Channel Islands, Tom Hook came third. That means that it's Kieran Smith and Lucas Skinner, both representing England in second and first place, respectively, progress through to the under-18 boys final.
Results of semi-final heat 2. First position, yellow, Lucas Skinner. Second position, white, Kieran Smith. Third position, Tom Hook. And in fourth position, Max Bennett.
So we're going to move, hopefully, fairly swiftly on into the under-18 girls semi-final. Heat number 1, featuring Charlotte Mully, Callie Cruikshank, Alice Barton and Lola Mitchell.
Another good heat. Another good heat.
I think at this end of or this stage of the competition, there aren't any easy heats, are they? They're all absolutely jam-packed full of talent and prolific surfers.
When you get to this stage of the contest, it's just about heat strategy and management, and everyone's totally capable of winning and getting through. So is this the semi? So this is the spot for the final, British Championships final.
He held the rocket all day and night. The world is noisy, and that's alright. Every sound is just a piece of the natural rattle. So unwind and don't unravel. We can't help but be a little fragile through the clatters inside.
But I don't know for sure.
We think we may well be going on hold. We can't see any competitors in the water. I did see people collecting their rash vests and walking in that direction, but for now we are on hold at least for a little while. Thanks very much, Luke. Luke's about to depart the booth. It looks like we're on hold. So the official call has just come in. The contest officials are not convinced that there are sufficient contestable conditions at the moment, but though we are expecting the swell to fill back in as the tide drops out a little bit further. So the contest is on hold until 2 p.m. and as contest director Mark Vaughan files across in front of me, he looks exhausted. Word from the contest director, please. You look well.
Yes. Well, Rob, not Tom. It's unfortunate that the conditions have deteriorated, but not unexpected. As we all know that live here, we are anticipating things to improve again. It was a very difficult decision to run that last two heats of semi-finals, but it was a team manager's decision, unanimously made by all. I left it in those team managers' hands, and the decision was to run. Therefore, we have the results we do, and there was still some reasonable surfing went down. Just great to watch.
Just before we get our on-hold screen up, Vaughan, do you have any updated information about where exactly the nations might stand in relation to each other in the ratings?
I do not at this point. I have my suspicions.
Well, England would be looking pretty from the first few rounds, wouldn't they?
I think England are in a very strong position, especially
with the two champions.
Two champions, and you take that the women's final was an all-England affair.
Yeah.
So, I think that probably cements their position as retaining the trophy.
Yeah. But you don't know between Wales, Scotland, and the Channel Islands where we're at?
No, there's a real fight on there, and obviously as hosts, we would like to at least finish high up the medal table.
Yeah. Well, let's see. Okay, so we're gonna go on hold then. I think what we'll probably do here with the webcast is we'll put the on hold sign up. When you come back, it'll be afternoon, so it'll be day 2 p.m. The day 2 p.m. broadcast. So the day 2 p.m. broadcast is going to start at 2 p.m. So we'll get the announcements out on social media as well. But we're going to go on hold. Thanks very much for tuning in, and we'll see you at 2 o'clock where we're hopefully getting some more stuff up and running.